any way to spin it to make it look like Biden was handling the border anywhere near as well as Trump. I think Biden botched the border compared to Obama, probably compared to Bush. I don't think there's any way to spin that. You sound like you're trying to make it sound like Biden didn't do that bad on the border.
I would say, nah, he didn't. I would say if he did, then they should have passed the damn bill. Like, there's no excuse for it. If he did so damn bad, like you're saying, and like any other MAGA believes, then you should have passed the damn bill. When you had a bipartisan bill that was already passed in the Senate, the House had to pass it. But guess what? Just like Lazy Town, they didn't do shit for the country for the years that they were in office during that time. And they're still not doing nothing.
Yeah, but you say they should have passed the bill. Now I'm agreeing with you to the point of protecting the border. If you believe the border's all fucked up, you should pass the bill. But 3 years have went by. You've done nothing, and now Trump can clearly see the finish line. I can see why he would have his folks not agree to the border bill. And as you see, it worked out like magic. He is our next president.
Okay, so basically what you just told me was election interference?
Legally, though, that's exactly what that was. Yeah,
I'm saying, I mean, but legally, no. Plain and simple, election interference. Plain and simple, you don't hold any office. Only thing you have is a detail that follows you around because you are the ex-president. You don't hold any power at that time. Why, oh why, should the people that do have power listen to somebody that's on the damn sideline other than they licking boots?
well, you gotta understand. I think a large portion of this country believes that Trump was better at handling the border than Biden. They listen to him because they think he does a better job.
And he's better with the economy as well, right?
Yeah,
That's what
a
that's
lot
what
of
they
people,
believe that
a
too.
lot of people believe that too. Yes.
But leave it. Let's leave it on the border, and let's talk about some things that went down with the border. Number one, in that package, they had Ukraine. They didn't want the Ukraine a part of that, right?
Right. Well, hold on. I know where you're going with this. Hold on, hang on. I know where you're going to. I'm just going to simply say they made a bunch of bullshit excuses not to pass the border bill. I hear what you're saying. You're giving me the reasons they gave for why they didn't do it. I don't think it would have mattered. I think the Democrats could have gave the Republicans everything they wanted, and they still wouldn't have passed the border bill because they were focused on Trump getting reelected.
Oh, and not the country, and not that's my point.
And that wins.
And not the country.
That is true.
So again, if you want to make America great, let's just say make America great, because we ain't gonna go with the again part. If you just want to make America great, MAGA, you should have passed the bill. You got what you wanted. Ukraine end up getting what they wanted anyway, or the people who wanted Ukraine to get what they wanted, which was a bipartisan bill again, and then turn around and then they also gave Gaza some money. Like all of these things that was in the border bill, they end up passing as standalone bills. But you still haven't did nothing but the border.
I don't think you realize the number one thing that Trump supporters and MAGA wanted over anything, though, was another Trump term, even if it meant leaving the border unsecure for several months. Trump getting back in office was the number one goal, and they achieved that goal. If it means leaving the border unsecure for another 11 months or so, they're going to look at it like this. Well, hell, Biden has done it already for 3 years. Another 11 months won't be that bad if we can get Trump back. And they succeeded at doing that.
So again, you're Trump. Trump is your daddy. Man, we need to stop that shit and realize, again, they voted for the man and not the country.
Well, they got the man.
I was voting for the country. We wasn't voting for Kamala. We were voting for the country and the way it should be ran the right way.
Well, they got the man, and they believe that man is what is best for this country. So they got what they wanted.
All I hear is a bunch of people crying over spoiled milk that they let spoil. Just being honest. You had 11 months, like you said, regardless of whether it's the last 11 months, you still had 11 months of, I ain't got to worry about that border bill no more. I ain't even got to argue with Democrats no more. We got everything we wanted.
I don't know. I I don't know if I buy that. I think that you're not giving. I don't think you're giving the way they viewed this enough time. I mean, like I said, the goal was to put Trump in. Yeah, securing the country, working, being concerned with the country or securing the border were important. But I do believe when you say vote the man in, that was the number one concern was getting Trump a second term, and they won
But
that.
I'll give that to you, Tim. I'll give you messaging. I'll give you horrible candidate, all of that.
Okay.
But when it comes down to, you can take the red pill or the blue pill, and the red pill is going to take you down a rabbit hole, and the blue pill is just going to solve what you need solved.
What is the rabbit hole? But what is the rabbit hole, though?
The rabbit hole is now, not only did you just vote for secure borders, now you're voting for deportation. Now you're voting for more tariffs. Now you're voting for higher prices. Now you're voting for your taxes to actually increase versus decrease, unless you're the 1 to 10%. It's a lot of things that they have voted for.
Well, some are going to say you. Some people are going to say you're. Some are going to say you're speculating and you're fear mongering, and a lot of that stuff is not going to happen, though.
Okay, so Patel, what is he saying? What is he saying?
Yeah, but he ain't.
I ain't even talk about the revenge tour yet.
But he ain't. I don't think. Real quick, and I will say before I move it on, I don't think the revenge tour is going to happen because personally, I think Biden is going to pardon most of them folks.
And I hope he does.
Yeah.
I hope he does. And I'll say it again. I'm glad, and I think that he's a great man for doing what he did for his son. I really do.
You think pardoning his son makes him a great man?
Yep, sure do.
What makes him great by pardoning Hunter Biden? I would have pardoned my son too, but great man?
Because he's pissed off MAGA. Yeah, he's got them pissed. Boy, oh, you something. I done heard it all. And he said he wasn't going to do it. He had that black girl get up there and say he wasn't going to. He said he wasn't going to do it. Guess what? They mad as hell.
I don't, it's crazy. Yeah, they caught him in a lie, but I don't think anybody believed that Biden was going to leave his son out there to get, And what's crazy, though, is I got to hold up my Trump was right hat, though. You're not going to like this. How many times have folks tried to say Trump was off his damn mind when he was talking about a weaponized DOJ and the Department of Justice was going after him or whatever? Now Biden pardons his son, and you know what's the first thing he says? I don't want to take a chance that he may be dealing with a weaponized DOJ. Trump was right. Trump was right. Biden said that.
You talking about in the letter to the people?
Yeah, Biden pretty much admitted the DOJ is weaponized.
No.
Yes, he did.
No, he said that it's being politicized. The DOJ is being politicized.
What's the difference?
By the right.
What's the difference? Politicized, weaponized. What's the difference?
It's the right doing it.
It's his DOJ. It is currently Biden's DOJ.
And I get it. And it was Trump's DOJ that came at him. So either way, it's like the DOJ itself. If you're trying to say the actual DOJ is out of control, then that's on the presidents, because those are the people who. So Biden already knew he had an ace in the hole. He already knew whether I win or I'd lose, I'm gonna pardon my son. Me and you talked about this already.
Yeah, but still.
He can lie all day. He can. What's the other guy told it? He can tell. What's those other facts? What do they call them?
Alternative facts.
Yeah, MAGA. Yeah, he can say alternative facts. He can do all of this. But guess what? You and I know. I don't know if you have a son, but I do. If my son was in that situation and I was the president, I would have really in the beginning. The
difference, though, is I got to move it on. But the difference is we wouldn't lie about it. I think we would both admit, look, that's my son, and I'm not gonna leave my son out there. What was the purpose of lying about something that everybody knew you were gonna do? And I think just about all of America knew he was lying while he was saying it. I'll give you the last word, but I got to move on.
Okay, last word. I don't think he was actually lying.
Oh my
I think
God.
it was an alternative fact. Because I am
Okay,
going back.
it was a it was an alternative fact.
Yeah.
All right,
But
that
I'm
makes sense.
Democratic MAGA right now. I'm Democratic MAGA right now.
All right.
You know, he wasn't lying. He was telling alternative facts. What he meant was when he had the sweetheart deal, you know, he wasn't going to do that. But being that they, you know, weaponized the DOJ, the deep state, you know, he decided to make sure his son could ride off in the sunset with him. So let's go Biden.
All right, well, you know, let's go already. He's gone permanently. Stick, appreciate you coming through. He's out.
All right.
All right, and I will say my opinion is slightly different than my last caller. I certainly believe that Biden knew from day one he was going to pardon his son. Now, many are suggesting that, listen, he thought Kamala Harris was going to win and she would take care of it or whatever the case may be. I believe that if Kamala Harris had won, Biden still would have done it. Just for the simple sake of saying, Daddy had you. Why would I leave it up to my neighbor? Even if it's another liberal, why would I even leave that up to chance? I got you. Not to mention, and I'll go to the box, but as someone pointed out on YouTube, OG Deuce says, who the fuck grants a pardon for future crimes? Well, I don't think he didn't grant Hunter Biden a future crime. He did not grant Hunter Biden a pardon for future crimes. He granted Hunter Biden a pardon for undiscovered crimes. So not future crimes, but perhaps future charges based on crimes he may have committed in the past that have not been discovered yet. And let's be clear, if Biden had, better yet, if Kamala Harris had won, Dencal, appreciate the money gun. Thank you, Dencal. If Kamala Harris had won and Biden didn't pardon his son and he left it up to Kamala Harris, well, Kamala Harris is not going to give him a 10-year pardon, most likely. She's going to pardon him for the gun charge. She's going to pardon him for the tax crime. So most likely, Biden, talking about President Biden, knows a little bit more about his son's criminal activities than he's letting on. And by doing this, it may help Biden himself should his son have something that could tie the big guy. We've all heard about that, 10% to the big guy. Well, it helps prevent things from being tied back to him. That's a pretty heavy feat for a man with dementia that doesn't know where he's at and can't string together a sentence, huh? He's sure sounding pretty sane as hell now. Looking in the comments real quick. Trumpity Trump. It says Green Bay's fan. Oh, not the Green Bay Packers. By the way, my Bears are on right now. They're losing. Carol says President Biden did the right thing. The same thing your dad would have done. So please stop the bitching. Carol, you're 100% correct. 100% correct. I think all of us, our parents would have pardoned us, and we would certainly pardon our offspring in the same situation that Hunter Biden is. The only difference is I don't think most of us will lie about it. I mean, I'm just going to come out and tell you, if it's my damn kid, you know, at the end of the day, I'm going to tell you right at the bat, you know, I'm not going to leave my kid out there. I don't know why Hunter Biden tried to paint this holier than thou picture that he's going to let his child face justice no matter what. He had no intentions of that. And even if you take what my last caller said, and I'll go to the box, but even if you take the opinion of my last caller, even he suggested that, listen, Biden was not going to pardon his kid, but he was expecting Kamala Harris to win. So then you're still not letting your kid be dealt with by the justice system. You just simply said, I'm not going to throw him a lifeline. I'm expecting my successor to do it, which would have been Kamala Harris. Either way, he's not facing justice. So Biden was lying. He never had any intentions of Hunter Biden facing actual justice. Either his successor, Kamala Harris, was going to win and give him a sweetheart deal, or if he lost, he was going to pardon the guy. Hunter Biden had zero chance of ever facing justice. And President Biden knew that when he lied to the American people. That's my take on it. Let me go back to the box. Continuing on, we will go to Dencal. Good evening. Am I getting it wrong? Hunter Biden, do you believe Biden was going to let his child face justice as he told everyone?
Yes, I do.
Really?
If he had a won, yes, I do believe whatever the out. I mean, he ultimately had the power to pardon him if he had, you know, if Kamala had won again. But I think at that point, I think if he didn't have the other side saying that they've got a hit list and they're going to bring up everything that they can think of ever in this guy's past and try to bring him up on more charges, maybe if he would have got off with, you know, 6 months, 3 months or something, his dad would have probably said, go do your time and be done with it. But when you know that the incoming people coming in are saying from the beginning, oh, this little stuff that he's getting accused of now, we gonna go back into Ukraine, in China, in bank accounts.
But wait, hold on. When he made that statement that he was not going to pardon his son, at that time, Trump was already running and they were already indicating that they would love to go after their adversaries. So even when he made that statement, he knew if you lose, they're talking about getting revenge. Why didn't he add that as a disclaimer at that point?
Right.
Listen.
You just said the magic thing. If you lose.
He didn't say that, though. He never said if he loses.
I'm saying what I would have been thinking to myself would have been,
I don't buy it.
You're gonna have to, if you lose, you're going to have to go back on your word. But I genuinely don't think he thought he was going to lose.
But think of it this way, Dencal. Now, he was only facing, I think, 14, 15 months or something like that for the lying on the gun application. But for the tax fraud, even though he paid all the money back in interest and everything, he's facing up to 16 years in prison. Okay, so you let him face justice, even if it only meant him doing a quarter of that. Let's say he did 3 or 4 years in prison. You really think Biden was going to let him do 3, 4 years of fair time or put him at risk of doing that?
No, he wouldn't have. No, they was definitely not going to give him no multiple years for a tax crime where he had already paid back all of the money.
I don't know. He went several years, hundreds of thousands of dollars he didn't file for several years. And then, of course, once it became a big case, they finally paid back the IRS. I don't know. Even if it was a year and a half, 2 years, you think Biden would have let his kid go in there and do that?
It would have been the same thing as what Trump is doing, that Trump does. He would have took it back to court, and no court, they would have looked at precedent, and they would have looked at history, and they would have said, ain't no damn way we giving this guy 5, 10 years, and he done already paid the money back. It wouldn't happen.
Then I have to ask the obvious question. How the hell did Trump get 34 felonies and he's facing all this time when he paid the money back too?
Totally different case. I mean, I know it sounds good to the
no, but I mean, no, but it sounds good. But I mean, think about it. There's no victims in Hunter Biden's case. He didn't file tax returns for a number of years. They caught up with him. They charged him. He filed. He paid all the money back, got his taxes back on course, paid the money back plus interest and fines. There is no victim in Hunter Biden's case. There are no victims in Trump's case. Yet Trump is walking away with 34 felonies, and they were literally trying to throw him in prison.
They were charged with 2 separate charges. You can make it sound the same. You can say it however you want to. They were brought up on 2 different
You charges. Really see Trump's charge as that infinitely worse than what Hunter Biden did?
I don't know exactly. Well, I know that Hunter Biden didn't pay
34 felonies, didn't count. They gave him 34 felonies. You really see that? I get that the cases are somewhat different, but damn. I mean, we're talking about a fender bender compared to a plane crash.
I don't know. I don't know how you. I mean, you comparing a federal case with a state case, and you're saying, well, they sound like they're the same.
Well, the only reason it's not a state case is because Jack Smith didn't take it, and then that's when Alvin Bragg stepped up. But they could have got him federally with the same case. The feds obviously were too busy going after him for other shit, but they could have went after him federally too for that.
Look, all I can go by is what the actual charges were and the situation around the charges. If you want to say all tax crimes are the same, then
come on. I understand your point. Your point is well taken. It's not a complete apples and apples comparison. I get that. But what I'm saying is it's not like we're comparing apples to a Ferrari. What Trump is going through would be a fruit as well. and it would be a round one, maybe a maybe a pear or a mango. I'm simply saying that
No,
what
no, it would be more like a
no
cucumber or a banana or something.
34 felonies. Come on now,
Because all of
Dencal.
his dealings, with the banks and his dealings with the with the county and all of the tax laws that he violated is totally different from Hunter Biden getting money from overseas and not claiming it. Two totally different things. But if you want to call it that, if it makes people feel better, yeah, there was the same crime and Trump got hosed.
Well, we're talking about they both committed financial crimes. One's a little different. I get your point, but they committed
Not a little different, not a little.
He lied on.
Two.
Okay, hold on. One didn't file his taxes. The other one lied to get loans from a bank. That's the difference. One lied. One did not do the right business with the IRS. Well, to some degree, Trump does have tax crimes in there as well because by finagling his appraisals and things like that, that's a tax violation as well. So some of Trump's crimes are very similar to Hunter Biden's. Yeah,
And a lot of Trump's tax crimes also never got prosecuted. A lot of that stuff they didn't even bother doing it because it seemed like it was piling on.
and you don't see that Hunter Biden got a sweetheart deal with that. I mean, if Hunter Biden did not file years of income tax, they could have did the same thing to him as they did to Trump. They could have broke each one of them years up into a charge and hit that guy with multiple felonies like they did Trump.
Yeah, yeah, it's possible, but they both went through the same. They went through the same thing about certain crimes. After a certain point, they couldn't bring back up because they reached the statute of limitations.
I don't know. I don't. I think where you and I disagree is you're making it sound like Hunter Biden's case is worlds different from Trump's. I don't see that.
Hey, I guess that's just an opinion of somebody going through banks and lying about his net worth and bringing that and having deals with Palm Beach County commissioner as far as what the taxes on his property were and him going and lying to bank. If you think that's the same as just not paying your taxes,
Well, I think the reason why I'm saying is because at the end of the day, both cases, they're financial crimes and there are no victims. Both people made their perceived victims whole by paying back the money and interest. Nobody is hurt by what Hunter Biden did or what Trump did. They're trying to literally wring the life out of Trump, and Biden was damn near given a complete pass until they shot down the sweetheart deal. I'm asking, why are these two individuals getting treated so differently?
I don't know that they're getting treated differently.
34 felonies. 34 felonies, and this guy was damn near about to walk. You don't see no different.
Yeah, he was about to walk after he pled guilty to his charges.
Okay, that is true. He did plead guilty, but they were giving him a deal that they were never going to give Trump.
Hey, are we gonna say that Trump doesn't get sweetheart deals all around the world?
Yeah, but we're talking about this one.
Are we gonna say that somehow Trump is not deserving of the charges he was found to have been committed? And try to compare him to a crackhead that what I'm saying was milking money from overseas from countries that had nothing to do with us.
Well,
yeah.
but I'm talking about the charges that he was charged with in New York. I don't believe Trump's some innocent angel with a halo floating over his head. There are some legitimate shit out there, but I'm just simply saying comparing his financial crimes in New York to Hunter Biden's financial crimes at the IRS, I don't see how one got this just a colossal calamity of felonies, and the other dude got one case for the most part that he's facing some time with.
Two different people. No, you're kind of using the same language that you tell other people not to use, as far as saying, well, that guy did it, so how come my charges aren't comparable to him? Like, what does the two have to do with each other to even be comparing them and saying Trump got treated badly and Hunter got treated, fairly? Like,
well, you asked what do they have to do with each other. The fact is, I believe both of these cases, and I've said this many times, is that both of these cases were only brought forth because of what these men were connected to, and that is the president of the White House. I mean, Trump was running for it. Hunter Biden is related to him. If Hunter Biden was not Biden's son, I don't think he would be dealing with any of this shit. And I think if Trump was, as Kevin O'Leary say, him, he wouldn't be dealing with this. A lot of folks, Kevin O'Leary's all over Fox, like, business guys do this stuff all the time, and they don't get hammered like Trump. So I do believe both of these men were being railroaded. That's what I believe the connection is.
Okay, well then I didn't say that, and don't say, well, how come Trump is getting such a hard time, and why is this other, like, they've been doing that throughout history. Rich and famous people and powerful people get benefits that nobody else gets, and we've seen them play out on both sides of the fence.
Yeah.
Both sides are getting benefits that none of us would have ever got. So for us to be on the outside looking in saying, man, that's messed up, he got more, and they both is walking around free right now.
That is true.
So I'm not comparing them. I'm just saying the system itself has been screwed up. It's always been screwed up. The only time we really notice it is when it affects a certain group of people.
That is true. That is true. All right, fair enough. I mean, like I said, I just see now that Biden has made such a stink about his own son, and his son may be a victim of the DOJ, as Biden started talking about with Trump's hit list and things like that. It does seem like he's kind of admitting, in my opinion, that, yeah, the system can be weaponized, which is what Trump has been complaining about all along.
We always knew the system. We've watched it be weaponized over and over again. It's to the level that we're talking about. If we're talking about the system has been weaponized because
was it weaponized against Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
To a certain extent,
all right.
But I don't think. I think that like that, just like the like if the police pull you over and they say, and you got a cracked window, but they pull you over and say you was doing something else, and they ask you to get out the car, and then you give them attitude, and now they done added the cracked windshield. They done added that you got a Christmas tree, incense and blocking your view. That stuff that they were talking about with Trump is real. That he stole documents and prevented the government from getting them back is real crime.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. Like I said, I'm not saying Trump is an angel with a halo. You want to talk about the documents case or something like that? That's a different argument. I'm talking about what happened in New York. But yeah, the documents case.
If we want to be honest about it, if you're talking about the system, if Joe Biden would have utilized his power as the president of the United States and really weaponized it, Hunter would have walked away on that sweetheart deal. By him allowing some judge, not even a federal judge, to say, hey, no, I don't like this deal. That ain't weaponized, because we know what weaponized can do. Weaponized goes all the way up and down the chain, and that judge would have not made that call had he been weaponized.
That's a decent argument. Yeah,
had they told him his career was going to be over, that his family would have to get protection for the same thing Trump does. If they would have did that to him, we would not be having this conversation. So to say it was weaponized, and yeah, they gave him a sweetheart deal. Epstein was weaponized. Everybody that's rich like that is going to be weaponized to some extent.
All right, and then I think we agree. The problem is when Trump was pointing out that it was weaponized against him, us on the left was saying that he was full of shit. But in reality, it looks like there was some legitimacy to what he was complaining about. But I got it. Real quick, go ahead.
Yeah, but you're trying to equalize and normalize everything he said. Is like next you'll be saying everything Trump was saying was right. Like no, those two things are not.
I'm not there yet, Dick. Even though the hat says
you close to it.
No, I ain't quite there yet. I ain't quite there. You put me in the wrong category. Now you weaponizing your comments against me. No, I ain't nowhere near saying everything Trump said was right. But
you got a couple of statements. They're like, yeah, he was pretty much right about what he said. He said he was going to be doing a whole bunch of winning, and he's winning.
He is. He is winning.
No, he's not.
He's
not.
He ain't losing.
Those people who he told was going to be winning, they ain't won shit. What did they win?
He's telling the voters, if you vote for me, you're going to get tired of winning. They've rolled back Roe v. Wade. They got they got 6-3 on the Supreme. What the hell else? What else do he got to do? What do you want him to be, Superman?
That's what you making them out to be. To say they all winning. Like
I'm not. No. Hold on. You said they all. Trump said if you vote for me, you're going to get tired of winning. He said nothing about Congress and the Senate and shit. He's talking about himself. And I think he promises made, promises kept. He delivered on that promise. That dude is kicking ass.
No. All of those 50,000 promises he made the first time, he did not. None of that stuff he made except for the Supreme Court. And now you bundling it up in a big package and say everybody won.
I didn't say everybody won. I said
70% of the country did not want Roe v. Wade rolled back. They're not winning.
Okay. I think you and I just
They didn't get the wall. He said he was gonna get rid of the debt in one term. He said tens of thousands of things that never came true.
Now put it this way. Put it this way. They feel like they winning. Like a poor person that walks out of church, you feel like it was a good sermon, even though you're still broke. They feel like they winning. I gotta go.
All right, well, say that.
All right.
Don't say they winning because he said it.
All right. We disagree a little bit on that, but Denkel, always a pleasure, man. Always. Denkel. All right, Denkel likes to whoop my ass every now and then. Tap the screen, folks. Get the likes up. I haven't asked you guys to do that. Almost 300 of you in here. Get your boy up to about 10,000 likes. We can certainly make that happen. Helps out the FYP, brings in more MAGA. We are MAGA friendly. We've been that way since day one. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as well. This is an uncensored program. We go left of Bernie Sanders to having dinner with Q. So everybody gets to speak here. So feel free to tap that screen, smash the like button on YouTube, get us on up to about 30. We can make that happen. Looking in the comments, you make excuses for the right, says gas free. Let me know what the excuse I'm making for the right is. I'd like to hear you elaborate on it. If you're right, I'll concede the point, but let me know what excuse I'm making. I do believe, though, and my last caller disagreed, but I do believe when Trump said, if you vote for me, you're going to get tired of winning. I mean, the guy he started out with like 90 plus indictments. Then it went to 88 indictments. Who else do you know walk away from that without ever doing a day in jail? Never had a pair of handcuffs placed on him. He is winning. He's not okay. He didn't succeed at 100% of the shit he promised, like the wall, like repeal and replace Obamacare. But he certainly got enough accomplished the first time that people saw him as a better choice than Biden. And now that he's back, there's a good chance you're going to get the wall. I'm frightened to say that they may actually repeal Obamacare. I think that would be horrible. Look, at the end of the day, I'm not a fan of everything Trump promised, but I do believe for the folks who favor Trump, they're quite happy. They're quite happy. Yeah, he didn't do everything, but they're quite happy. Same thing with Obama. A lot of folks on the left are very happy with Obama. He didn't do everything he promised, but he did enough. He did enough that they would certainly vote him back in again, and that's where Trump is. And like I said, it's an added bonus of him being faced with all these criminal charges and then walking away scot-free. That feels like winning to the right. Looking in the comments, he will get a lot more than before this term. I don't quite get what you're saying there, Scott. I think you're saying he's going to get a lot more done. Winning now, and it has just started. Yeah. I mean, just the victory over Kamala Harris, winning the popular vote, winning the Hispanic male vote. I mean, just the nature of how he won. Even with some of the very inflammatory, controversial, some would even say some of the hateful things he was saying, he still won by a fair margin. Let me go back to the box. Handsome Liberal, do you have a Blue Sky account? I don't know what Blue Sky even is. What is that? Blue Sky. I've never heard of that. Real quick, looking in the comments. Let me go back to the box. Thank you for the hat mustache alter ego. By the way, folks, share the live if you will. Share the live. Tap the screen. Get me on up to 10,000. Let's make that happen. Going to Arshify. Good evening. Welcome to the program. All three houses of Supreme Court country is shifting right. How aren't we winning? That's a great. Hold on a second, Timmy. That is a great point. J.K. Rogers or J. Kroc says all three houses, which Trump has won, Supreme Court, country is shifting right. How are we not winning? That is true. The country is significantly more to the right now than it was before Trump came down the escalator. That is actually true. Timmy, good evening.
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Now you heard my last caller. He was hammering me. So I'm asking you.
Yeah, no, you were right on, man. You were right on, and that was the best thing I've heard you say in a long time. But it's amazing to me when somebody can't understand how things can be categorized the same when they're not exactly the same. And the weaponization of the DOJ comes in many different variables and many varieties, and if you can't understand that, then you're not going to understand, how even something as much as the Epstein files were kept from us in a way that would be weaponizing the DOJ. Because if you're hidden from information, you're hidden from knowledge, you're hidden from power.
Let me ask you: do you now? You mentioned the Epstein files? I don't want to go too far down it, but do you believe Trump? Because it's the Trump side that talks often about how corrupt government is, but yet when Trump was elected, he didn't declassify the Kennedy files or the Martin Luther King files. The Epstein files. Do you think you will get any clarity on that now that Trump's back in office come January?
I think we will most definitely get clarity on not only those files, but as well as the JFK files.
Why didn't he do it the first time?
Files.
Why didn't he do it the first time?
Huh?
Why didn't he release
It's a big difference. The first time to this time is a big difference, Tim. He had a lot of deep staters infiltrated in his cabinet, and he had a lot of people telling him things he should have done.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up something awful. Can you hear me? You breaking
It's
up.
a lot different this time than it was last time.
Okay.
I hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now you said he had a lot of. You said he had a lot of deep staters in his cabinet the first time.
Yeah, he had a lot more, and he didn't know the difference. And,
Why would you get up there and tell everybody about the deep state when you don't even know how to recognize them? I don't get that.
Because he knew it existed. I mean, he knew it was there. He was right about its existence, but they were so enshrined in everything that it's very hard to tell one from the other.
And how do we know that's not the case now?
I think it's a lot more clear now, and I think if you look at who he has on his panel, he has people who are seeing and thinking independently, and there's a lot. Yeah, there's still a lot of corruption. Don't get me wrong. I'm not.
So you think he's making good picks now with so many Republicans saying it, like Matt Gaetz, he couldn't even get enough Republicans to say they would pick the guy. Tulsi Gabbard, folks are saying that she's damn near a Russian agent. You think these are good picks?
I can't say one way or the other until you look into what they've done or what they're about. And from what I've seen, the picks that he's made so far, what I like to see is I like to see both sides in an uproar. That's when I know it's the right choice. Believe it or not.
So you want him to pick somebody that you want him to pick somebody that both sides do not like?
Yeah.
How the hell are you gonna wait? Here's the problem. What you're saying would make a lot more sense. Hold on. What you're saying would make a lot more sense if America was ran as a dictatorship. But the way the founding fathers set the country up, where everybody got to work with each other, where you can get vetoed and all this shit, why would you want him to appoint people where nobody likes and expect to get things done? They can all shoot you down like John McCain did.
Well, what's the definition of political insanity?
I don't know. You got to clear that one up.
It's doing the same, thing politically and expecting a different result. So you got to step out of the box and try to think a different way.
I don't think nobody. I think America's
none of those positions are permanent. None of those positions are permanent. Changes can be made at any time. So I look at it as an opportunity for somebody with a different outlook that could maybe make a big difference. Maybe not. And if not, hey, you make a change.
Here's my issue. Hold on.
Earlier, Tim.
Hold on, hang on. Here's my issue. A lot of folks suggest that they never gave Trump a chance from day one. If you start appointing people that everybody hate, don't you expect that to happen again?
Yeah, but that's not what's happening. Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But that's my own opinion. But that's not what's happening. Okay, yeah, you got the left talking about some of the people, the right talking about some of the people, whatever. They'll work it out. It'll end up balancing out in the end, I think.
I'm
But
sure that's what he
you
thought
know,
the first time.
maybe,
All right.
but I think, like I said, I think it's a big difference this time from the last time. I think you could see it in his campaign. You could see it in how he ran, what he stuck to. I think you could see it in the results, and that's the undeniable part.
Okay.
But there's one thing that you said earlier, Tim, that was something that stuck out to me that needs to be clarified because
What you
Hunter
got?
Biden's his being pardoned the way that he was doesn't actually help Joe Biden. It actually hurts him. Why? Is because now Hunter can be required under penalty of perjury and under the threat of being his immunity being removed.
You can't wait. Under the threat of his immunity being removed? What? Wait. What the hell are you talking? Under the threat of his immunity being removed?
Because if he refuses to testify under oath against his dad, and if he got in that situation, he could lose his immunity because
That's
of it.
not true. You can't take his immunity away because he has the right to plead the fifth. There's no clause that says if you don't.
Immunity covers him, not his dad. So since he has immunity, there's no reason why he can't speak freely. Nothing he could say could get him in trouble.
He has the right to plead the fifth there, Timmy. He has the right to plead the fifth.
Right to the fifth because he has immunity. You have to understand when you sign the immunity clause, it's automatic. You've basically given up your other rights because you don't need them right now. You got this clause that's protecting you. So he doesn't.
Then why don't then just get up there and say I don't fucking know? How about that? I don't remember. Isn't that what Trump was saying? Trump was saying he didn't even remember his own damn name, damn near. Just say I don't remember. That's what they did.
The prosecution in that situation is not going to be better off in questioning than giving him questions that he could only answer. I don't know.
Bro, if you start asking him where were you on this day or what did you do, or I don't remember. I don't know. I can't recall. Trump did it and did it very successfully when he was being questioned. Just you do the same damn thing back. I don't know. I don't remember. I can't recall.
Talking about, I mean, this is why I'm saying the whole weaponization of the DOJ is just the beginning. Okay, it's gonna get even bigger. It's gonna. You'll see. I'm right.
But Trump said he's going to drain the swamp and fix it. He's the guy that's about to become president. Why are you saying it's going to get bigger? Under his watch, it's going to get bigger?
No, the problem with Hunter and Joe is going to get bigger, I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's going to become a big
Joe Biden probably got 10 years left to live. He can delay that shit. And you already been saying the guy has dementia and don't know where he's at for the last 10 years. How about just use that shit as a defense?
Yeah. But you have to understand, when you're asking me who is the deep state and how does Trump know where the deep state is now, I'm telling you that he has a lot of contacts in his network. When Joe Biden goes down, there's a lot more that goes down with him, bro.
Joe Biden is
you have to understand.
Joe Biden is hold on. Trump has shown us that you can delay the hell out of the criminal justice system. Hunter Biden is already like 82 fucking years old. You're claiming he got dementia. Delay that shit. Say I got dementia. At the end of the day, you've been saying it all along anyway. So if he goes in court and pleads that
doesn't matter. He's just one person. There's records of all his contacts. There's records of all his interactions. There's records of everything.
Yeah, but
everything.
Yeah, I think this is wishful thinking there, Timmy. I really do.
No, my friend. I'm telling you what's coming. I'm telling you the truth.
So you think they're going to try to prosecute?
Hey, let me ask you this: has Trump suffered anything from the felony counts or any of the trials or anything yet? Has there been any suffrage whatsoever?
Not of any significance.
Like literally anything? No. You know why it hasn't? Just like I told you 2 years ago, there won't be a single bit. Nothing will come of those.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you. He hasn't suffered, but he was given all sorts of privileges that you are. I mean, Trump ain't the only person that gets railroaded by the damn government or by law enforcement. The guy was in court and found guilty of contempt like 10 times. I don't care how much of a bullshit case you're dealing with in court. If a judge tells you to stop doing something and you are held in contempt 10 times, you're going to jail. So even though he was complaining about the system being weaponized against him, he also was enjoying a bunch of privileges because there's a lot of people that get wrongfully charged with crimes, and there's no way in hell you're going to go into court and be in contempt 10 times and get away with it like he did. So he benefited too.
I mean, you got to look at the courts as a whole and look at what's really coming out of there because
Doesn't
that should,
matter.
that should tell you that at the top is where it's controlled, and that's who determines what's coming down.
It doesn't matter. I'm simply saying people in this country get charged for crimes that they didn't do. The police railroad people and plant evidence on them all the damn time. And when you're in court trying to plead your case, you can't just do whatever you want and be in contempt 10 times. No citizen is going to get away with that. He did.
Okay, well, sir, now you're talking about something completely different, Tim. Now you're talking about a private citizen's rights being railroaded in court, which is something completely different. That's the person
I'm
not
saying
knowing.
that
That's
the
a
guy
person who
was.
doesn't know how to assert their rights in court and understand the court system. That's all that is. I've tried to tell you that before, but you don't agree with me. You don't understand it. You think I'm talking crazy and all these other things. But it's just a difference between understanding common law and when you're in the private. That's all.
So let me make sure I get this clear.
Being a public official and being in the public eye, it's
Let me make sure I get this clear. You believe an average citizen could go into court and be held in contempt 10 times and walk?
I believe that the average citizen who knows how to assert their rights correctly should never ever be found in contempt of court because they would never be given the opportunity to be found in contempt of court.
I have no clue what that means.
I know you don't.
Yeah,
I know you don't. And that's
but you
what
gotta admit now, and this is where I'm going to come and push back on a direction you don't like. But you are the same guy that was telling me that they were going to arrest Nancy Pelosi and all of that too.
You're
So
back to doing this every time I get on your live.
yeah, because I have to let the guests know.
We're talking to you.
Huh? Yeah, I was going to bring up that he stated that Nancy Pelosi was, executed and all of this thing. He don't like me bringing that up because then he doesn't like where it goes. But he does say a lot of things, and at the end of the day, he is welcome back on the program. He dropped. I didn't ask him to drop. He decided, well, I don't want you to bring up other things I've said. Like, for instance, he's talking about. Here's something that is very hypocritical, and I'll go back to the box. That my last caller that was correcting me and schooling me. He's talking about how Trump is going to go after President Biden once Trump is in office. But he's also the one that's been quoted as saying that not Hunter Biden, but President Biden is deceased. He told me President Biden is deceased, and what you see on television is Jim Carrey or James Woods, an actor. He says it all the time that President Biden is deceased. Now he's talking about Trump is going to go after President. So that's why he dropped, because he knew where that was going to go. Me and Timoteo been talking for years, and I know enough about what he said that I was going to push back. How could you be talking about them going after the guy when you don't say the guy is no longer alive? He also believes that Hillary Clinton and Nancy Pelosi are no longer with us. Will G, good evening, Will. Trump ain't shit and barely. When he says Trump ain't shit and he barely woke, but MAGA will oversell it as usual. What do you mean when you say Trump is barely woke? Now I know how, and you didn't put woke in capitals because I know how the right views the term woke. So I'm really curious of what you mean by that. Trump ain't shit and he barely woke, but MAGA will oversell it as usual. Now you're talking about his age and he's just out of it. He also says, we said the same thing when Trump got in the first time, but in 2018, everything turned around and he still is incompetent and didn't learn shit. I actually agree with that. Now, this is a notion, before I go back to the box, and thank you folks that are tapping the screen, get the likes up to about 15,000. 15,000, THOU. Tap the screen, get your boy likes up. Show the program some love. When Will says that, we said the same thing when Trump got elected the first time, but in 2018, everything turned around and he still is incompetent and didn't learn shit. I do believe Trump's appointments. I don't know about what he's going to do as president. It might be a successful administration. It might not. But his appointments show that Trump, unlike what my last guest was saying, I mean, think about it. Since Trump left office in 2020, there was the midterms in 2022 and now the presidency. In that, you got Dr. Oz. He tried to appoint for Senate in Pennsylvania. You got Herschel Walker is in that for senator down in Georgia. Those are terrible appointments. I mean, he backed Kerry Lake. We know that didn't work, but people favor Kerry Lake. But even MAGA wasn't a big fan of Dr. Oz or Herschel Walker. And then now we got 2024, and a lot of folks, even on the right, are not favorable to Matt Gaetz. Pete Hegseth or whatever is questionable to many folks. I think most of the people on the right are okay with Tulsi Gabbard. But we'll see. But even now, here's some of his picks. A lot of right MAGA are saying are not that great picks. So I'm going to state what I just said, which is what Will G has said. I don't know if he's learned his lesson. I tend to agree with Will. He's still doing some of that stuff. Dennis Calhoun, didn't he say Joe was an actor? Yeah. See, one of my viewers, I'll go back to the box real quick, but thank you, Dennis Calhoun. He pointed it out before I even said it because he's heard my last guest talk before too. Yeah, my last guest has said several times that Joe Biden passed on several years ago, like 2018 or something like that. And that the guy you see on television is an actor, that Joe Biden's not even around anymore. But yet now he is on here now saying that they're going to prosecute the guy. That is a thank you, Dennis. Thank you for that pointing that out. Will G's talking about the Department of what does Doge stand for again? Department of what is that? DOGE that Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon. What does those letters stand for again? I kind of forgot. Doge. Doge billionaires cutting VA benefits for trained warriors of the United States after a healthcare center got is a great idea. If he does that, you're gonna have a hell of a lot of pissed off veterans, but it might be too late by then. It really might be too late by then. Real quick, dodge the law. That's what Doge means. Department of Government Efficiency. That's what it is. Let me go back to the box. Oh my, dodge the law. Continuing on Arshafine. I've been trying to bring you up. Department of Government Efficiency. Let's see how that works out. I'd be curious with somebody like Elon and Vivek. Arshafine, good evening.
Yes, sir.
Hey, good to have you back on the program. I want to ask you something. This is somewhat off the topic what we've been discussing. This whole Daniel Penny case, the African American that
The gentleman that, in his words, was
trying to
saving
subdue
the people on the
Yeah.
subway. Yes,
I'm gonna
I
ask you
remember.
now. This is controversial. My take on it. I've been hammered by some liberals, but I want to ask you, and you
Why do
can.
you always get me on the controversial? I come in here just listening, and now you're putting me on blast, bro. You do this to me. You don't do this to any of your other black females.
Oh my!
I'm feeling like, what the hell? I was listening to what was happening. I was like, I got all my stuff, and all of a sudden you twisted. I'm like, what?
Okay.
Okay.
Let me. I'm gonna ask you this controversial question, and then we can. And then once I ask you this, you can answer it, and then we can go back to why you came on. If it's a more
Because I
comfortable.
love you, and I like to speak my piece, and I appreciate you. Although I don't know what you're up to today. I feel like you're drank the Kool-Aid. But anyway, go ahead.
I drank the Kool-Aid. Oh my God, we got to talk about
I
that.
put that in my comments. I said, Tim, you need to switch to blue, not red. It's okay.
Oh, okay. We'll talk
Anyway,
about that. Now I'm gonna here's the controversial statement. I got hammered by a lot of liberals, but I'm gonna ask anyway. Daniel Perry being charged with manslaughter and negligent homicide. The manslaughter charge he just beat that was just dismissed.
Now it's just going to homicide, correct?
Yeah, negligent homicide is what he's facing now. The manslaughter charge was facing 15 years. Negligent homicide, I believe my notes, I got 4 years. I want to ask you this. Here's the controversial statement. Is this happening just because he is a white dude that tried to subdue a black guy? Is this because if he was a black man, if Daniel Perry was black, would this still be happening?
Dang it, Tim. Why you ask me this? You should be asking I feel like you're throwing me under the bus, bro. You're
No.
like, Arsha's here. No, you haven't been asking any of your other people. Why you pulled me under here? Damn it. It's a lose-lose situation.
No, let me tell you why it's not a lose-lose. This is a free speech program. Even if you
I
think I'm
know.
full of shit, you're totally
I
welcome
know.
to stay. You can correct me any way you want. You know how we run it. So give me your take. Are they doing Daniel like this simply because he's a white man and the deceased is black? It's pretty quiet.
I don't have an answer, Tim.
Hmm.
I don't have an answer. I don't know. I wasn't there. I wasn't in the courtroom. I wasn't a part of the jury. I have no idea. I only know what you and I both know, that the gentleman that was unalived,
Right.
obviously had a mental health issue. The person that is trying not to go to prison or jail is a trained person of the armed forces.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't know the circumstance. I wasn't there. I don't ride a subway. I've never been to New York. I can't speak on it. Do I think that it was probably over the top? Yes.
Okay. Do you think that because you're saying you think it possibly could have been over the top? Do you think it being over the top could possibly be due to the race of Daniel Perry and of the deceased?
Oh, so you're asking me, do I think the gentleman that committed this subduing was racist? That's what
No,
you're
no,
asking.
no, no. That's what I'm asking is, do you think the outrage against the guy who put him in a chokehold, the outrage, do you think that exists because he is white and the deceased is black?
No, I don't.
So what if Daniel Perry, the guy who put him in a chokehold, if he was black, just like the deceased, do you think the outrage would be still the same?
I do. Because look at those officers that beat the heck out of that black man on camera. They were officers. They were worrying about, I think, we can't always cry. I don't always try to jump on the race card. I think, maybe, I've known a lot of veterans. I've known a lot of people. Sometimes you have a moment and you go, it's go hard or go home. There's all different kinds of things that happen with a person being prior military. I don't know. What I do know, in my opinion, is subduing the man and unaliving him are different. I don't think he.
What if they were both? Do you think if they were both white, it would still be there?
I probably not.
So you do see a possibility, at least in some way, fashion, or form. There is a racial element to this thing.
Yes, I mean, yes. I don't know if that is what Daniel thought at the time. I can't speak on him. And at the end of the day, mental health is a problem. It's an issue. Has always been an issue in America, and it definitely affects some citizens more than others. And I think that the victim in this circumstance did not get his due diligence of help in that arena.
Yeah,
So,
if you're in America and you got a mental health issue, yeah, the chances of you getting addressed properly are low. I mean, unless you got somebody else in your life, or you're not out of it enough where you can't seek help. But if you're incapacitated yourself due to some,
and as a non-person who's never been in the military, I have a cousin who did 2 tours. He's crazy as fuck, bro. Like he should not be out on the streets.
Wow.
And my dad and I talked him into going to the VA and all those things. And a lot of shit happens. I don't know what goes on. Again, it's they need. Yeah, mental health is a issue, but I don't believe. I mean, you can subdue a person without taking their life.
True, I don't disagree with that part. But at the end of the day, good Samaritans who are trying to be helpful sometimes fail. Like, say, for instance, you're screaming in your house because, a burglar's in there, and a good Samaritan tries to come in and save you and accidentally shoots you. That he was trying to do good. He just happened to.
I understand that, but there are consequences to unaliving a person, especially if he's unarmed. There should be consequences.
Manslaughter, 15 years.
Like I said, I wasn't on the train. I'm not him. I wasn't the guy. I'm not in the courtroom. he believed he was doing the right thing. And sometimes just because you believe it doesn't mean it's true, right? We know that. Belief and truth are
Here's the
different.
issue I have. I tend to think if you are put in prison, you've done something wrong, maybe you're a threat to society, so we need to remove you. But if here's a person that literally, okay, he was discharged honorably, if I'm correct, from the military. It's not like he has a huge rap sheet of crimes or anything. This is the only thing that's there, and this happened with him trying to act in a role of a good Samaritan and maybe going overboard. 15
Right.
years in
And
prison.
there might be a better way to hold him accountable than going into prison. You can be held accountable without going into people that are literally dangerous to society. I don't necessarily believe that this boy, because he was young, right? This young man,
Compared to me and you, probably, yeah.
is a danger to society. I don't know. He's going to probably need to have a lot of mental health help having done that. We don't know what he's been through. We don't know if he was triggered, if he had a PTSD moment. Like, we don't know. Like, I don't know. I honestly don't think he sought out to go ride the subway that day to unalive a black man.
Yeah, and that's the point I'm saying is that
I think that the black man went onto the subway to cause some shit to end up where he was.
yeah.
Right.
So, and that's the thing is that sometimes accidents just happen. Prison doesn't solve everything in our country. We tend to want to solve everything we don't like with prison time. Some things prison is not going to solve, and I think in this case, this guy does not have a huge criminal history suggesting that he's a danger to society. But if you put him in there for manslaughter,
at the end of the day, Tim, he took a life.
Yeah.
And he needs to be held accountable.
That's where I gave you the Good Samaritan example from. I think sometimes accidents happen.
Listen, there's a lot of ways to subdue, especially, I don't know. Maybe he could have just listen, I don't know the circumstance. I wasn't there, but there's a lot of ways you can protect the people without unaliving a human being. For however many minutes he had that gentleman in a chokehold, I don't think that was necessary. That's my take on it. I can't go any further because, like I said, I wasn't there. I see both sides. I don't necessarily believe that it was racially motivated.
But you do see where the outrage could be racially motivated.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Because listen, I see people that act while and out, not behaving themselves, that are Caucasian, and nothing happens. Yeah.
So
Anyway,
let me ask it to you this way, because this came from Alter Ego, friend of the program. Alter Ego in the comments makes an interesting point. He says there needs to be more Good Samaritans. What I want to ask is, after seeing what happened with Daniel Perry, even if he beats all of these charges, is it possible that this could have a negative trickle-down effect towards other people wanting to help others in public? Let's say you do see a woman getting beaten by her husband or something like that. And do you want to get in a fight with the guy knowing that if you do something, they may charge you with a crime?
Tim, protecting somebody and standing up and helping them out versus unaliving somebody are totally different things.
No, it's not. Let me tell you why. Let's say I see your husband or your lover or somebody being violent to you, and I come in and try to step in. The guy takes a swing at me. I duck and hit him in the face. Maybe he falls down, hits his head against the curb, and passes away. You can help somebody and accidentally kill somebody in the process. It can happen. One punch has taken people's lives before.
1 second. Listen, I have a great aunt who actually unalived her legal husband in the 70s because he beat the shit out of her all the time. She was a black woman. He's a black man. This is in Oregon. She was held, but they realized this woman looked, fucked up. They let her go and gave her a thing. It's again, That's my take on, there's certain, defending yourself. And like I said, I wasn't there. I don't ride the subway. I've never been to New York. I would love to do it someday. I've never, I got family from the city, like it's fine. But that's where I take on this. But what I want to talk about is what you had everybody.
Well, before you, I'll let you cover that. I'll let you hold on. I'll let you cover that briefly, but I do want to. I like to point out comical comments. Now, this one isn't necessarily friendly to you, but she's all washed up in the comments and hearing your explanation and states this is why we don't have a female president. So someone didn't favor you. What brought you on? Let me hear your actual comment.
Well, I listened to you, and I consider myself progressive, not necessarily liberal.
Okay.
I don't know what liberal means, but I consider myself progressive. I've been a part of the progressive movement since 1992 when I turned 18. There's good things and bad things about it. Anyway, my take, I think Jesus, like you got me all,
Take your time. Take your time.
I think what you were talking about earlier with people, what I was tuned into was the pardoning and the difference between certain things, right?
Okay.
So number one, I had a list, bro. You got me all freaking fucked up. Okay. One, Hunter Biden had originally pled guilty to all the charges, which they were going to accept the guilty pleas.
That is true.
He was going to have to do whatever he wanted to do, and then they were going to move on. There were certain people that said, no, don't do that. It's not right. And so that's where we are today. And then he had to, because at the end of the day, he paid his taxes. And he admitted what he did. He returned the firearm and had not committed a crime with it. Okay, so let's just talk about that. If it was me, I honestly think that his father had good intentions of letting it go and letting whatever the powers that be.
Yeah, you and I disagree with that. Didn't Cal say the same thing?
No. Just hold on. Don't. Gosh dang it.
This is how the program goes, Arsh. I can't just let you say anything.
Hold on.
Keep going. Keep going.
So, but being that the outcome of the election and what certain people that are going to be put in position in the new administration have stated and said, he wanted, meaning the dad, wanted to make sure that he's not targeted. And I'm pretty sure he's probably going to put other people in there.
Hold on. Now, Sheldon Walls points out a great point. If what you're saying is true, if what you're saying is true, then why the hell they give him a pardon all the way back from 2014? You don't need to give him a blanket 10-year pardon to make that point.
Well, again, I don't think that Biden should have ever said, I'm not going to. I think
10 years.
Do this or that.
10 years.
Think he should. Huh?
10 years.
Again, it's a dad, and you and I've heard you on this forum and on your live say he's an idiot and stupid for saying he's not going to do that. I would pardon my son, right? Like
I would pardon my son for the crimes he committed, but a 10-year blanket pardon makes it look like he committed a whole lot more crimes that ain't came to light yet.
Listen, over the past 4 years, some people have been so focused on a laptop, which apparently didn't put up anything. In
10 years, Arsha, 10 years. You're not explaining that away. That laptop may have some real genuine shit on it after all. 10 years? Why do you need to pardon this dude back from 2014?
I don't know, Tim.
Right.
All I know is it's that the president has pardon power, which, Donald Trump pardoned one of his family members, the Kushners, and now he's appointing them as ambassadors. And they actually committed real fucking crimes, right? That they didn't pay back. Like, at the end of the day, I don't understand why the very first guilty plea wasn't just, I pled guilty.
Politics.
He admitted.
Politics. The reason the first guilty plea was not taken because it was a sweetheart deal attached and they played politics. If Hunter Biden's dad was not President Biden, that sweetheart deal would have been made official. They didn't.
Exactly. And so
Yeah.
you and I both know that, and so does the rest of the country. He paid his dues. He paid back his taxes. I mean, he again returned the weapon that he, and we all know that he did something. I mean, my dad had the IRS after his ass and had his wages like garnished for 10 years. He never faced jail time. Like it's
politics. I gotta move it on, but it's politics because of who he was.
But anyway,
quick.
I don't. It is what it is. I would have probably done the same thing with my own child, especially after if they, were reciprocal and paid their dues. Whatever. Drugs are a powerful thing, as Rick James always said. So.
Cocaine is a powerful drug. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So, I mean, we humans are humans. It doesn't matter if you're husband. And I want to say one thing about about Joe Biden. Joe Biden, even after getting elected his very first time into government, his family was unalived in a car accident, and he still showed up. Even without that. This man, I mean, he's never been like, fuck it, I need to mourn and do all this shit. He's always shown up. Let's give this guy at 80-some years old, 50 years of civil service, whether you like it or not, he's shown up, shown enough. Let this man do his thing, finally do something pro-family, take the country back. Put maybe the country second, because he's always put country first, family second. And let's just give him this one and let him ride out into the sunset. And you know what, Joe? Maybe he can start playing golf, go get some sunshine, whatever.
As long as he continues walking upright. I got to move it on, Marsha. Thank you. Good talk. Bye. Good talk. I want to respond to a super chat, too, by the way. And thank you, folks that have been tapping the screen. But hold up, all that MAGA, damn, I hate when this thing does this. All that MAGA women in politics, I can't read it there. Says, but hold up, all that MAGA against women in politics spit in the face of all currently serving, I'm assuming you're talking about military women, Congressman. I hate to butcher your comment like this, Will, but for some reason my device is not letting me scroll up there. Congresswomen, senators, and governors. How hypocritical can MAGA get? Well, they can get very hypocritical. That's what politics is about. You're saying that MAGA's against women in politics spits in the face of all of the women currently serving in Republican Congress and things like that. Now, I guess I'd ask the question, do you folks believe that MAGA is against women in politics? I mean, didn't Trump just appoint Kristi Noem, the governor of South Dakota, to his cabinet? I mean, he had appointed Nikki Lake to his last cabinet. Some would say he's not against women in politics. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, did she get a gig? Did she get appointed to his cabinet at all? Governor of Arkansas? I don't know if she did or not. I don't know. Some would say that MAGA is not against women in politics. Joseph Miller, he pardoned Kodak Black. As a black man, I'll say this was a misuse of power. Yeah, it's crazy when you bring up Kodak Black, the rapper, because a lot of folks say that shows Trump is not racist. He's pardoned Lil Wayne and Kodak Black. One of the things that does not come up in regards to Trump pardoning the rapper Kodak Black is that dude is a career criminal. If Biden pardoned somebody with the rap sheet of Kodak Black, and by the way, Kodak Black, since being pardoned by Trump, has created another felonious rap sheet. I think he's gotten another felon in possession of a firearm charge and things like that. You don't hear Trump or MAGA bragging about Kodak Black anymore at all. That dude was a career criminal. If the liberals pardon a career criminal, you're going to certainly hear about it. You always hear about soft leftist judges letting bad people back out. Well, Trump did that for Kodak Black. Kodak Black is a career criminal. I'd invite you to look up his rap sheet. And I see somebody says, so is his son. Damn, Teddy Chaos. Is that true? Looking in the comments. But did they pardon him for crimes he hadn't been accused of? Twisted, I don't. Did they pardon Kodak? No. You're trying to tie the pardoning of Kodak Black to Hunter Biden getting pardoned for a 10-year blanket pardon. Neither one of them are good. If you want to pick and choose which one, I don't favor giving. I think here's the way I would say it. But pardoning Hunter Biden for crime, giving him a 10-year blanket pardon, it makes one thing look clear. You know this dude done more shit. Okay, if you give him a pardon and he can't be charged, at least somewhat allude to what you're letting him off the hook for. That's what people are looking at it like. But that ain't got nothing to do with Trump pardoning a career criminal. Those are two different things. I mean, what Kodak Black is doing is amounts to street felonies. Whole different case. Looking in the comments, Trump pans prisoner swap. Brittany Griner hates our country, says G. Kelly. That whole. I'll go back to the box, and I do appreciate you guys that are now tapping the screen. In regards to this hate our country shit, I could not disagree further. If the very first amendment gives us freedom of speech, but for some reason, when the left criticizes America, the right says, well, you hate the country, like Colin Kaepernick taking a knee, or Black Lives Matter, or Joy Behar from The View. Anytime you hear someone on the right say somebody hates America, it is almost always a liberal. Yet Trump gets in there and says that we're the laughing stock, our military is dilapidated, Baltimore and Chicago are shithole countries, or Milwaukee, and he loves America. What the hell is the First Amendment all about? You should be able to say any damn thing you want without people saying you hate America, or, which this one goes even one worse in my opinion. Well, if you don't like it here, just leave. What kind of shit is that? Where have we ever been put in a predicament where the only thing you can say about America is positive? Our country has done some pretty negative shit over the years. But if you say something about it, you need to leave? That means you hate your homeland? I thought the right, because this is where I'm generally hearing this from. I thought the right was in favor of the Constitution, was in favor of free speech. Are you in favor of free speech, or are you in favor of speech you favor? Because everyone has the right to free speech, not just people who have the same mindset as you. Telling people to leave their own damn country because they exercise their right to free speech. What kind of shit is that? That's about as unconstitutional as you can get. Let me go back to the box. If you have free speech to talk bad about America, you have free speech to say they hate America. Yeah, but I'm gonna point out how ridiculous it sounds. Yeah, nobody hates America. They speak negatively of it, as I just pointed out. How could you say a liberal hates America and then say Trump loves it? Trump has said a whole lot of bad things about America. Nobody respects us. They're laughing at our leaders. I mean, how many world leaders of, better yet, national leaders of this country, has he said all kinds of awful shit about? He loves America, but some liberal that believes the police are mistreating him, that guy hates America? All right. Let me go back to the comment section here. I guarantee if Don Jr. was on the chopping block, when we saw him rub something on his gums at the rocket launch, we would be having a pardon party. Now, Will is referring to, I'm thinking some of you folks saw this. Don Jr. was standing there watching Elon Musk's rocket, this rocket party they're having. And he's rubbing his gums like, a lot of folks who are using cocaine, just to get the last little bit of it, they rub it up. He said that if Don Jr. was on the chopping block, rubbing somebody's gut, that's funny. We would be having a pardon party. I agree with that. I don't think Trump would let his kids go down. I agree with that 100%. That galaxy, I do want to thank you for that. DJ Julio, wow. DJ, thank you very much. Continuing on with the program, I thought you were in there. We'll go straight to Takesha Bowie. Good evening, Takesha. Now, hey, what's up? Good evening.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Daniel Perry, I'm gonna throw that one on you right off the bat. Daniel Perry, does that guy deserve a manslaughter charge? It was dismissed, but was that overcharging that guy?
No. You know, I told you how I felt about that situation. I felt like when he saw that man losing his life because he knew what was going on, he should have turned that dang on man loose.
I mean, obviously he overdid it, but do you think he was
Exactly.
do you think he was
He overdid.
do you think he was trying to kill that guy though?
If you see somebody going on out and you don't stop yourself from choking them out, then yeah, you meant to do it.
I mean, the guy has no criminal history or anything. Why are you?
I don't care. Everybody that commit a crime had a first time to commit a crime.
Yeah, but so you really
Ain't that how criminals start out?
Yeah, but that I don't.
Do every criminal just jump up and already have something on their record, or do they start with a crime?
So you think this guy set out to murder somebody?
I think that when his adrenaline got up there and he saw he was going on out with him, and he didn't stop, you meant to take that man's life.
I don't.
Just like that. Okay, handsome. Say this. Say somebody breaking in your house, right? And you said, "Well, I'm just gonna shoot him in the leg and try to get him down." And then after you shoot him in the leg, you just keep shooting the folks. Get what you meant to do, kill him.
Yeah. In that example you're using, yeah, but you shouldn't be trying to shoot somebody in the leg to begin with. But in that example, so 15 years, you would be okay with locking him up for 15 years?
I wouldn't give him 15.
Okay.
I would give him a lesser sentence, but yeah, he would have to take their charge, man.
Wow. Now I'm gonna ask you what
honestly, to be honest, and I have to be careful what I say on your live, because every time I get on your live, I get a violation.
No.
You know, because people don't like me. But
you're very likable. There's no reason not to like you.
But most of them don't. They always support me. If the roles were reversed, the races were reversed, what do you think?
So you're saying that if we had let's say the guy was mentally out of it or whatever the case may be, a white guy was on the subway acting funny and a black guy choked him out, what are you saying that would be happening?
That black man would be in jail right now.
Ooh.
He'd have been sitting there waiting on his sentencing. And the reason I say this is because of this, handsome. Do you remember when a white person called the police, and the black police and the white police got out the car, and the black police shot, and the white person was unalive? They charged that black police real quick.
Was this the one up in? I think that's the Somalian officer up in Minneapolis.
Yes, yes.
He got 25 years.
That man couldn't even take his badge off before he was in the cell.
Yeah, but what he did was incredibly egregious. He pulled up this woman who was from Australia, this white woman, and he's driving the car and his partner's in the passenger seat. He literally fires over his passenger out the window and strikes this lady who was doing nothing wrong. I mean,
how many times have we been egregiously unalived?
Yeah.
And the police still was on desk duty and all that kind of stuff until they got to court, and then they were found not guilty. Come on with it, House.
All right. That's a good comeback.
I'm so sick of you trying to play devil's advocate and you be.
I gotta ask though.
Let me say this. This is what I came up here to say, handsome.
Sure.
The same people that are mad at Joe Biden, because you know I told you at first I didn't think he would, but I wouldn't leave my son to the wolves pack either. But what I'm saying is this, handsome. The same people that got a problem with Joe Biden and what he did are the same ones who run and get their child a lawyer when their child did something wrong and try to get that lawyer to get their child off. So they doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Think about it. If your child committed a crime, why go get him a lawyer? Just let him go to jail. Why are you going to get him a lawyer?
Yeah, I mean, now hold on. Before we continue on, just in regards to what you were saying about Daniel Perry, I just want to respond to this comment. I want you to hear this. Sheldon Wall says, because you're the racist, now referring to you, says you're the racist. He says, because we talked about reversing the races, so that if Daniel Perry was a black guy and the deceased was white, he says that if that was the case, white people would be cheering the black man if the white man was being a fuck with. So he said if you had an unruly, disruptive white man on the subway and some black guy playing Good Samaritan choked him out, white people would actually be favorable to the black guy for getting the situation under control.
You believe that?
I'm here to ask questions.
Be honest, handsome. You believe that?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'm
No.
not even going to address that.
No.
Because you don't believe it no more than the one.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that at
No,
all.
he don't believe it either. That's why he said it.
No.
Please don't say that to me that's unbelievable
All
that you
right.
don't even believe yourself.
Well, I like to let the guest listen. He might,
baby, that argument is null and void.
he might be
Cut it
right.
out.
You and I disagree, but maybe he's right. I don't know, but I have a hard time believing
I
that.
told you. I'm not gonna keep telling you.
Right.
Cut it out.
So let me ask you something else. It's on the topic we're talking about today, but totally off of Daniel Perry. Grenada, Turks and Caicos, Panama, and the Bahamas. These are the countries that Trump is allegedly, according to NBC News report, if you are in this country undocumented or illegally, and the country you came from is refusing to take you back, like China's not taking their people back, Venezuela are not taking a lot of their people back. Those countries I just named, Turks and Caicos rather, Turks and Caicos, the Bahamas, Panama, and Grenada is where they plan on sending you. Now, you're talking about countries where people may have never been, don't know anybody there, don't know anything about the culture, may not even speak the language. Would you support alternative deportations? If we can't get you back to where you came from, we have to, what did R. Kelly say? You don't have to go home, but you got to leave here. That's what it sounds like. Would you support this?
No.
So what do you do?
Send them to them other folks' place. You said you gonna send them back home. I'm waiting on you to send them home. You ain't say you was gonna find no alternative places for them. You said they was going back to where they came from. I need you to stand on what you say. I don't care if they don't take them back. You this big strong man. Everybody said you is. It don't matter if they don't want to take them back. You Donald Trump.
Well, he said
take them back.
He said the largest deportation in history. He didn't say to where.
Let me tell you something, handsome. Cut it out. Stop.
What? He didn't say.
Handsome.
He said,
Handsome. We talking about Donald J. Trump.
The president.
The man with the master plan.
Yeah, the guy we elected.
Everybody's scared of. Everybody was scared to start wars up under. He the big man on campus.
Well,
everybody's scared of Trump. If that woman says she ain't taking him back, all he got to say is, I'm Donald Trump, and yes, you is.
So what are you saying he's saying that you're saying that maybe people overestimated Trump's powers?
Listen, he the man with the master plan. Everybody scared of Trump. Didn't you see them nice cards he had where he was Hercules and all that? Baby, he can make them take them back.
Now I'm gonna put myself on the chopping. Wow, Mr. Walter, appreciate that. Or better yet, for you there, T. Keisha, that was a nice gift. I'm gonna put myself on the chopping block here because I'm getting criticized, and I don't mind being criticized. But I want to get your opinion on this because what we're talking about right now. Mark Connor on YouTube says this is another clear, and he has that in caps. This is another clear example of Tim making excuses for Trump and Republicans. Is that what I'm doing?
Let me tell you, Tim. I don't think you make excuses for him, but I think that when you try to be devil advocate, it makes you seem like you always taking up for Donald Trump.
It's crazy that the left say that I'm doing this when the right say that I'm always bashing them. You know that? I get that.
When you play devil's advocate, it makes it seem like you stood in the line with your red hat on and your shirt and went in the booth and voted for him. I promise you it do.
Oh my God.
A lot of people for real, they kind of like misinterpret a lot of stuff you say and do. I don't think that you take up for him, but when you play devil's advocate, it makes it seem like you're an avid Trump supporter.
Okay, and like I said, I'm critical of Trump on many cases. So
and you are, and yeah. I agree, but like I said, when you try to come back with those comebacks, it just makes it seem like you're trying to prove everybody wrong and Donald Trump right.
I'm trying to present alternative viewpoints that often make sense from both sides of the aisle.
But it don't come out like that, sweetie.
Yeah, and
I'm telling you, it doesn't.
And I can't argue with that. All right. Somebody says, no, you're opening your eyes and learning, says Sheldon. Thank you. Somebody, I got one person, but yeah. All right, so you're not a fan of this alternative deportation to other countries and shit like that.
I am not. Why you gonna go and try to send them people to somebody else's place? Leave them folks alone. Those are beautiful places to go and vacation.
Yeah.
Why you bothering them people? Leave them people alone. Them people ain't asked you to send them no extra folks.
Yeah, and the Bahamas are on record stating they don't agree with this at all. So they don't want.
And
I
they
mean, these are
not.
islands. I mean, you're talking about America's full. We can't take in any more immigrants, but you're going to deport these people to an island like the
Correct.
Bahamas?
Send them. Listen, if they can't go back to where they came from, you're stuck with them, okay?
Ooh.
Don't be around here throwing them here and throwing. No, don't do that.
Then I gotta ask about the concentration camp type shit. What? Okay, you came here illegally, so you are technically a criminal. Then okay, if you don't have if nobody else is taking you, then we gotta lock you up somewhere. We can't just let you roam the countryside. Would you favor that?
You know how I feel about the immigrants. You know how I feel about them. I don't want them nothing to be done to them because I don't care that they're here. If they seeking a better life, they put their 2 feet on soil because that's what the law says. And when you step 2 feet on American soil, you can seek asylum. Okay, if they sneak in, they still put 2 feet on American
Oh
soil.
my God! So you're for open borders. You're for open borders.
Yeah, open them right on up, Tim. Put the sunshine right on them, and let them come on, Tim.
You do
Let them come on.
understand terrorists and anybody else can be. I mean, you realize that's putting the safety of the country at risk, right?
Maybe we got terrorists here right now, so what's the difference? We got American terrorists here.
Oh my!
When them folks go up to them schools and take those kids' lives, you think they immigrants?
I get your point, but you do realize some folks would hear
See,
how
what
you.
y'all doing? This why I say what I say about the immigrants. Y'all are trying to bastardize and put them in one group. Y'all trying to make it seem like all of them that come over are criminals, murderers, and y'all wrong for that. Y'all don't like it when they lump black people together as lazy or thieves and all that, but y'all keep doing this to these immigrants, and that is not right. Y'all making it seem like this one group of people are coming over here and all them criminals. Y'all dead wrong for that.
Well, don't put
That's
me in
why I
a
take up
don't put me
like
in
I
a
do.
yeah. Don't put me in the y'all
That's why
category.
I take up for them like I do.
But then if you're gonna take up for them, Fancy Prancy, friend of the program, Fancy says, well then take one of them in your damn house. If you're gonna say let them in,
Hey, if I had the room and they need somewhere to stay, bring them right on. Just like the men you take in that you don't know.
all right,
How about
Takesha.
that?
All right.
How about that?
All
Now
right.
they want to get me started and give me a violation, Tim. They be letting these men out the internet in their house and in their bed and they don't know them. So what's wrong with me letting the immigrant in to have a better life? How about that?
Okay, all right. So you are for open borders. All right, Takesha. I'm moving on. I don't want you getting banned. Thank you for coming through as
I know
always.
that's right, my boy.
Appreciate
Bye.
it. Absolutely appreciate it. All right, moving on with the comments. Will G points out that MAGA flew the flag upside down after 2020. And by the way, there's a Supreme Court justice that had the flag flying upside down at his house. That's on the right. MAGA flew the flag upside down after 2020 and when Trump got indicted, but somehow the left hates the country. Great point. I brought that up earlier that, they say the left hates the country, but when the right do things, there's always a legitimate reason for it. And yeah, there's a lot of folks on the right under the Biden administration, certainly after saying the election was stolen, was flying the flag upside down and disrespecting the hell out of the flag. By the way, in regards to people saying, taking a knee or burning a flag is disrespecting the flag or whatever the case may be, I'll submit to you the flag that's over if I can get it right over my left shoulder here, right there over my little YouTube plaque there, with the blue stripe going through it. You see this on a lot of police cars, even on some police uniforms. That blue stripe going through the American flag, that actually goes against U.S. flag code. You're not allowed to discolor, to change the colors of the flag. Now, when the LGBT community started painting all of those colors, the stripes of the U.S. flag, rainbow colors, people started pointing out, wait, man, they disrespecting the flag. No, what you're looking at there is disrespecting the flag as well. Also, people just favor the police and let them get away with it. But if you look up flag code, changing colors from the original design is considered, a violation of the flag code. So painting it different colors, like it's certainly painting it different colors and then putting it on government vehicles, that's actually disrespecting the flag code. We just kind of let the police get away with it. The fire department paints one of those stripes red. I think there's a green one for, is it the nursing industry or something like that? But all of that's disrespecting the flag. And I see in the comments, hold fast, saying, nor can you burn it. That's the point I'm making. Is that because it's generally progressives and people on the left that burn the flag or that take a knee to it. And the right can clearly see all of that as being disrespectful. But when the right flies it upside down, or as I said, paint stripes through it, because that's usually where you see the blue what is it, blue lives flag or whatever they want to call it. The right does it. That's equally disrespectful. Just because you're okay with one and not the other, all of them violate U.S. flag code. You don't have to burn the flag to violate U.S. flag code. All of that other stuff is violating it as well. And no, it's not illegal. None of this stuff. Burning the flag is not illegal either. But Trump did state he would like to make it so that you get mandatory 1 year in prison for burning the flag. He has said that. He has actually said that at many rallies. DGK says it's all about race because it's all about race, sir. I don't quite get what you're saying there. It's all about race because it is all about, are you saying racism? DGK, it's all about racer. I don't quite understand what you're saying there, but we'll continue the program on. DGK also says, if the country had no majority race, we'd have equality. It's the majority rule. It's the reason why white racism matters. I actually agree with some of that. I do believe that if the country was all the same race, you would not have racism, but you still wouldn't have equality. You said if we had no major race, we'd have equality. No, because the have and have-nots fight against each other. People with wealth don't like people that do not have wealth. They don't want them in their neighborhoods. They don't want them at their parties. You would still have it. Now, it's very easy to see somebody that is, a different skin color than it is to see who's rich and poor. But yeah, the haves don't want any affiliation with the have-nots either. Remember, you ever see the movie The Titanic, where Leonardo DiCaprio was allowed to eat dinner with these rich folks, and the girl would just pretend like you're an heir to the railroad fortune, and they were totally accepting him. But then the woman who played Rose's mother in the Titanic, who did not like Jack, decided to out him by making it clear he had won his Titanic ticket at a poker game to change the sentiment, because they were starting to like him. And, just tell them you're an heir to a railroad fortune. As long as you got money, they're cool with you. But they all were white. Nobody at that table was black. So I think it's more to have and have nots. But yeah, with the people of color in this country, they've always been among the have-nots until very recent, until very, very recent. It's not racism, it's just plain hate. The have and have-nots is not hate. When you start separating people by race, and that's hatred. But the dislike of the have-nots by the haves, no, that ain't based on hate. But racism is. I agree with that. If Trump sends them to the Bahamas, white people can't vacation there no more. Says Will G. Well, they could do it like Guantanamo Bay. If Trump starts sending immigrants to the Bahamas, they have to send funding to. Because you can't force the Bahamas, which is a poor country, to take care of all these people. So they would likely either send money with them and try to hide it from us so we didn't know about it or whatever, some kind of waste. At the end of the day, MAGA would say, look, if the money ain't going to the Ukraine and you're spending the money on deporting folks, I don't think he'd have a problem for MAGA by doing that. But yeah, you can either give the Bahamas a certain amount of money per immigrant or some other deal to help them out. But the Bahamas is a small country. I've been to the Bahamas several times and taking cruises there and shit. And I rented a motor scooter there one time about 15 years ago. And when I go to other countries, sometimes when I'm younger, I won't do this shit now because I feel more mortal. But when I was immortal, I want to go to the hood. I want to see how the regular folks live. Probably wouldn't do that so much now, but in my 20s and 30s. And I actually rented a motor scooter and went driving into the neighborhoods on Nassau. I didn't want to just see the tourist areas. I'm on the Bahamas. I'm in Nassau. I went to the the neighborhoods. it's really poor there. It's really poor there. So you can't just flood and it's small, by the way. It's a small country. Like I said, I rented a motor scooter. It ain't a big country to send a bunch of people to. Homie likes that MAGA money, but what does it says? But I'm the one donating, says DGK. DGK, I appreciate you supporting the program. Thank you for your assistance there. Real quick in the comments. This thing messes up the message. Racism. Yes, yeah, I kind of assume that's what you were talking about. It says so race and haves and have-nots go hand in hand. True to a degree. In this country, the only reason African Americans are the have-nots is because they literally had their hands behind their back for the longest. I mean, if you look at, let's just say, if you take wealth in the African American community and you put it on a graph, and you start from the very beginning when African Americans was brought here to now in 2024, you probably would be able to clearly see when the Civil Rights Act was passed. Because before 1964 or whatever, no black millionaires or anything. Then all of a sudden, from 64 to 2024, all of a sudden, the wealth just literally skyrocketed. It was, for the most part, somewhat flat. A few people here and there. We can talk about Black Wall Street or, Greenville, South Carolina. But for the most part, blacks are pretty damn poor. Then all of a sudden, from the late 1960s on up, now all of a sudden they're buying houses and shit. What happened? You would be able to tell something happened. So yeah, we were among the have-nots because you couldn't be among the haves. It wasn't allowed. Real quick in the comments, Will G says Hispanics are the fastest growing group in the U.S. and might be the majority by 2030. That is why racists are doing what they are doing right now. I don't know. I mean, I looked it up. What is it like? I forget. There's like 200 out of the 350 million people in this country. Well over 200 million of them are white. I don't think Hispanics. 2030? You're talking about 6 years? I don't think the Hispanic population could come anywhere near close to overtaking the white population in this country in 6 years. I mean, there's more than double. The black community is only like 13-14% or something. We're really low, but the Hispanic community is like 30% or something like that, if I'm correct. I don't see that happening. Not in 6 years. They have kids, but damn, they must be fucking right now to make that. I don't see that happening. That's moving real fast, Will. Not that quick. Evidently, we've entitled to spam nonsense over and over too. I don't, Micro. If I see that, I don't like to block folks. I don't ban anybody. I believe in free speech. You can be critical of me, anybody else. I got thick skin. But yeah, if somebody is spamming and typing the same shit over and over again, those are the few people that I do move from the program. Let me go back to the box. Under what does that says? Unburdened by what has been, says they don't understand the cost of raising kids. They breed 4 to 6 each. Well, in their case, it actually is beneficial to a lot of Hispanics because they live all in one house. Where just in this country, during the age of agriculture, and I'll go to Mr. Walter there. People used to have a bunch of children because the kids would help out on the farm and things like that. It used to be beneficial to have a bunch of kids. Well, the way the Hispanic community does it is it's kind of still beneficial. If you're going to have a bunch of folks in the house and they're all working in concert, grandma's taking care of the kid, everybody's working in concert. Everybody's contributing. When they get older, the family unit still sticks together. They all take care of each other. There is some benefit the way they're doing it. I think it's now the way whites and blacks do it. No, you don't. It's not beneficial to have a bunch of kids. But I think in the case of Hispanics, the way they're doing it, I think it's kind of beneficial to them. Mr. Walter, hey y'all, didn't get the notification. I see what you're saying there. Mr. Walter, good evening.
Good evening, Tim. How you doing? Can you hear me all right?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. So we were talking about a couple things, obviously talking about deportations to alternative countries. Is that something you might favor if it helps reduce the amount of illegal immigrants in this country? Just send them where you can send them?
Fuck no. That shit that is barbarian. I mean, are you kidding me? This guy thought he had a plan. did you hear the recent? There was an investor call on these private prison companies. The investor calls. It just came out today about their forecast for their investors. And it was two of the largest private prison companies talking about how they're going to double or triple their profits because of what's going to happen.
Yeah, I had
They're
a
going to
caller.
set up these.
Yeah, I've had callers come on the show. One guy told me he had a friend or an associate or somebody that was a contractor, and they had been told that their life is going to change significantly if Trump wins because yeah, they're going to need to build these places to warehouse all these people. That sounds like that's coming. I wish I had invested some money in private incarceration.
Well, I mean, their stocks have soared,
Yeah.
200% since Trump got elected. Did you also see what Trump said today on the Sunday NBC? I think it was Face the Press, but it could have been one of the others.
Trump was on Meet the Press. Now,
Talking
I
about
watched this week with George Stephanopoulos. I usually watch Meet the Press Monday morning. You said, was he on there?
yes, and he said that they are going to roll back birthright citizenship.
He has been talking about that. Well, one of his appointees is talking about doing it.
Yeah, no, one of his appointees, but he said this today that he is looking to roll back citizenship because he doesn't want to break up families. So if an illegal family, father, mother, they're going to
Jesus.
send them all. And
Wow.
they're going to change the Constitution. So who's for the Constitution? Who's for changing the Constitution?
Yeah. I don't know how that can work because that's where these countries are not accepting people. Like, if a person is born on U.S. soil, okay, yeah, the mom was Mexican, the dad was Mexican. Yeah, I can see where Mexico would say that ain't not. This is not a citizen of our country. They were born in your nation. I mean, yeah, you can't just send this person back. That would be like sending Kamala Harris because she was, her parents are from Jamaica and India. Or we're gonna just send you back to Jamaica, even though you're born in California. Or sending Barron, Melania Trump's from Slovenia. We're gonna just send him back to Slovenia.
Exactly. Are we going to pretend that his wives weren't born here?
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous. But they're going to do it. They're going to try to do it, but I don't think they will do it. But they're going to try to do it.
Wow.
My
Well,
hope is
but
that
what
we'll
about instead of rolling back the citizenship for people that were born in this country by way of an illegal immigrant as a parent, what about getting rid of anchor babies going forward? Okay, we'll leave them alone, but going forward, if you are not an American citizen and you are not documented,
he's saying retroactive and going forward.
I get that
He
point.
wants to change the Constitution.
Yeah, I get your point about retroactive, but I'm asking you, would you support if he said going forward, that going forward, if you are not from this country, if you don't have legal residency here and you have a baby while you're in this country on a visit or a short stay, that baby's not an automatic citizen. Would you support?
Fuck no. And if you could give me an actual argument why that would be beneficial, then I would hear that. But there isn't one. Immigrants support our country. They pay into the country. They don't take away from the country. I mean, if you look at actual indicators and, we're talking about the same numbers that the GAO, Government Accountability Office, they don't change from, administration to administration. It's the same metrics. If you look at their reporting.
Hang on one second. Hold on one second. Cody Story, thank you for the very generous super chat. I did see you point that out. Point taken has been taken care of. It. I gotta look through. I didn't see where he was doing it that much, but if you're saying that's the case, problem solved. Thank you, Cody Story. Now, okay, going back to so what were you saying there again? I had to address a spammer.
Oh, good. I'm just saying that if you look at the metrics from the Government Accountability Office, from administration to administration, it's not a political organization. They use the same metrics. And the consensus is that immigrant, and I'm talking about where you get the, EITM or whatever they call it. it supports the economy. They add to the economy. They don't take from the economy.
Yeah, but what about the folks like, you think Lincoln Riley's parents would agree with that they add to the economy? People are going to bring up that some folks, like,
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I get your point that
Right.
is being exaggerated and overstated, but there are people that have been harmed by people that are here, that are not here legally.
Yes, I agree that there are people who have been, but let's look at statistics. I mean, can we address problems in a holistic way and talk about things that are statistically,
DJ.
Likely?
Yeah, I mean, I get that it's a small percentage, but some would argue one is too many. You're taking over an apartment complex in Colorado. Yeah, it's not a bunch of them, but one is too many. I mean, how do you view that? And DJ Julio, appreciate that.
Tim, I know this is your thing, and that's fine. But you know that statistically this is an unlikely scenario for a illegal person to commit crimes. It is, I think, the last.
But how would you feel in real talk? Like, damn. Thank you. Real talk, that galaxy. But how would you feel there, Mr. Walker? I get that every immigrant coming in this country is not committing major felonies. I'm with you. I agree with you 100%. But how would you feel personally if somebody you cared about was harmed by somebody that had no legal right to be here, and that our government was the reason that they hadn't been tracked down, or our government had them in custody for something they did already and don't let them go? How would you feel about that?
Come on, man. Listen, everybody on this live and you have known somebody who has a family member or somebody they know who's been harmed by somebody.
Okay.
And the percentage of those people
Whoa,
who are
real talk,
illegal immigrants is less than 0.5%, because they don't want to be deported.
Yeah.
So they don't commit crimes at the same rate.
So what is your
what I'm saying?
So what is your answer? It's not that many of them, so do nothing?
No, I agree that, look, let me back up. I agree that Biden should have done more earlier on in his presidency. Biden made a lot of mistakes. That was probably number one. However, the truth is there really isn't that big of a problem. I agree with Takesha 100% on this. It's not a problem. They made it a problem because they could highlight it. They could say, look at all this people coming in.
DJ Julio, real talk. Wow. I gotta push back for this. I got a cousin right now. He may be watching live. I don't know. You don't have to say it, but lives in Chicago. He is left, is all get out, completely left. But he was talking about voting for Trump because he is sick of seeing immigrants all over the damn place getting access to benefits and things like that other blacks in Chicago are not getting access to. I'm telling you, it's a lot of folks on the left that are angry about this stuff too.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the reason is media. The corporate media found this red meat to throw to the fucking wolves.
It's not the media. Wait, hold on. Walter, it's not. They can see. It's not the media. He's walking down the street looking at it.
Tim, what I'm saying is it's not an actual issue. And I'm not going to convince anybody. I don't live on a border state. But if you actually talk to people who live on those border states, is it an issue? Yeah, it's an issue, but it's not. It's what they proclaim this to be a cataclysmic event. It's not. It's not that big of a fucking deal. They could have dealt with this better. I agree, Biden. They could have done what they did in the third quarter. Recently they could have had the same shit, and I agree they should have done that. But is that a reason to? This is why I wanted to join you. Is that a reason to throw away your Social Security, to throw away veterans benefits, to throw away all the fucking shit that's going to happen?
They believe they believe you're fear mongering with that, Walter. That's why they don't see that. They believe you're fear mongering.
Tim, are they not talking about it? Did they not talk about it recently?
I'm agreeing with you.
To senators
Yeah, I agree with you
Talk to
100%.
the senators about that shit.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Whoa, DJ, you guys are hurting me tonight. Thank you. DJ Julio, dinosaur. I haven't seen that in about a year. Thank you. I will say this though. You're right. They're talking about all this shit, joking about Project 2025 and all of this stuff. My whole issue is Trump talking about giving police immunity from prosecution. However, I will say this: MAGA and Trump supporters have a different lens. They can see stuff that is good for the country that Trump is going to do. And when he starts talking about all this radical stuff, they just view it as he's just saying that he's not going to do it.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. However, what do you think is going to happen with these tariffs and price increases?
I don't think the tariffs are going to happen. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you. You can shoot me down. You can shoot me down, but I'll tell you why. Trump has talked about, particularly with Mexico and Canada, the purpose of the tariffs is they need to secure the borders and not let fentanyl and all this other shit come to our country. We can debate all of that, but here's what I think is going to happen. Trump has already talked about sending law enforcement, sending the military to protect our border on both ends. So if he does that, if he sends, National Guard or troops or whatever the hell he's talking about sending to the southern border, and he'll get plenty of National Guard from Republican state governors, because Kristi Noem and the governor Tex, they'd already done it before. Damn, real talk with the jellyfish. Thank you. Man, this is graphic today. Thank you. But if he does what he's promising, the border's secure. It doesn't matter what the hell Mexico or Canada does. If he sends our military to the border, even if they leave the border open, effectively the border's secure by way of what Trump has done. And once Trump does that, he'll just simply say, well, I don't have to impose tariffs because Mexico and Canada got the message. Now, he may be totally lying about those countries, but at the end of the day, they're not coming in, and that's the reason why he was going to increase the tariffs to begin with. I don't think the tariffs are going to happen.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
And time will tell. I agree. Let me ask you a question. Did you hear the reports about Canadian Prime Minister going to Mar-a-Lago?
Yes.
And Trump suggesting that they become the 51st state?
That's the one where MAGA will say he was just joking.
Oh, he's just joking.
Yeah.
But he kept talking about it.
I'm just telling you.
Did you see where he posted a picture on Truth Social of him holding the Canadian flag at the Matterhorn?
This is why they like Trump, though, is because he does shit like that gets us up in arms, that gets liberals up in arms. They like him for doing shit like this. Okay. It's insane. I'm with you. It's fucking insane. I'm not arguing with that, but they like him for this kind of stuff.
We'll see, bro. This is what look. I just want to throw this out to your DJ Julio people. If this shit goes south, I want them to come on here and say, I was fucking wrong, and that's it.
You want MAGA to admit they were wrong with Trump? Let me use my soundboard for the first time. That ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. All right.
I agree. All right, bro.
All right, Mr. Walter. I got to move on. Great conversation. Thank you, man. I appreciate you coming through. All right.
Thank you.
Moving on. All right. And by the way, let me look in the screen. This is always a pivot. What do you mean by pivot there? Theron, I think that's it. We don't have a problem at admitting when we're wrong when it happens. We'll let you, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You do have a problem. I've had so many people on the program, he was just exaggerating, or he's lying. You can come out and say it's a lie. Yeah, listen, you and I disagree on that one. The new Jim Crow will come. I think in Missouri that giving 1K bounties on all, are they doing that? Will G says they're giving $1,000 bounty on all illegal immigrants. Damn. Is that happening? Has anybody heard about that? $1,000 bounty? Is that legal? Yeah, that's really bad. Hopefully the bounty includes them being alive, right? This isn't no dead or alive type shit, is it? I have not heard 1,000. And I see in the comments, my 3 kids says good. You really want that? No, you don't want that. $1,000 bounty? Jesus. What'd you say? By the way, TikTok has it. Yeah, I've heard about that. TikTok has until the end of January to sell it off to an American company or it will be shut down indefinitely. But TikTok will appeal. They will appeal. And I don't think TikTok's going anywhere. I'll tell you this: if you got a if you own a business, I think TikTok is the sixth largest social media platform. If I'm correct, that's what I last heard. They're number 6. You're talking about billions of users. Worst case scenario, if you owned, let's say you owned TikTok, appreciate that hat and mustache, Mr. Walter. Yeah. I'll go back to the box shortly and tap the screen, folks. Get the likes up. Some of you guys have been really kind today, DJ Julio and Real Talk. Thank you, folks, for sure. And always Will G, friends. Wanted to say that if let's say you owned a company as big as TikTok, and you had a country as big as the United States threatening to shut you down in the United States unless you sold a company. Well, you're going to fight it in court. Obviously, you want to keep your interest going. But if you lose, you're not going to just let them shut it down. I mean, that's millions and millions of users, and they're some of the wealthiest users there is. I mean, I bet Timu and all of them, they're making a killing off Americans. So worst case scenario, then you'll sell it. You're not going to just let it get banned. Mr. Walter, thank you for the galaxy in Real Talk. Wow. Crazy, you guys are so kind. Let me go to DJ Julio. Good afternoon. Yeah, you're at worst case scenario, TikTok would find a buyer and sell it. I mean, there's too much money to be made. You can sell it, the whole thing, or you can sell the United States portion of it or whatever, but it's not going to get banned. They're not going to just let it get banned and let all of those users go by the wayside. They're making way too much money out of this country. DJ Julio, TikTok going away. Do you believe that?
I could care less if it does or if it doesn't. The only reason I come on TikTok is to have a conversation with you.
Oh my God, I feel special to some degree, but now you come on here because you're starting to slowly become a liberal, and I'm bringing that out of you, right? You're starting to be blue.
Yeah, and you're starting to be more red, so we're kind of becoming the purple party.
That's what we need.
Yeah.
Maybe we need more of that. Maybe we need more purple.
Well, that's
folk.
what I'm going to say to that girl that was talking about the Kool-Aid. Nobody likes blue Kool-Aid. If they do, they mix it with red, so it's purple.
Do they even
go
make
for cherry? Come on.
Do they make blue Kool-Aid? I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's called like Ocean Blast or something like that. Ocean something.
All right, I haven't had Kool-Aid in about 30 years. So what do you think? Deporting to alternative countries, I'm assuming that's something you might support. Sending immigrants, if their host country, if their home country won't take them back, sending them somewhere else that they may not know the culture, know anybody there, might not even speak the language. Would you support that?
I would more support, well, we're going to drop them off on your runway. You deal with them.
But you can't just violate somebody's damn airspace. Like China, for instance. China's a huge adversary. If China, and China is one of the countries that do not take its illegal immigrants back. They treat them like they defectors. You can have that motherfuckers kind of the way they have it. So if China doesn't take its immigrant back, what do you want to do? You're going to just fly and violate Chinese airspace to drop this person off, risking getting... Huh?
No, when we send a plane or a ship over to China, we'll just send them with them.
So you're going to send somebody over without telling them?
Special cargo. These are your people. They're your citizens. Take them home.
You get the whole damn crew arrested doing that. You don't send a cargo ship over there and they got a stowaway and that person in place. You get the whole crew arrested.
That kind of starts. That sounds like HT for a little bit, but no, that's. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to impose anybody else's country. I suppose if the country's willing to take them, they can sure have them, but they need to leave. Here's the main point.
So what happens if the country that they came from won't take them back? Would you support sending them somewhere else?
If that somewhere else was willing to take them, yes.
But if they're not?
Then we got to figure out a different option.
But even, let's say, for instance, what you said, even if somebody is willing to take them. Okay, you came to
a little St. John.
Huh?
Just send them to Little St. John. They can have the whole island.
Oh my God. And the people of Little St. John, do they get any say-so in this?
Is there people on Little St. John?
You think it's a vacant island that's been named? No.
It's Epstein's Island.
Oh my God. Oh, you talking about that shit? Oh my God. You're not gonna put many immigrants on that. That's too small.
I don't know what the right move is with the immigration. I hope that they do it. There's some humanitarian support in it. I don't want people to be, left for dead. But at the same time, if you were not supposed to be in our country, that is your fault. So you kind of.
I don't know, Julio. I hear your point. I don't know. I don't feel confident that when Trump and his administration starts to deport people, humanity is something they're gonna be focused on. I think they're focused on getting you out of here. If it happens humanely, fine. If it doesn't, so be it. I don't think doing it humane is really gonna be much of a concern. Otherwise, what we're talking about now would not even be on the table.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah. So, and real quick before we continue on, Will G says MAGA likes the Trump shenanigans, but when the left is on their shit, MAGA goes insane. These are the same people that went crazy over Obama's tan suit and flag pin. You would agree with that, right? MAGA can be hypocritical. You'd agree with that, right?
We're humans, yeah, duh.
Okay, all
Come
right.
on, let's not think that humans are not by nature somewhat hypocritical.
All right.
Do as I say, not as I do. That's my whole fucking life.
Okay, all right. Fair enough. At least you didn't try to downplay it. All right, well, we'll spin into the second topic. And by the way, folks, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 50. FIDDY. Get the likes up to about 50,000. Daniel Perry, have you heard about this case?
You were talking about it earlier, and you're right. I was in the box. You were lagging, so I went out of your live and came back in, and I forgot to hit request again. I watched it just while you guys were talking. I read up a little bit about it, and sounds like instead of making a video of somebody getting hurt on the train, somebody stood up and ended up accidentally hurting somebody else. The one that was trying to be the aggressor.
What about the notion that he went too far? He knew what he was doing. He was trained. He's military. He should have known a chokehold could do that.
Shit happens in the best of holds.
Shit happens.
I don't think he's at blame for anything. I think he should be awarded some kind of a medal, maybe a key to the city. He stood up.
Oh my God!
An entire train full of...
Oh, you want to give him a medal?
Listen, Tim. How many videos can you find on the internet where somebody's watching somebody get assaulted on some kind of subway train or on a bus or in an airport? It's about time that these people that are standing up trying to hurt people start getting hurt themselves. I don't feel one iota of sympathy for the guy who fell.
Wow. What if he was mentally ill though? What if he wasn't just some type? Well, he has a huge rap sheet, by the way. That guy has been charged. I think he's been in jail 30 times or more. He's been arrested a lot.
Yep. So all that happened is that Perry guy saved some tax dollars.
So you really are a fucker. And I see in the comments, Fancy Presley says, I really like Julio. So you really are, you want to fuck around and find out society. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
I am 100% Generation X. You're absolutely right. I am fuck around and find out. I'm fuck your feelings. I'm not in control of your feelings, Tim. I'm not in control of anybody listening to this' feelings. You're in control of your own feelings, so fuck them. I can't do nothing about them.
I don't know. And real talk, thank you for the subscription. Thank you, folks, for you. I don't get a lot of subscribers, but I do appreciate that. Thank you, real talk. But, man, I don't know. I get your point that there are bad hombres out there, and people often will pull out a phone and start recording it as opposed to trying to help somebody. But you really want vigilantes almost to some degree? You want Charles Bronson death wish?
There is nothing saving you. Nothing saving. I'm not talking about you personally. I'm talking about anybody that comes at me or my family or somebody that's weaker and I'm around. There's nothing saving you. There's nothing saving you from anything I have to offer. I'm going to take you down as quick as possible.
But if they're not armed, you do realize there's a limitation on what you can do, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna shoot nobody that ain't got no gun. I ain't gonna stab nobody that ain't got no knife.
What about putting them in a chokehold?
That's holding somebody. Absolutely. I'll hold you till you quit moving.
Wow. Damn, then that's killing them. That's killing them.
And by the way, no, you can knock somebody out if you choke them right. Pass them out. Not you can.
Yeah, I get you. I get what you're saying.
You understand what I'm saying? And by the way, that gentleman that did pass, he as EMTs were taking him off the thing, he still had a pulse.
What about the fact that there were people at the scene alerting him like, you need to let this guy go before we end up killing him? I mean, just like with Derek Chauvin, you had folks saying, let's check on this man, talking about George Floyd, where other people on the scene realized you may have had this guy in this hole for too long.
From the video I saw, when he was done, he was on top of the guy. The guy had him in kind of like I think they call it a rear naked choke, where you're belly to belly and your head is in my arms and I'm on my back. From that position, without rolling, and there was multiple people trying to grab this guy's legs, grab this guy's arms. Not Perry, the guy who passed.
Yeah.
That were holding his legs, holding his arms, and you can't let go of somebody if your arm is pinned underneath their chin and they're laying on top of you. There's
But is that what was going on there though?
Could be.
Right.
Absolutely. Like you said, like your last person said too, that girl who was, man, she was really, really loud and really didn't say a whole lot.
One of my guests?
Yeah, the girl that was up right before I was gonna come up.
You talking about Arshafine? I think you're talking about Arshafine.
Yeah. God, that girl just talked loud. Didn't make her right at all. Nothing she was saying that was loud was right.
You disagree with her. I want to be nice to the guests. All right, fair enough.
I'm not saying she's a bad person. I'm just saying she argues like.
Okay.
I don't like it when people argue loud because it doesn't make you right just because you're loud. It's annoying.
All right. DGK on YouTube says no one was assaulted, so he's saying that the guy who got choked out didn't even assault anybody. That's an interesting point. If he didn't, why did he choke him out then? That's it. He said no. I don't.
Because he made a move forward. He made a move forward, just like any cop or anybody that's going to defend themselves. They're going to do anything they can to preemptively stop the person attacking them. The guy made a motion forward. The good guy took him down, and inadvertently took him out.
And I see in the comments, Richard Andrews says a rear naked choke is extremely dangerous. And if you hold the choke too long, you will kill somebody. Now, what about the notion that this guy was military and should have known exactly what the commenter is saying, is that you should know that if you do this for too long, this guy is unlikely to recover?
I would say that our armed forces are trained very well, and they know not to stop anything until their opponent is stopped moving, stopped whatever.
Yeah, but the armed forces are the armed forces are dealing with deadly force. This guy qualifying? This ain't the same kind of guy you deal with in the military.
If I come up to you and say I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill everyone. I'm going to assume, especially if I'm military trained. Okay. Like, I had to put myself in this guy's shoes. If you say you're going to kill me and you're going to kill everybody, the only way that you're going to do that is by blowing me up. So I'm going to hold you and I'm going to stop you from getting anywhere right now.
But no concern about how long he held the guy. Real talk. Yeehaw! Thank you. No concern about how long he...
I'm not at all concerned about that. I think that he did a good job.
All right. And you want the guy to get a medal. Damn, DJ. I got to move it on, man.
I'm saying, give him the key.
I hope you're wrong. I hope you're wrong.
Give him one of them passes that let you ride the subway for free for life.
Now, Will on YouTube pointed out, I haven't heard this, but he's saying that they are offering in the state of Missouri $1,000 bounty on the head of illegal immigrants. Is that something you'd support as well?
That's super loaded.
I haven't heard about it.
I'll go hunt. I think I saw that guy, and when you said that, I think you said I was just kidding in your comment section too.
I would like.
Or was that on YouTube?
Well, that's what I'm trying to see if it's on there, if any news reported it, because I have not heard that $1,000, I guess, for turning them in or something. I'm assuming they don't ain't dead or alive. I'm assuming they want you to have, because you start turning in a bunch of dead immigrants, we know what you're doing. But I'm assuming it's maybe a reward for turning them in. That actually ain't a lot of money when you think about it. I mean, it is cost effective for the government. If you don't have to chase these people down and track them down, if somebody will just dial a phone number and you can show up, it is cost effective. That actually ain't a lot of money.
Yeah, no, you're right. And somebody said, whose money? Well, regardless of how this deportation goes, our money, our tax money is going to be involved. So if our tax money is involved at $1,000, $1,500 versus several, I mean, it might add up to several $billion at the end of it, but it's not going to be freaking,
Well, the problem is though, yeah, and it is. Hold on a second. It's a short story, so I may be able to play it so we can talk about it. But the problem with it is, I think, is just people believe there's going to be a lot of inhumane acts, in regards to catching these folks. Like one of my viewers on YouTube has said, they're just scared of black folks, and people of color. Like a lot of this immigrant shit is just out of fear. But this is a 2-minute clip. Look, we'll probably not play all of it, but I want you to hear this.
St. Louis County lawmakers call to pay people $1,000 bounties for turning in undocumented migrants in Missouri. Fox 2's Andy Banker shows us the plan that is drawing major pushback tonight.
David Gregory is the Republican state senator-elect from West St. Louis County. He campaigned heavily on border issues, not Missouri-Illinois, Missouri-Arkansas, Missouri-Iowa borders, but the U.S. border with Mexico. His critics say this latest plan of his is way over the line.
I'm David Gregory. I went to the border.
Back in March, Gregory put out a campaign video of his visit to the U.S. border in Arizona. He told me then about his proposal to create the criminal offense of what he called trespass by an illegal alien, punishable by life in prison.
Let's do this right to protect our people because immigration is good, illegal immigration is bad.
He has now pre-filed Senate Bill 72, which would certify citizen applicants to be bounty hunters to find and detain what it calls illegal aliens with a state-paid reward of $1,000 each.
Missourians expect us to find solutions and not point fingers.
What do you think? Damn! Can you imagine 1,000? Do you favor that, Julio? DJ Julio, you're on mute. Oh man, I want to hear his opinion on that. Okay, are you there?
I said, yeah, I'm there. I hit mute because I was coughing. I didn't want to cough over the video. If South Dakota offers it, I'm going to make $100,000.
So you would turn them all in.
Yeah, I mean, the sooner they go, the sooner they can get their process coming back. They can be legal. None of us in America have a problem with immigration. If we have a problem with immigration, then that's itself stupid. What we want is legal immigration, and we know that. That's why we had a mandate for Donald Trump to be president. That's why
I think what I've heard. You're not the only one I've heard say that. And I think that's crazy. If you think that if you're here illegally, they catch you and deport you back. Well, I just come here legally. Some of these folks, if you're my age, for instance, and you get deported and you want to come, you may never see America again. You know how long it takes to come here legally, how much money it costs. You got to go to the back of the line. Once they deport your ass, the chances of you getting back in this country legally are all but nil. I mean, and if you do successfully come back in this country legally, it's gonna take years. That ain't some easy process where, I'll just come legally out. No, because chances are, if you came in the country illegally, you're going to start having politicians that say you should be punished for that, and you should not just be to get in the line like that. The people who have never violated the law should get first dibs on you. You're not coming back. When they send you home, you're done.
And I guess that's again where it comes around to saying, fuck around and find out. You made your bed, you laid in it. Listen, I don't have a problem with immigration. I love it. I love it. I love the diversity in food, especially when I go to a bigger city and there's, you get to try some Indian food, some authentic Indian food, and just a wide array of different kind of foods. I love that.
Okay.
Cultures. I love that. Teach me something. I love that, but do it the right way. Don't come here illegally because, if South Dakota offers it, I'm sorry. I'm sending you home.
Wow. $1,000. But now I get your point that
I
if
do it
they
for free. I'd do it for free. I don't know any illegals right now, and I don't have time to go hunt them. But if they're going to offer me some money to go actually, catch some people, help them catch some people, yeah, I'm in.
Damn. All right, I don't need to ask any further. I got to move it on, Julio. Man.
That goes on with the pardon thing with Joe Biden. I mean, that's a clear-cut case of not everybody is. They're the ones that are above the law.
Okay.
That's the words I'm trying to say.
I don't know. Some of these folks are truly coming from, like Haiti. They're coming from, zones where they're having a civil war, or some of these people are running for their lives, and you gonna make $1,000 to send them back somewhere where they may die. I don't know, man.
Listen. I'm no different than the guy in China going, I got too many people in my city already. I can't have any more people. We can't have this many girls. I understand all of it. We don't take care of our people. We don't take care of our homeless. We don't take care of our vets.
We ain't gonna do it even if
color that deserve some real reparations. We don't take care of anybody in this country. Maybe if we quit spending money outside this country, we'll finally get to it. I think that's where we're at with Donald Trump.
That ain't ever gonna happen, because Donald Trump and many of his supporters were not a fan of universal health care or any of that shit, where most Americans are going to benefit from it. The same thing with college tuition forgiveness or food stamps. You're not for that stuff, and most of that stuff helps out Americans. You're not for that. So even if we don't send money to the Ukraine, even if we don't have a border issue, you're not for what helps out downtrodden Americans. It never have been. Under Obama, there was no major border issue. There was no money going to the Ukraine. And yet when he tried to pass Obamacare, which the overwhelming majority of people that were going to be helped by it were Americans, the right was totally against it. So even if we do all the stuff you're saying, it's still going to be pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Don't ask for free shit. They're not going to help you. I mean, the writing's on the wall.
You'll afford it.
What?
But you'll be able to afford it.
Okay.
You'll be able to afford your health care. You'll be able to afford those things.
No, you can't. You can't. No, you can't.
I'm going to say the same thing that last guy said. In 4 years, I want all of you leftists to come up and say I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'll come up and say it for sure. I can own my shit. I can own my wrong.
Over my live body. That ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen because you're wrong now and you're gonna be wrong then. I gotta go. Last word.
I haven't been wrong. I haven't been wrong. All the bets we made, I've won every one of them so far. Just like the guy who ran like it with his tail between his legs because you was pulling up his Biden's dead shit. I mean,
yeah,
he's been right for a lot of the shit that he said. He says some pretty wild shit. So, I'm not saying he's not true. I'm not saying he is, but he does say some wild shit, but he's been right a lot.
He's been wrong a lot,
Donald Trump ain't looking at 34 felonies. Donald Trump is our president by a mandate. Yes, he did win the popular vote. Not.
Wait a minute. The only reason, let's be clear, the only reason Trump ain't looking at 34 felonies is because he won the election. If Trump had a loss, those charges were going to come to reality. The only reason that he's escaping that is because there's an avenue for him that would not be there for you and me. If you or I were charged with those crimes, even if they were bullshit crimes, even if they were a flat-out witch hunt, you don't have the ability to fire prosecutors and get people out of the way like becoming president does. That don't mean he's innocent. It just means by winning the office of president, you got so much power that you can make shit disappear. It's not like Trump is trying to say, let's take this shit to court so I can show you this is all bullshit and I can prove my innocence. No, he's making it so you will never know what those cases were about. That they'll never come to court. You'll never have a prosecutor telling you what was there. They're literally sweeping them under the rug. That's completely different than what you're talking about.
That's what they want you to think, and they've got.
That's what's happening.
Very, very well right now.
That's what's happening.
No, not from our side of it. From our perspective, they're bullshit charges. There was never anything that was done wrong. Those charges will go away. They will stay away. They will not be reopened in 4 years.
I understand that's your point, but here's my argument is this. If you have never heard the prosecution's case, how can you say there was nothing done wrong? You don't even know what he's going to present. The minute he got arrested, he ain't done nothing wrong. You don't know what the guy's going to even show you.
We've seen all the prosecution.
You ain't seen it all. You ain't seen it all.
For everybody to see it. We seen everything.
No.
They allowed him to release everything, and he did that. He
No.
released everything that he had against Trump, and it wasn't shit.
No. You ain't seen all of it. You ain't seen everything in regards to the documents case. You ain't heard all the witnesses' testimony. You ain't heard the moment Trump was charged, he's innocent, this is made up. I get it. Maybe it is innocent. Maybe he is innocent. Maybe it is made up. But I'm saying I want to hear what the other side, at least what they're saying, before I just make my mind up. MAGA and Trump supporters had their mind made up from day one. I don't operate that way. I need to hear what is being presented.
If he was wrong,
huh?
If he was in the wrong, there is no way. If he was in the wrong, there is no way in hell that case would have taken that long.
If you got,
you can't just buy an extension in your court time.
Yeah, you can. If you got a Supreme Court that gives you immunity, the Supreme Court giving Trump immunity, for instance, made it so that they had to rethink their course of action, because now all of a sudden he's actually been granted immunity for a bunch of shit that he didn't normally have. You got judges throwing shit out and making delays. Huh?
So did all the other presidents.
They didn't. No,
they all get immunity.
No, nobody thought Trump had immunity. There's a reason why the Supreme Court gave him immunity, because nobody thought he had it until that point. Nobody thought you could just do it. No, they didn't. They've not all had immunity like that. So you and I disagree on that. I gotta go.
They haven't. They haven't. You're right. They haven't. Last word, and I'll hang up so you don't have to. They haven't. But now, because of Trump getting immunity, all future and past presidents will have to be able to use that immunity.
And that ain't gonna go well.
Whatever they want.
And that ain't gonna go well.
Look, I actually got some people that liked what I had to say that time.
Yeah, listen, I got a lot of MAGA on the program. I like that, but that ain't gonna go with that immunity shit. If you can go through that door, I can go through that door, and people are not gonna like when liberals start using that shit. They're gonna have to single that out and limit that, because giving people immunity, there's a lot of room for that to go wrong. Julio, thank you. Moving on with the program. I've never had any rights inside American courts. They always take from me, even when I ask for help. Damn, King James, that's not good. Never had any rights in U.S. courts. I'd be curious to know more about that. That shouldn't be. I know the courts are not fair all the time, but wow. Will G says they don't like immigration at all because it turned predominantly brown. Not enough Europeans anymore. Trump said they can't come back at all. I believe all of that. Because there is reports that Trump said something about why can't they come here from shithole? Why they got to come here from shithole countries? Why can't they come from Norway? I believe that because people close to Trump said he said it. So that part I agree with. And then you said not enough. Trump said they can't come back at all. I haven't heard that, but I believe I definitely believe that if you're caught entering in this country illegally and they deport you solely based on the fact that you entered illegally, it's going to take hell and high water for you to be able to legally come back. I don't think they're going to be very friendly to letting you come back in the country once they kicked you out for entering illegally. And I'm not talking about somebody who came here illegally and then committed a bunch of violent felonies. I'm talking about somebody who just entered illegally. That's it. Their only crime is they entered illegally. They get deported. I don't think you're just going to be able to turn around and apply it like nothing's happened. 5-year minimum wait time, 10-year minimum penalty there's going to probably be a penalty for it. And I think that Trump supporters particularly would favor that. Okay, if you entered illegally, I don't see nothing wrong with barring them from applying again for 5 years or 10 years. You got to have some kind of punishment, right? That's how the argument's going to go. So, yeah, if you're in the country illegally and you get deported and you think, well, I just go and... No, it ain't going to go like that. It ain't going to go like that. Good point, Tim. Oh, I don't know, actually, says Ninja. Thank you. Real quick, I do want to respond to a super chat from DGK. They're talking about committing worse crimes than illegals. They're talking about murder and kidnapping psychopaths. Who? Are you talking about because I don't favor it. I'll say right off the bat, I don't. Me and my last caller, Julio, was talking about the bounty, paying people to turn in illegal immigrants. There is so much room for that to go wrong. Perfect example. I think all of us are aware of George Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin. You know, Trayvon Martin is walking through Sanford, Florida, middle of the night, and George Zimmerman is on the phone with 911 because he thinks he's a thief. Imagine George Zimmerman being a bounty guy and assuming Trayvon Martin, who might be brown or something, is an illegal immigrant. If that guy is worth $1,000, if you can turn in an illegal immigrant and you get $1,000, and you see one that you feel confident is illegal, but he's moving. He's not sitting somewhere where you can call the police and say he's sitting on the porch. No, he is in motion. You can be guaranteed people are going to be trying to detain those folks and grab them. That's $1,000 walking away. You can't just let dude leave. Guaranteed, people are going to be following them through the night, grabbing them and detaining them and shit like that. Hell, if you got a handcuff, that's $1,000. I can't just let that continue walking on. I seen 3 dudes riding by on bikes. I know they ain't supposed to be here. We got to get up and go after them. You can't just let them keep going. That's $3,000. That's $3,000 moving down the street. So I do believe that it will lead to violence because if even if you're in the country illegally, you don't want some regular citizen trying to grab you or chase you down and detain you, but you represent $1,000 to them. So it's absolutely going to happen. This could go really bad, in my opinion. Now, here's the pushback. As a human being, you have a right to defend yourself with a. I don't know if an illegal immigrant has a legal right to own a firearm. Probably not. I don't know how that works. If you're here illegally and you have to use a firearm in self-defense, do they charge you with a gun crime? I'd like to know because some of them are probably going to be better off taking up arms because $1,000 is going. $1,000 will make people act real dumb. I mean, I'm from the hood. People have been killed for a lot less than that. Look, I tried to call the police or something. He got up and he got violent because he thought I was snitching on him, and I had to act in self-defense. But here is Jose. He is here illegally. Do I get my $1,000? You didn't say he had to be alive. I mean, he tried to fight me. I mean, I can see all sorts of mess happening with this. Wow. He has his right to defend himself from the mob mentality, says Billy Wow. All right. You can defend yourself with an illegal firearm and still get charged for the gun, though. Will G, if MAGA wants MAHA, what is Make America Hispanic again? Is that what that means? If MAGA wants MAHA, universal health care is a must, but again, they are hypocrites. The Veterans Administration wouldn't get touched, and Social Security wouldn't even be thought of being privatized. All MAGA sees are profits off of misery. I'm hoping you're wrong about MAGA wanting to profit off misery, but MAGA is heavily profit oriented. Hopefully you're wrong about the misery part, but sometimes if you're so focused on the mighty dollar, you can do things that lead to misery of others, such as privatizing prisons, for instance, in my opinion, is a big example of misery, creating misery to enrich yourself. They do all kinds of shit, whereas they charge an astronomical amount to make phone calls, or the inmates that need soap and toiletries and hygiene products, they mark this shit way up. Motherfuckers fighting over ramen noodles that they charging $1 or $2 a pack. They making hand over fist profits off of all of this stuff. And the guys are only making 5-10 cents an hour. I mean, it creates a lot of chaos where there don't need to be chaos. I mean, it just the whole way we deal with incarceration in this country is designed to go against reducing recidivism. We want you in there because if you're in there, I profit. If I invest in, I'll go to the box, but if I invest in a private prison, I want it full. Because if it's full, then they'll have to build another one, and I can invest in that one as well. I don't want people to get their lives together and never come back. I want my prisons full. I want as many people incarcerated as possible. So I want judges that are going to favor keeping people locked up for a long period of time. I want senators and politicians that turn everything into felonies and have very long sentences when you are caught. I want people that are going to put people in prison. I don't want anybody getting out. And if you really think of the way our system is set up, That's how the rewards are handed out. From a police officer all the way up to damn near the president of the United States. The whole system is set up to reward incarceration, not reward people for getting their life. Nobody gets rewarded because you helped 100 people get their lives back together. No, you're rewarded because you locked up 100 people. Police, how many arrests did you get? Judges, how tough were you on crime? Congress, senators, what type of tough laws did you pass? Everybody is being rewarded based on being tougher on crime. Well, that leads to more incarceration. Let me go back to the box. That's a problem. The lawyers present lies to judges. How do we get the truth? Even the police are allowed to lie. The whole system is not honest. I got to go to Real Talk. Good evening, Real Talk. Welcome to the program, Real. Thank you for the support, by the way. Now, I'm assuming you have heard a few things you disagree with?
Sir, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I can't hear you.
Okay, he paused. I'll give him a minute. I can hear you loud and clear there, Real Talk.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, for some.
Okay, you got something going on. I'll drop you. You can try to request it again, and I'll bring you back up. Apparently, there's something wrong there. And thank you, Real Talk, by the way. We'll continue on real quick with Gordon 777. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Trump made history. The highest votes from BL. This isn't true, Coffee Talk. I don't believe it is. You says Trump made history. The highest votes from a black men and women of any Republican. Oh, that might be true. I think it is true. I mean, when you don't normally get any votes hardly at all from the black community, it's pretty easy to make history. You're right. Trump did make history, the highest amount of votes from black men and women. And it ain't from women. Trump only got 7% of the black women's vote. 92% went to Kamala Harris. I think he got 20-some percent of it's still really fucking low. But he did get more than Reagan's and the rest of than the Reagan and the Bushes and all that, because the African American support for Republicans is real low. But if you go from 2 to 3, that is an improvement. Gordon, good evening.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Now, we were talking about Daniel Perry earlier. Are you aware of that case?
No, not too much. But I did want to say before we get into that,
Go ahead.
that every illegal immigrant that I personally know is good people and good workers. Not like 50% of them, not even 85. I mean, like 100% of everybody I know.
How many? Do you know a lot of people that are here illegally?
Honestly, I can say maybe about 8. I know that's not a lot.
For one person, it is. Imagine if every American. I don't know any. Let me ask you this: would you support?
All through work. It's all through work, but every last one of them. When I say good people, they're good people, and they hard workers, and that on that alone, I say to myself, hey, you hear it on TV, they all messed up. I can only go
rapists and murderers. Rapists and murderers is what they say. I agree with you. I do believe that the overwhelming majority, not the average, but the overwhelming majority of immigrants are here to better their lives, and they're not here to commit violent crimes. But I do have to ask, if they are here illegally, should they be allowed to stay when there are people who are legally trying to come in the country and they have literally jumped the line and did it the wrong way?
Well, I think that's why a lot of these, and just in my opinion, I think that's why a lot of Spanish voters voted against them, because they did it the right way and did all the things that they needed to do to get here. And now somebody's coming in and doing it the wrong way, which I can understand
crazy,
that. But once
though.
again, I think I said something like this the last time I was on the show. It makes me think about, if we can go back in the past and I was in a situation that I may have been a slave, I would want somebody to, I know you got your papers and stuff like that, but I don't want to do this. It's a hard life that way.
That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. You said you know about 8 of them that are here illegally. You got to assume even the Hispanics that are in this country that came legally, they know a bunch of... You okay over there?
Yeah,
okay.
I would assume that.
Yeah. The Hispanics, you got to assume that most Hispanics know a bunch of people that are going to be affected by this. And I will say this, they may be against people who skip the line, but I don't think they're going to favor some of the inhumanity that they're going to witness.
I would want to believe that, but looking at how the voters voted, it's like, dang, a lot of Spanish voters like really went for, they heard the same thing we heard.
Yeah.
You know, so it makes me believe. And it's ironically, I know I worked with a Hispanic dude, and it was we with this, because I didn't know them personally or whatever the case may be. It was a apartment full of I'm assuming illegals, because it was a whole bunch of them in there. But they was workers. I know that for sure. And they didn't speak good English. And I remember, just because I'm...
How many was in that house? How many was in that house? If you had to guess.
If I had to guess, it was about between 5 to 9. It was a lot.
I got
all in there when I was there, but I could tell by how they had the apartment set up.
Yeah, but the reason why I'm asking you this, because the reason why I'm asking you this, somebody in the comments when I was talking about $1,000, they said $1,000 ain't shit. Would you now? Let's say you felt confident that everybody in that house was not supposed to be here, and you knew you could make at least $5,000. You said at least 5 of them in there. You could make at least $5,000 by simply picking up the phone and calling ICE. What would you do?
See, Darren, I want to look.
Take your time. Take your time.
Online, I'm gonna try to take the moral high road and say I wouldn't, because the ones that I know, when I say good people, I'm not just saying good. No, they're really good people. $5,000.
I feel like Benjamin Franklin was a real good guy. That's why he's on the front of $100 bill. We're talking about $5,000. What would you do?
I know. I make a good amount of money. I mean, I ain't rich by no means.
I'm not hearing an answer, though. I'm not hearing an answer. What would you do? $5,000. Just a quick phone call.
I'm going to say I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to say it. I'm not going to do it.
So it sounds like Missouri. So it sounds like if Missouri is about to do this, they soon are not going to have much of an illegal immigration problem anymore. Because even folks like you that favor them is going to pick up the phone.
I've heard it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this. I'm not surprised for people doing it. I heard somebody, I don't know who it was. It was a rapper or something. And he was saying how, we need to change the thought process of the hood or whatever. But he was like, it's hard to tell people in the hood when we had the drug problem going on in our community, like when a crack epidemic had happened. He was like, how are you going to tell people not to sell drugs in the hood when they threw that in there, and they're gonna make that amount of money?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They understand that it's wrong, but that much money, America, it seems like it's for sale, and this is where we're gonna mess up at. Like, everybody's getting on people for trying to live the American dream and get money, and then you throw this money out in their face like that. We're gonna eat away.
I've said that. I've been saying it on my show all the time, is that capitalism is likely to be the downfall of America. We are heavily we money grubbers. That's all we give a damn about. I mean, we don't. If I can put more money in your bank account, more money to you and your family, you'll be kind of cool with me getting away with any damn thing. I mean, that's how America is. We care more about money than anything else.
Yeah, you're right. And it's going to show. It's really going to show. Especially, like, like I said, I want Trump to be successful in helping out the whole America. I want him to do what the MAGA and a lot of people of color who voted for him say he's going to help out everybody. I hope you're right over me. I hope you're right. But it seems like this thing about it just made me think about something else. When the guy was saying that all of this stuff with Trump, I'm sorry for changing.
Oh, you good?
Lanes that quick. But Trump, all of this stuff is going to be dropped, and it really doesn't matter. It's so crazy how a lot of those MAGAs can look at Trump and say that stuff not true. It was a witch hunt. But anybody else that has that many people pointing at them saying that they're
it's a godlike power, and I've said this on many lives, is that what I give Trump credit for is that he's convinced at least his supporters and a lot of people that don't support him too, some independents, but particularly his supporters, he's convinced them that, what does it say? Some Christian, they say, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. In other words, no organization that says anything negative about me shall be viewed as legit in your eyes. And that's kind of how MAGA, and I've said this so much about this, is because with MAGA, I've often asked, I give the example, let's say for shits and giggles,
but Solomon fell on his own sword too, so it might not be a weapon formed against you, it might be your own, but go ahead.
That could happen. But I say this for shits and giggles, not saying Trump did anything wrong, but let's just, for the sake of argument, let's pretend like he committed a serious felony. And what I often ask MAGA is this: who could tell you that he did this and you would actually believe them? And the answer is nobody, because if you don't trust, the information is going to likely come from a national intelligence agency, or maybe the FBI or the CIA. These are the people that's going to tell you that Trump committed a crime. Well, if you don't believe none of them, then as long as he is screaming "I'm innocent," then then he's good to go, because you're not going to trust any of them people. So, like I said, no organization formed against me shall prosper, because you believe me and you don't believe any of those people.
Yeah, that's the scariest thing about this time around, because he's not going to have, like everybody say, these guardrails that's going to make sure, and he's not going to listen to him. If somebody's sitting there like, "Hey, Trump, I'm looking out for you. You might not want to do that." He gonna be like, "Oh, see, you messed up right there by saying I'm wrong," or whatever the case may be. Now, I hope he has a better thought process this time than that, because he feels like he can trust these people a little bit more. So when they say something to him, he will listen. But I'm Lord have mercy. Like I said, I want him to
succeed,
do good for the whole America. But it's kind of hard to even believe that that's what it's going to be. But like I said, we all are just saying what we think right now. He hasn't even got in there yet. So
let me interrupt to say this. A lot of you're right. We're saying what we think, and some folks, like, we're saying some things that are negative. And a lot of folks will say that's liberal fear-mongering. But let me make it clear. A lot of the things people are saying that may sound negative about how they think Trump will govern, it's based on things he's saying, though. These people are coming to these conclusions because he is promising to do some radical shit in a lot of areas.
See, you helping my fear keep going, because I'm hearing the same thing. But a lot of people that you hear that are MAGA or going for him, it's like they don't hear this stuff. Yeah. It's like, what are y'all listening to?
Well, they hear it, but they believe they have a different way of viewing it. Like the radical stuff, they believe he's just saying that as a joke, or he's just trying to piss off the liberals. And then the things they favor, they say they believe he's really trying to do it. Like when I was being critical of Trump right before the election, and I was saying, look, I like his economy, and some of his policies ain't that bad, but for me, the deal breaker was promising to give police immunity. I'd have guests tell me, well, he's not going to do that, or he never said. Then I play the clip, well, he's just joking. Like, well, I'm not basing it off of anything but his own words. I mean, he's saying he's going to give him immunity. What am I supposed to do? Just ignore that?
So, no. See, this is what I believe, and I hope I'm wrong on this too. People are all right with that overall. Now, this is just my opinion. Is because 15% of the community of Americans, the only ones who really have to worry about that on a high clip. You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. Well, he said he was going to do it in liberal cities. He said he was going to do it in liberal cities, so we already know what that means. Sounds like somebody really wants you, man. I'll move it on, but he said he was going to do it in liberal cities, so we kind of know what's in liberal cities. We know who's committing the crime there. So I'm hearing people of color all over that.
No, that's the people who are arrested,
right,
for crimes. That don't mean they're the ones who doing it, because a lot. What is it? It's a high percentage of people who are who get out of jail eventually because they was wrongly arrested too.
Yeah,
but people don't talk about that part. That number is higher than any other nationality or people, but we don't say anything about that. We just say who's been arrested, and we'll put that around the. Now, yeah, you do have a certain amount of idiots who are of color who are doing stupid stuff out there, but it's a lot that, like me, I'm a working guy. It's a chance for me to get you know.
Well, yeah, if you bring back stop and frisk and you give police immunity from prosecution,
Right.
yeah, you're gonna get a lot of hardworking, everyday average guys with no criminal history getting caught up in that. Just like the deportation thing, you're gonna catch a lot of brown people that are here legally, born in America. They're gonna get caught up in that too. Even if it's only being stopped and frisked and checked. I mean, but a lot of brown people that are not here illegally are gonna get caught up in that.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that.
So,
all right, yeah, but thank you for getting me on the show. I want to go ahead and get off. Man, I love your show, man.
thank you, Gordon.
Gosh,
Appreciate it.
I love all the people who get on there, even if I disagree with what they say. I hope they keep getting on here and telling their view, because I learned a lot about people's positions on this show. So
appreciate that. Thank you. My door's always open to you, Gordon. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right, moving on. If I can get this thing to act right here, I do want to respond to a couple super chats there. Will G says, "Let's not lose sight of the fake. A lot of the immigrants are waiting in between hearings." And their status has expired. They are literally in limbo because the hearing takes years. Yeah, and they're dead. I said this before, that if you are an immigrant and you do not, if you do not officially have a green card or residency by the time Trump is inaugurated, you are not safe. I don't care. And I'm talking legal. I'm not talking just illegal. I'm talking about if you come here legally, there is a process for you too. You don't just come here legally and all of a sudden, boom, you have residency. There's because I did it myself when I migrated overseas. I had to go through blood tests and I had to give them fingerprints from Chicago, Cook County, the state of Illinois. Then I had to give them FBI, and they ran me through Interpol. It takes time to do all of that. I mean, to gain residency, that takes years. So even if you are here legally and you're going through the steps, in my opinion, under the Trump administration, there's no guarantee that next step is going to be there. You might have been looking up at a staircase. There's 10 stairs before I reach the top, and there be the glory of God. And you may, under Trump administration, it may be 30 steps all of a sudden, or you may notice the whole staircase stops and they're telling you to turn around. I mean, I don't believe you're safe. I just don't. That's my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. But if you don't have residency already by January the 21st or whatever the case may be, there's no guarantee you're going to get it. I do believe the rules are going to change under Trump. And that also applies to legal immigrants. I do believe it will be more challenging to come here legally as well. It won't just be illegally, it will be legally. Maybe it could be a case of we only take 50,000 people from this country, where it used to be as long as you apply legally, there wasn't a limit. But now there's a limit. So, or maybe, certain months. I mean, there's all kinds of rules to be played. Well, we got 18 million or whatever he's claiming that are here illegally. Well, until we get all of them out, we can't take any more from this country. I mean, remember, he wanted a Muslim ban. He wanted a Muslim ban on all Muslims, which, I mean, how many countries are considered Muslim? I mean, that could be anywhere. He wanted a total and complete ban on all Muslims coming into this country at one point. And then when they shot it down, he limited it to a few countries. But that's got to be 1 billion people damn near, or whatever the case may be. So those are legal. He didn't say illegal. He said, I want a total and complete ban on Muslims entering the country. That's legal too. So under this current Supreme Court and his current administration, I don't feel confident the Supreme Court would shoot him down like the last one did. Looking in the comments, though, when there were terrorist attacks, tell the whole story. There's always terrorist attacks, Fancy. Trump called for a Muslim ban, I think in 2016 or 2017. We weren't having a whole bunch of terrorist attacks in this country to ban 1 billion people. We've never had a whole bunch of terrorist attacks on U.S. soil. I mean, you can damn near count them by hand. The 93 World Trade Center bombing, the one that happened in 2001. You got the Boston bombing. I don't know if the Olympic Park bombing in Atlanta. I mean, it's a handful of them. To ban 1 billion people? No. Trump was in office from January 2017 till January 2021. I don't remember a whole bunch of Muslim terrorist attacks in this country to do something like that. Oh, that's not a legitimate excuse for that. Right wingers are scared of MABA, MABA. That's it. What is MABA? Make America, is it black again? I don't know. Replacement theory facts first. Real quick, going back to the box. Want to make sure I didn't miss a super chat, but no, I'm not a fan of a total and complete ban on all Muslims. We didn't have nowhere. I mean, I bring up on the program all the time. I mean, shit, a total and complete ban on Catholics. Would you be okay with that? They've committed a hell of a lot more crimes in America than Muslims. That's ridiculous. You got a handful of Muslim acts of terror. So you want to ban everybody that practices that religion? No, I can't agree with that. Right wingers, a dumb as fuck. Joe blogs. I don't know what you're typing here, but I guess I can kind of understand. He says right wingers, dumb as fuck. Okay, brother, what do you know of the shape of the earth? Do you know of the under people and the lizards? No, Owen. I don't know anything what you're talking about. Let me go back to the box. I don't know what I just did there, but we'll keep it moving with one of my other subs. We always bring the subscribers. Give them first digs. We'll keep it going with Michael. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Oh, did I hit that? Trump is killing it. Biden is sleeping. Yeah, Trump is doing really well right now. I brought up Twisted 77. Good evening.
How you doing,
I'm doing good. Now, I tend to think, I'm guessing here, maybe I'm wrong, you can correct me, but I tend to think you would favor the $1,000 bounty on immigrants.
Absolutely not.
You wouldn't like that?
No.
Okay. $1,000 for reporting somebody that's in here illegally?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Wait, but let me ask you something first. So one guy proposed that. One guy that you know of.
One politician.
One politician that you know of. So you think that's fact?
No, it is fact. I can show you the news clip.
No. I'm saying that you think it's going to be implemented because one person wants to do it.
Since when has that been something I mean, if one person says defund the police, we hold them accountable. Yeah.
No, I don't.
You know what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about you specifically.
I know what you're talking about. I heard that. I hold that person accountable, sure, but not everybody. I mean, that's silly.
Well, if that's the case,
that's a good idea. That is the job of law enforcement.
But hold on, hang on. If what you're saying is true, I don't know how many actual liberal politicians have ever proposed defunding the police. Yet they marked the entire party up with that. So why can't I bring this up?
I'm not saying you can bring up whatever you want. It's your life. I'm just saying.
We're getting somewhere.
You asked me a question. I don't think it's a good idea.
Why not?
That's law enforcement's job, not the it's law enforcement's job. It's not the citizen's job.
Yeah, but law enforcement pays rewards for turning in criminals all the time. I mean, the guy who just took out the CEO of United Health, there's a $60,000 reward on his back. Law enforcement, it's their job to catch him.
That's very specific, though.
How?
This isn't the Wild West, man. Come on now.
$1,000 to make a phone call to report somebody in the country illegally. How's that the Wild West?
Because that's when the bounty hunters were big in the day. That was the Wild West, right? This isn't the Wild West anymore.
Okay.
But that's not why I came up here to talk about.
Okay, what you got?
Well, you wanted to talk about, and by the way, it's Daniel Penny, not Perry.
Yeah, you're right. It is Penny. Who is Perry? I don't know, because I know somebody with that name, because I've been trying to convince myself to stop saying Perry, because, yeah, it is Penny. I got it in my notes and everything, but I know somebody's name is Daniel Perry. Anyway, keep going. What were you going to come up for?
Well, you wanted to talk about that, right?
Yes.
That was part of. So, yeah, I think they should throw him in jail to throw away the key.
So you think Daniel Penny you think what he did is a crime?
Oh, all day.
Wow.
He should have never tried to help people. What's wrong with him?
I knew it was a catch somewhere. Okay, so you're saying he should...
I'm dead. No, I am dead serious.
Why are you saying you shouldn't try to help people?
Because you shouldn't do that. You should walk the hell away.
Why?
Ain't in your business.
So if you see a woman being beaten by her husband, you say you should just walk away. It ain't none of your business.
Absolutely, none of your damn business. Walk away.
Why would you suggest that? Why would you want that?
Why not? That's what you. All these people you had up here earlier. Those two women both said the same thing. He wanted to do it. That's what needs to happen. He needs to go to jail, right? So that's what they're telling people. And if you see something happening, you should walk the hell away, or maybe videotape it. Maybe you can go viral.
Let me just say something quick. You corrected me. It's not Daniel Perry. It's Daniel Penny. The reason I kept saying Daniel Perry because he's the guy. I don't know if any of you guys have heard the case, but there was a Black Lives Matter protest in Texas. And this guy deliberately went to, because the crowd was stopping the traffic. The Black Lives Matter crowd was stopping traffic. And he literally drove in that direction, honked his horn, so that all of a sudden all of the Black Lives Matter protesters surrounded his car, and he shot and killed one of them. And Governor Greg Abbott of Texas pardoned him. It was another controversial case. That guy's name is Daniel Perry. I did a story on him. That's why his name is coming up. But he also was a controversial guy. But he's a guy who killed Black Lives Matter protesters, and he had wrote in his own social media platform that when they were protesting in Dallas, he wished he could have went up there and shot some of them. But that's who Daniel Perry was, and Governor Greg Abbott of Texas pardoned that guy because he was going to go down for shooting protesters. So it's crazy. Daniel Penny, Daniel Perry. But you believe that helping people is a bad idea.
Well, of course it is. Look what happens every time somebody tries to help somebody. Look what happens.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, so if it's
Think
so,
about it. You know who really failed that man? It wasn't Penny. It was the state of New York. He'd already been arrested, 40 times?
Yeah.
And he had a warrant out on him already?
Yeah.
Okay. Why was he on the streets?
Yeah. I don't know what he was arrested for. I mean, I don't know if his
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if his prior charges guaranteed he should be still in prison though.
40 times? Obviously, there's something wrong there. Why weren't they helping him? Why were they just putting him back on the streets?
Because our system doesn't like to help people.
Well, that's New York State.
That's America. America does. I mean, you can go anywhere in this country. We don't give a damn about people who have mental health issues. That ain't gonna change if you leave New York and go somewhere else. We don't give a damn about those people nowhere.
Well, obviously, that's something that needs to be changed. But the fact of the matter is, that was New York. That's New York State. They failed that man. All right, because obviously he had some problems. Now he's out there threatening to unalive people, and somebody steps up, and look what happens to him.
So you do see kind of what I was mentioning earlier, that this could lead to Good Samaritans standing down.
It already has, and it's been happening. Don't you remember? I think it was maybe a year or two ago, where there was that woman that got SA'd on a train, and nobody stopped it. They just pulled out their phones and videoed it.
Yeah,
this is why nobody helps anybody anymore. Why would you? Why would you take that risk?
Yeah, I wish I could disagree with you.
Celebrating a man in the streets, but at the same time, they shouldn't be punishing him either.
I wish I could disagree with you because I have a story out in Robbins, Illinois, where a guy was shooting up a club or something like that, and some off-duty security guard or whatever had the guy at gunpoint. The patrons called police, and when the cops showed up, they shot the security guard. So you are right. Helping out, being a good Samaritan can come at a serious cost. I do agree with that.
So why would you?
Wow.
And they're proving, and those people that are calling for this man to go to jail are proving it. That you shouldn't ever help anybody. You should just walk on by. And when they're crying because you're not helping them, whose fault is it?
Yeah.
Those same people will be the first people to go, please help me. But when it's them, but when it's somebody else, it's tossed, lock him up.
But what about the notion that the guy, considering his background, knew that holding this guy in a chokehold for that damn long could kill him? Is it possible that this is a good Samaritan that just went too far?
Possibly. But anything's possible in that case, you know that.
That is true.
But at the same time, what is anybody else stepping up to help it? Was anybody else doing anything?
Yeah, there's another guy in it. There's another guy in the video that's trying to grab him as well. Yeah, he got help.
Was he charged?
I don't think so. Well, he didn't have him in a chokehold. He was grabbing at the guy's hands. I don't think he had him in a chokehold.
All right. But if he was helping him, wouldn't that make him an accessory?
That's a good point. That's a good point. I'm gonna.
But nothing's happening to him, right?
Doesn't look that way.
Okay, so see, there's your problem. Somebody steps up to help. Something bad happens. You go to jail. So if you were in that situation, what would you have done?
I probably would not have gotten involved because, like, I'm like you. I mean, maybe if it was an elderly woman or something, maybe. But just I would have been like, just look, let's just get off the train. Or I would have took a defensive stance. If you come near me or mine, I'm gonna try to fuck you up. But I'm not about to get in it otherwise.
See, now I have actually, well, not quite that same situation, but I've chased people down. I've chased criminals down. I didn't catch them, but I chased them.
You George Zimmerman? You George Zimmerman?
Nah, I was a purse snatcher.
Okay, a real criminal.
Was screaming for the man, and I took off after him. I didn't think about it. I just did it.
Yeah. If it's over property and ain't nobody been hurt, I watch, like, you ever see the channel Active Self-Protection where they show, defensive use? That's one of the things they always say. Never risk your life over property. Okay, he got the purse. The guy may be armed. He may have other people with him. It ain't worth it over what's in this woman's purse. Just look, the purse is gone.
Right, but like I said, in that situation, you don't think, you act.
No.
And before you realize what you're doing, you're already doing it, right?
Yeah,
so let's assume for a minute that guy's out there threatening people, and Penny doesn't think about it. He just acts.
Yeah.
And then what? See, that's the problem. But this is going to lead to is less people will help other people when they need it. They will walk the hell away.
I could see that.
Why would you bother?
I could actually see that.
And America will be a worse place for it.
I can't disagree with you in it. I could absolutely see that. I see Facts First and ask you, are you pro-life? Because I guess if you let somebody be harmed and you don't do anything about it.
I am not pro-life. I am pro-choice. Always have been.
Now you voted for Trump, right?
Yes, I did.
Every time or just this last time?
Every time.
Okay.
If you want to know why that doesn't make sense, people are like, "Well, you're pro-choice. Why would you vote for Trump?" Because it's a non-issue for me. I'm unable to have children, so therefore it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I'm not dealing with illegal immigrants, but sometimes you may favor helping people that are going through something. Because I'm not surrounded by immigrants. I'm not at risk of being killed by any of them. I don't have to worry about my kids' record at school being dominated by a transgender person either. In fact, I don't believe most MAGA are dealing with transgender people at all, but they still voted based on it.
That's not why I voted. I didn't vote. That didn't matter to me.
You don't sound like MAGA. You sound more like just somebody who voted for Trump, though.
Well, for me, it came down to, look at the candidate they put up. I mean, come on. I mean, Kamala was a terrible candidate. They want to say it was racism or it was because she was a woman, and they never want to say it was because she was a bad candidate. I mean, they forget the fact that when, in 2020, when they were running for office, that she didn't win a single delegate in any of the primaries.
Well,
not a single one.
I'll push back and say that while I don't think Kamala Harris was a good candidate simply because she didn't have a lot of time to run, I agree with that part. But the part about saying it wasn't due to her gender or her race, I disagree on, particularly her gender. Being a woman didn't help her at all. There's a lot of Hispanics and even liberals that don't believe a woman should run this country. So being a woman absolutely hurted her.
I won't disagree with you that there was definitely some people that didn't like her for the fact that she was a woman. Okay, yeah. I'm not going to say that because we both know that's true. But the simple fact of the matter is she wasn't a good candidate.
Okay.
Right. Put up somebody else. I mean, I have no problem with a woman being president. No problem at all.
Yeah,
but the fact of the matter is you have to put up a good candidate. And the last two women that have ran for office have not been good candidates. Hillary Clinton had a lot around her. She had a lot of bad around her, and you know that.
I don't know. I mean, what did Hillary Clinton have around her that was so bad compared to Trump back then? I mean, Trump. We just dismissed all the bad around Trump and held Hillary Clinton accountable for hers. I mean, there was a lot of, like, for instance, how many women are accusing Trump? Well, they're lying about it. But when somebody says something about Hillary Clinton, well, it's true.
Well, I don't want to talk too much about Hillary because you know what happens to people talk about Hillary. So we're not going to do that. And you're laughing and you're smiling right now because you know I'm right.
No, you're not.
You know the stories.
Let me just say this: if something bad happened to people who spoke negatively of Hillary Clinton, Trump should have been dead a long time ago because he's probably said more bad about her than any other human in this country, and he's the president.
I mean, you're not wrong, but I'm just saying.
Okay, all right. If he can get away with it. Ain't nobody in this country said as much bad about. He literally has Hillary Clinton derangement syndrome. We just don't call it that, but he fits the definition of somebody with HDS, and he's still alive and well.
That's fine, but again, comparing myself to Trump is, I can't do that.
Fair enough.
He's got money. He's famous. I'm nobody.
Yeah.
If I disappear tomorrow, ain't nobody gonna care. It's a little harder.
Well, shit, I gotta say, in Trump's case, if he disappeared tomorrow, you probably have people on the street celebrating. The liberals would come out and be a USA. They'd be happy about it. Ain't nobody gonna celebrate your death.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's wrong. I don't celebrate anybody. And I think that's kind of weird that they would.
I'm just telling you, if Trump passed away tonight, there would be jobs or a corporation that would be like, I don't know if all of my employees are coming in tomorrow because they've been out celebrating so late. Like when Bin Laden got taken out, people ran out the street in Times Square. If something happened to Trump, you'd have at least about 10 to 15% of America immediately in celebration.
And is that right?
I'm just telling you, I don't think it's right at all. No, I don't think it's right. Huh?
Of course not.
Yeah.
We should never celebrate that. Never.
Yeah.
Even that CEO that got unalive the other
day. Rachel says more than that. I'm just saying. I mean, look, when you literally
I feel bad for Rachel that she got so much hate in her heart that she wants to see somebody pass on. That's a terrible person.
Let me just say this.
You should be ashamed of yourself. She should be. Not you.
I get your point, but Twisted, when you literally take pleasure in insulting people and making fun of people, this is what happens. I mean, you're saying that she should be ashamed of herself, but I mean, how many people celebrate liberal tears and fuck your feelings? I could go for $2 gas and some mean tweets. You're making pleasure out of treating people like shit. I mean, you're going to have people that hate you when you do that.
That's different than taking pleasure in somebody's passing.
I'm just saying
that's a completely different thing, and you know it.
To some degree. To some degree.
They give him as much shit as he gives them, they give him. I mean, how many times do they call him Mustache Man? How many times do they call him fascist?
Yeah, but it's not like
want to be dictator.
Yeah, but here's the point. It's not like
end his life 2 times.
It's not like Trump.
That's a little bit more.
Well, we say he tried to end his life 2 times. We don't know who the hell did that. That don't mean that was liberals. But here's the problem. When Trump came on the scene, we make it look like he was just trying to make this country great, and people just started attacking him for no reason. He's done a lot. There's a reason why people mess with him and attack him so much. Look what he did to Obama alone during his presidency. I mean, he's done a lot to people, man. I mean, he's attacked a lot of people.
I'm not. You gotta understand. I'm not going to bat for the man. Okay.
All right.
He opens his mouth, shit comes out. I'm just saying that he gives as good as he gets.
Now he gives more than he gets. You think that he wins the presidency. Within 24 hours, Kamala Harris is calling him on the phone to congratulate his win. Biden is on TV a few hours later saying he called him as well and already invited him to the White House. You think if Trump had a loss, he would have did that for them?
I would hope so.
That ain't what I asked you.
He doesn't.
That ain't what I asked you, though. Do you think he would have did that?
I don't know. I would think so. That's what I said.
I
would think so. But if he didn't, he didn't. But that didn't happen. So you want me to speculate on something that didn't happen?
It happened the first time he lost. In fact, when he lost the other time, he didn't. Not only did he not congratulate Biden on his win, he said the guy actually stole the election from him.
Okay.
You don't see where that might piss people off?
What do you want me to do about it?
I want you to understand that when people are wishing negative on Trump, it's not coming from a place of nowhere. He's doing things.
I know that.
Okay.
I know that.
All right.
But the fact of the matter is, I never wished harm on Biden. I don't like the man. I didn't vote for the man, but I never wished harm on him. There's the difference.
I tend to think if Biden...
I've never heard one time. Never.
I think if Biden was as critical of Republicans and conservatives as much as Trump has been of actors. I mean, Trump has been criticizing everybody from actors and athletes. I think there would be plenty of MAGA that would be wishing ill will on him. He hasn't attacked as many people as Trump. That's why you probably don't feel as strongly.
He attacked half the country. He called half the country garbage.
Okay, he called MAGA.
That wasn't the first time. Do you remember the other time he did that?
Yeah, but you telling me Trump ain't? You telling me Trump has not done that dozens of times?
No.
What do you think?
He always, when he ever insulted people, he insulted politicians. I never heard him insult supporters.
Baltimore is a shithole country. Everybody in Baltimore is supposed to take that as a compliment.
Well, people in Baltimore say it's a shithole too.
So you're actually
say the same thing.
But it's an insult, right? Is that not an insult?
Yeah, it is an insult.
Chicago's a shithole.
But that's not half the country. You understand?
It ain't got to be half. It's millions of people, though.
But it's not the same thing.
If the guy gets up there and says, Mexico's not sending us their best and brightest, they're sending us their rapists and murderers, what does that say about Mexico? Is there any good living people that even live there? I mean, you don't see the scope and the size. You don't see the...
Handsome, come on.
I don't think you see the scope and size of his insults. I think you're downplaying it.
No, I know what his insults are. But again, I don't conflate everything. I don't blow everything out of proportion.
How many people are represented by the term libtards? You think that's a few people?
Yeah, I think it's a few people.
Yeah, he's insulting millions of people is what I'm telling you. He's insulting millions of people.
Nah, that's far left extremists. That's a little different. All
right.
You've met him. Listen. I'd say the same thing about the far right fucking retards. Okay?
I'm just telling you, you can't dish it out and then complain when it comes back at you. He ain't insulting.
You're conflating. I'm not complaining.
You said that he only insults politicians. That is flat out wrong.
Fair enough. I stand corrected.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
I mean, he said Black Lives Matter is a terrorist outfit. How many people is that insulting that has never rioted or looted? I mean, he said that's a terrorist outfit.
But how many of them did riot and loot?
So if I say MAGA are terrorists because some of them rioted and looted, is that accurate? Did I lose you? Twisted? All right.
You have to say that. Oh.
Okay.
You have to say that again. I'm sorry. I was leaving work.
Okay. I said if I say that MAGA are terrorists because some of them have rioted and looted, is that accurate?
No.
Then why is it accurate on Black Lives Matter?
Because how many of them did? You're talking about one incident, right? I know what you're talking about. We know you're talking about January 6th. Okay. But how many cities? How many people?
You realize how many? You realize that?
Right?
Hold on, no.
It wasn't just one.
You realize that every town in America that has a population of at least 40 to 50,000 people or more has had at least one Black Lives Matter protest. I'm talking about Boise, Idaho, and Billings, Montana. They've all had. But you realize how very few people that are out protesting for BLM or rioting and looting, how minute that is compared to all of the places they've had rallies? Terrorist outfit?
Yeah, I know.
All right. Well,
But at the same, well, hey, hold on. At the same time, you see, you're glossing over saying, well, because you could say the same thing about the police, right? So how many traffic stops, incidents do they have every year that nothing happens? Okay,
right.
But one person, and all of a sudden, every cop is bad.
All
Do
right,
the same damn thing.
Okay, then. So you do admit then that what Trump said about BLM is an overstatement. It's not true then.
To a point, but again, at the same time, though, they were also the same people burning down cities, not whole cities, but setting cities on fire, attacking. Remember that federal courthouse they attacked in Seattle for what? A month they were attacking every night.
I could show you BLM protests for a solid day straight that does not involve people setting fires and anything. Those protests are not that interesting, so they don't put them on Fox News. But if you get one guy that flips over a car or throws a Molotov cocktail, that's on every segment because it makes them look bad. The BLM overwhelmingly are peaceful protesters. They're not doing all of that shit.
Yes, I don't disagree.
So where does the terrorist outfit come from?
The ones that were doing it. And you can't separate the two. That's the hard part, right?
Why can't you?
When everybody's in a city, okay, and some of those people are setting fires and looting and robbing, but they're all wearing masks, then who the hell? How do you know which ones are the bad ones and which ones are the good ones?
That's a great That's a great question. So if I can show you a police department where some of these people are clearly white supremacists, but they're all wearing badges, how the hell do you know the difference? Is that what you're telling me?
That's a pivot, though.
But is that? Do you see how that has a similarity?
That's a huge. That's a huge pivot because we're talking about something known, and you're talking about something possible.
No, what you're basically telling me is that because there are some people in a crowd that are bad and they look like everybody else, there's no way to tell the difference. I'm telling you, the police department, the Catholic Church, they're all the same thing. You can use that same mindset with all of them.
You know how you tell it. You know how you tell the difference when you see somebody doing something like that. You turn their asses in, but nobody did that. They let them go and say, "Hey, do whatever you want."
Right. So anytime they see a cop acting bad, other cops just turn his ass in.
No, they don't.
Right.
About that.
So it's the similarities you're making. The points you're making. Hold on. The points you're making about BLM are. I mean, I can counter almost everything you're saying about BLM with the police department. They do almost everything you're saying that BLM does, and you're not calling the police terrorists. I mean, everything you're saying the BLM does, other than setting fire to something, the police do it.
The police aren't setting fires in cities, though.
Yeah, but they commit other crimes. The BLM is not known for wrongfully killing people. The police are.
That's not true. That's not true. There was a lot of people that went unalived in those protests.
I bet you.
It was over 100 people were unalived in those protests.
I bet you the police have killed more people wrongfully than BLM has set fires.
Okay. In the same year?
I don't know, because the police have been doing it since the beginning of time. No.
Okay, you cannot compare the two, and I'll tell you why you can't compare the two. You can't compare one group of people to a set of people over a period of time that aren't the same people.
Okay.
You know that's not fair.
Yeah, I think it's perfectly fair. I think your description of BLM is not fair. I think Trump calling them a terrorist outfit is not fair. And when I start giving you similarities to the police department, it's pretty clear you don't think it's fair either. You just okay with doing it to BLM.
So you don't want the police around? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I want the police around.
Sounds like you're telling me.
I want the police around.
You don't, but you don't want people, regular citizens, getting involved. Well, who the heck's supposed to protect you? You got to protect yourself, right?
I think you're stretching, and I gotta move it on. I think you're stretching. I gotta move it on, though.
I don't know how is it supposed to work.
Okay, I think it should work legally, as you say about the immigrants. I'm fine with the police being around.
It ain't gonna work at all.
I want them to be around legally.
It's anarchy. No police, no vigilantes, no nothing.
Okay, well, you're taking in the direction. Nobody's ever called for anarchy.
Well,
but
this is what you guys do all the time. You take everything in that direction. Like so crazy.
You see
Like
me
one person
doing
said
this,
something, and they're like, "Oh my God, we're gonna have $1,000 bounties on people
but
because somebody said it one time."
you see me
No,
doing this,
it's not
but
gonna happen.
you see
It's
me
like that
doing
you
this.
guys say that.
But here's the point. Just like you're talking about, hold on, hang on, twist it. Let me get in there somewhere. You're talking about
All right.
everything you're saying about BLM. I can say about the way you guys view immigrants. I guarantee the overwhelming majority of immigrants are not rapists and murderers, all this stuff. Or the same thing about police. All of this, the stuff you're saying, I could throw at other entities and organizations and you suddenly wouldn't be in favor of it. Like I did with the police when you brought up BLM.
Okay.
That's my only
You
point.
can try. But,
All right.
but here's the thing. You guys remind me, I used to be married to a Democrat, right? Every year.
Okay, you used to be married to one. All right.
I used to be,
Okay.
not anymore.
All right.
And it had nothing to do with their political views. But every election, her entire family would come down on me and tell me all the things that were going to happen, just like you guys are doing right now, okay? And guess what?
Yeah.
None of it happened.
And
none
that's
of the crap they ever told me was going to happen. They swore to me up and down, sideways.
Why is that unusual?
All kind of names because of who I voted for.
Why is that unusual?
Everything they told me never happened.
Why is that unusual?
It's not unusual,
right?
But you guys are doing the same thing.
Hold
right
on.
Now.
When Obama got elected, hold on. When Obama got elected, taxes were going to be 70%. He was going to take away everybody's guns and turn us into socialist Greece. At the time, Greece was the failed country. This is what the right was saying. So why is it unusual that your folks are telling you, your folks are fear mongering the same way they do with when Kamala Harris was running? There's going to be transgender every damn where. This is what happens.
I know it's what happens, and it's wrong. Right. I'm not saying that the right is any better. I don't know why everybody thinks that, but because I say something, you guys are going to do that. Somehow
because you're targeting the left is why people think
it's always the other way around.
All right.
But the point is, everybody come out, run up here saying that all these people are going to get deported that are actually citizens. That's not going to happen. You know it.
I don't.
That's crazy.
Well, then why is he saying? Hold on. Why is he saying that he's going to deport the Haitian migrants? They're here legally. Why is he saying that?
If they're here legally, that's not. When did he say he's going to deport legal citizens?
At several rallies,
people that are here legal.
You never heard him say that. You never heard him say the Haitian migrants in Springfield got to go. You never heard that.
I only ever heard him talking about illegal, not legal, illegal.
Okay. Well, he definitely.
If you're legal, you have a green card. You have paperwork, no problem. If you're a legal citizen, you have paperwork, no problem.
So
you have a driver's license, you have ID, you have paperwork to prove who you are. It's not that difficult in this day and age. Maybe 50 years ago, it was a different story, but this day and age, are you nuts? So these people saying this stuff, it's crazy that they're even suggesting that's going to happen.
But I
just want to fearmonger.
But I'm asking you, why? How are we supposed to take it when he's saying it himself?
Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump pledged to conduct mass deportations of Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio on Friday, even though the majority of them are in the United States legally.
I can say this, we will do large deportations from Springfield, Ohio.
The city has been at the center of a social media maelstrom.
He's talking all over him, but there's plenty of clips of him saying that. How do you view that? He's talking about getting rid of legal migrants.
Well, I didn't hear him say he was getting rid of legal migrants. He just said mass deportations.
So do you? What if you did hear it? What would you say if you did hear it?
Yeah, I'm not going to speak on what I did.
Oh my! Then we're not having a conversation then.
But you played something he didn't say.
But I am asking you, what would you say if you did hear it?
I'm not going to speculate on something I didn't hear.
All right. Well, I got a 6-minute clip.
If I heard him say that, that's illegal. Okay, you can't do that.
Okay. All right. I gotta go. All right. I gotta go. We'll talk about it on the next one. Thank you.
All right.
And I do want to. And I expected him to say he wasn't going to respond no matter what, but I do have a clip. I don't really like playing clips on MSNBC, so I'm not going to play it, but because my guess is going to be similar to what the last guy did, was talk all over him. Just play Trump saying the shit, because at the end of the day, a lot of my viewers lean right, and if you don't have the words coming directly from Trump's mouth, they're not going to believe anybody else that recites it. That is the challenge of some of this stuff, is that when we're trying to make points and have debates here, it's hard because if the opposing side believes no one, it's it's very challenging. And like he said, well, I don't even want to, I'm not even going to speculate on it. But I've watched a ton of Trump rallies. I even went to a couple of them during the election time, and he certainly said it. It is what it is. Anyway, looking in the comments, MAGA makes excuses for dear leader, says Slight. I'll leave it at that. I do want to respond to a couple super chats. Ed, you talking to Ed G? Says the glove actually didn't fit. Trump has checks and letters directly going back to him. Well, like I said, like what one of my guests said, if you ain't gonna believe something, nothing's gonna make you believe it. But I'm 100% sure. He talked about getting rid of the Haitian migrants. I'm 100% sure of that because I watched it with my own eyes. Sponsor an illegal if you want illegals to stay. Fund the illegal and invite them into your home. I don't think that would matter, Maxwell. Maxwell Smart, thank you for the super chat. Because a lot of folks say that. Well, if you want all these people to stay in the country, then why don't you take one in your home? I don't think let's say George Soros offered to build an apartment complex or a high rise and put thousands of migrants in there, essentially doing exactly what the right is saying. Take one in your home and fund one. You still have a problem with it. You don't want the people in the country that are not legally supposed to be here. Throwing out this, well, go ahead and fund one is really just a talking point, because if somebody funded one, you still wouldn't want them here. So I don't know why even bring that up. That's kind of irrelevant, because there are people that are and that will likely happen once there begins to be the largest deportation in history, as Trump is promising. There are going to likely be people offering to take them and sponsor them and put them in their homes. And the response is going to be, no, we don't want them here. Get them out of the country. That's not going to work. It sounds great on its face, but I would strongly believe that if it's tested, it ain't going to fly. I don't know what I just hit there. Let me make sure I resume my live there. But going back to the box, like the boy who cried wolf. Yep. I've heard that before. What is it? Says you just been tested. Tested how? 24. What has the Republican Party done to lower food prices? They're not in office right now. So you can't expect Trump to be responsible for lowering food prices yet. He's not in office. You got to give him a chance to get in there. I know I had a super chat come in, and for some reason, TikTok is not showing it to me. Oh man, I missed somebody's super chat. Everybody in the United States doesn't belong here. We stole this country from natives, hypocrites. That is true, but they're going to point out that every country was acquired in similar fashion. Most countries were conquered if you go back in history far enough. Once you lose, you lose. It is what it is. Handsome Tanya says, Handsome, stop listening to the news and listen to what your politicians actually say and not the news. That doesn't work. That is something that's often said in defense of President Trump. Don't be brainwashed by the media. No, Trump says a lot of shit. A lot of the criticism of Trump is not coming from people being brainwashed. He says a lot of things. It's just that if you're on the right, you believe that the liberals are taking it, too seriously, or it's a joke, or they're taking it out of context. It ain't coming from the media. It's coming from him. Like I often bring up him talking about giving police immunity from prosecution. That's not something coming from the media. That's coming from him. He said it. So I don't buy that as, you need to stop listening to the news. Just listen to him. I believe that if you simply listen to Trump quotes, it will still create a lot of controversy, because he not only thrives off of controversy, he is successful at it. He's been very successful at using the media, and he knows how to play to certain bases and things like that. So you don't need to watch your local news or MSNBC or CNN. If you just simply listen to Trump, watch his rallies, it's going to create controversy, because that's the intended goal of doing it. He's trying to do that. Going back to the box, we'll keep it going. I think we were trying to get up Real Talk. Good evening, Real Talk. Hopefully it works this time. I know, because you didn't get upset. Not what we can do. understand that comment there at 24. Let's see if Real Talk comes up. Otherwise, we'll move it on. That's a con man's job, says Billy Watt. Well, call it what you want. He's been successful. When you release the truth, there is controversy. They don't want the truth. You really think that's what sleepy Joe Biden and nervous? You really think that's what that's called, is releasing the truth? You get up there and make fun of Biden falling down. That's what you call that, is releasing the truth? That's all that is to you? You're taking pleasure at making fun of people. I don't even Ron DeSanctimonious. That's releasing the truth, huh? No, that's not releasing. You're taking pleasure of insulting people. Bird brain Nikki Haley. No, it's way more to it than that. If he was only telling the truth, I'd get on here and tell you that. Because I regularly get on here and point out where Trump was right. I mean, I got a hat that I often hold up that says Trump was right about different things. But if he's wrong as well. That ain't really nicknames and shit like that ain't releasing the truth. You're taking pleasure in insulting people. There may be some facts in some of his insults, but a lot of them are just like the whole Barack Obama was born in Kenya. That's not releasing the truth. It's just insulting people. You're just doing that to insult people. You're trying to create a division, us against them. I mean, so MAGA doesn't hear a lot of what Trump says because the right-wing echo chamber does not report it, says Travelman. There's some validity in that. If the left does something wrong, it's going to be on right-wing networks. If the right does something wrong, it's going to be on left-wing networks. They're not going to play it. Like Trump talking about Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs. The right ain't gonna play that much. They played it a little bit after the debate, and it kind of faded and went away. I mean, what he said sounded ridiculous. There's no evidence of that. Up to this point, Haitian migrants are still in Springfield, Ohio. Notice there's not a whole bunch of cases coming forward of them eating animals. Well, 20,000 of them all decided to stop eating animals in sync. That's bullshit. If they were doing that, you see all kinds of evidence of it. The right-wing media, he said it, and they kind of ignored it. They knew it was something that had no evidence, it was wrong, and they just didn't report it. That's how it works. What was Trump right about? I think the way Biden has talked about pardoning his son for the sort of the weaponized DOJ under Trump can't get him, that means Trump was right about saying the DOJ can be weaponized. That's Trump being right. I think also the Alvin Bragg case. I don't want to go as far as saying it was a witch hunt, but it definitely was some bullshit. Even a lot of people on the left believe that the 34 felony case against Trump was political. It wasn't based on him being a really, really bad. I mean, think about all the time he facing in prison and stuff for that. He got 34 felonies. How much time there's no victims in that. He's kind of right about that. I think he's kind of right about that. That was done because he was running for president. So, I mean, if Trump had lost to Kamala Harris and they were just discovering what happened in New York, I don't think they would be prosecuting him for that. That was election interference, for lack of a better term. They were going after Trump because they didn't want him to be president. Okay, not dogs, but Haitians do eat cats, says Amber J. They're not doing it in Springfield, Amber. I don't know what the hell they're doing in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, where they're having a civil war in the country is a disaster, but that's not happening in Springfield. It's not. Trump, he said dogs, cats, and geese or whatever, or ducks or whatever. It's not true. I mean, you would have 20,000 people in a small town, and people were, I was holding shows on this, demanding evidence. People sending me shit from Cambodia and Vietnam. Like, there's 20,000 people in this town. You should have tons of video. Well, they all hiding it. 20,000 people, all able to hide this in sync. Then where the hell did he get it from? A couple people, few people that does not like these folks make this bullshit up, and they got videos of them standing on porches. Yeah, they doing this. Well, where's the evidence of it? Why don't you don't tell us about it, show us about it. Nobody can really show any evidence of that at all. And then they show this lady sitting down in an apartment complex, eating a cat. Police are taking her into custody, and you can clearly see on the side of the police car, it ain't Springfield, Ohio. The video ain't even filmed. The video was not even filmed in Springfield, and they're using that as evidence. And by the way, for any of you that's seen that video of that African, and I think the woman was black, She wasn't even Haitian. She was an African American. But the woman that's doing that got fur on her mouth, sitting there literally biting into a live raw cat. It's insane that people were using that as evidence. Even cultures that do eat animals that we use as house pets. Every culture that eats an animal is past the point of the invention of fire. They use fire to cook the meat so that the human teeth and digestive system, nobody picks up an animal and bites into it. The idea that this woman biting into a live cat was used, it's insane. But people, you really think Haitians just pick up a cat that's alive and bite into it? People believe that shit. No fire, didn't cook it, didn't take the fur off anything. Just picked up a live cat and start biting. What? Even the most primitive cultures don't do shit like that. The human body is not designed to pick up a live cat and just bite into the thing. People passing that around like there's evidence. You really think somebody pick up Lassie and just bite into him? The dog is squirming and fur all over the. It was insane that people would even pass that around as evidence. But here's a woman doing it. She didn't cook it. She didn't process it. Didn't move any guts. Nothing. Just picked up a live cat and started biting into it. You can't see mental illness when it's clearly in your face. You really don't like the Haitians that much that you're trying to pin some shit like that on them. Insane. Insane. Looking in the comments, Maxwell Smart. George Soros sponsoring is a lot less than those here undocumented. How many he housed? 100K out of 17 million. I will take it. I don't think most of America would take it. If let's say George Soros, had a big ass company like an Amazon or something, and he started employing them so that it was thousands of them, and they could afford. They still wouldn't like it. You don't want them here. I get what you're trying to say, suggesting that okay, George Soros would only house 100,000. That's 100,000 of 17 million. I'm not for certain the 17 million number is accurate. I've watched so many Trump rallies over the last few months. I've seen him literally go from there are 10 million illegals in this country to 18 million illegals within the span of about 3 or 4 rallies. Like, where are you getting your numbers from? Trump is throwing out so many wild numbers on how many immigrants are in this country. We know there's a lot. I'm not going to pretend like there's not a lot of people here undocumented or illegally, but I don't find any accuracy in Trump numbers at all because they vary widely. They vary widely. I mean, up to 18 million, some cases, 10, 12 here. They're all over the place. I don't know where he's getting those from. So, and by the way, a large portion of these people allegedly, apparently came here during the Biden administration. I'm sure they wasn't releasing information to Trump because all he's doing is using it to hit him over the head with. So where's he even getting his numbers from? Real quick, looking in the comments here. They show pictures all the time of white people eat other people. What the hell? A user says, a user 158 said they show pictures all the time of white people eating other people. Where are you seeing that at? White cannibals? I don't see that. They are illegal if they claim asylum. Stop conflating them. 100% true. But the Trump side, the right wingers, and some liberals and independents also, do not like the way Biden handled the asylum laws. If you are coming to this country and seeking asylum, a lot of folks don't believe you should just be able to say, I want to plead asylum, get a court date, and they just send you on across the countryside. Because I'm pretty certain that it's my own self, is that a lot of people that have pled asylum have no legitimate reason to be here. They just knew that's all I got to say and I'll get in. So you're right. They are not here illegally, but it's really just because they came up with a different way of saying it. I'm an asylum seeker, but really, I don't think it should be that easy, because I do believe that there's a lot of people here that just knew if you say this, they'll let you in, and they have no legitimate reason to be here. No legitimate reason at all. Will G, if Trump cases were bullshit, Trump not have gone through all he went through to keep everything quiet. Is campaign finance violation and infidelity Same thing Clinton got impeached for. Or was it that? But well, Clinton got impeached for lying to Congress. He didn't get impeached for Monica Lewinsky. He got impeached for lying about Monica Lewinsky. So a little bit different there. But I agree with you that if Trump cases were bullshit, he wouldn't be trying so hard to delay and hide. I mean, I don't think Trump ever cared about proving his innocence in a court of law. He was trying to prevent from ever having a case in a court of law. And they found ways to delay. Some judges were friendly, like the one down in Miami that gave Jack Smith all sorts of hell in delaying his case. And ultimately, she threw it out, I believe. The judge, the Trump appointed judge down there in Miami was definitely working for Trump. So I don't know if he's innocent or if he's guilty, but I do believe we should have been able to see the case adjudicated and find out. I'm not a fan of sweeping it under the rug. Was that in Georgia? You said it was in Georgia. Was that where that was at? I thought it was, okay, yeah, the judge was giving him hell. Well, the Georgia case with Fonnie Willis, I can only blame Fonnie. What Fonnie Willis did was unacceptable, was totally unacceptable. Certainly when you're prosecuting somebody at this level, to do what she did, you know, she gave them an easy out by coming across as dirty herself. Fonnie Willis gave them an easy out. So it is what it is with Fonnie Willis. She had to have known better to do that shit. And you're right to facts first. No, it doesn't absolve Trump of what he did, but it certainly gave him a lot of room to delay. And you know that if he's running for office and if he wins, the clock runs out. So they gave him plenty of room to do that, and it worked on his behalf. Anyhow, looking into exoneration, he ain't gonna ever be exonerated. He's not gonna ever be exonerated. What's gonna happen is the cases are gonna be thrown out. That's what's gonna end up happening. Going back to the box. Gen X, good evening. Look at everything they did to him, and he still won, and won by a landslide. I don't know about what they did to him, but he definitely won and won by a lot. Gen X, good evening.
What's going on, Mr. Tim?
Shit, you know, just hanging around. Good to see you back on. We talking about Daniel Penny. Have you heard about that case?
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
What's your take on that?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I think he fucked up.
You think he should? You think he did commit a crime?
No, I don't think he committed a crime. I think he fucked up.
Fucked up how?
Trying to help somebody in New York City, man. You should know better than that.
You sound like
on all them damn liberals, he's gonna try to help somebody, knowing damn well if something goes wrong, they're gonna. That's it. If he'd have done that shit in Montana, he wouldn't even have got charges.
Yeah.
Or in Idaho, or in, you know what I mean? But you do that shit in New York, and Chicago, Atlanta, man, you got to know better, you know? And the other thing is, the guy's a trained killer, man. He's a United States Marine. He is a weapon.
Wait a minute. Then you were on to something until you just said that shit. Then if he's a trained killer, then that means wouldn't he have known what he was doing could potentially be fatal?
Yeah, I mean, the answer to that could be yeah. I think he didn't mean to kill the guy. You know, and I think in the heat of the fight, and he choked him out a little longer than he realized, and the guy unfortunately lost his life. Liberals aren't going to see that. They're going to want blood.
Do you think it's a racial?
People with common sense.
Do you believe? And this is one of the questions I asked earlier with Daniel Penny being white and the deceased is black. Do you think there's a racial element to it?
There's absolutely a racial element to it. Oh yeah, because if Jordan would have been white or Asian, Jordan was the man who died.
Right.
If Jordan would have been white or Asian, or if Penny would have been a black guy, I don't think they would have charged anything. That would have never came out.
Yeah, I got criticized for saying the same thing. I really believe it was mainly because a white guy choked out a black guy as well myself. I think if they were both black or if they were both white Or, now if it was a black dude that choked out a white guy, you might have more criticism coming from the folks that are in favor of Daniel Penny. But if they were both the same race, I don't think there would be any issue to this. I don't think it would. I think it would have been a good Samaritan. Mistakes happen. I think that would have been the end of it.
Yeah, so I shut my camera off because it was fucking up my feed. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think he also fucked up in the fact that Jordan was yelling a lot of threats and this and that, but he didn't actually put his hands on nobody.
Yeah.
Maybe he should have waited until he actually put his hands on somebody first. Then he would have been more justified. Then he'd have probably not even been charged. But as soon as the two men went at it and they started fighting and he choked them out and killed them, he put himself in a real bad position.
Well, you can't have patrons on a train even threatening to harm people. I mean, even if he isn't actually putting his hands on people, if you're threatening to do harm to people. I mean, are the people supposed to wait till you start actually physically hurting them? I mean, if you telling me you gonna kill me, or you walking up like I'm about to beat your ass, and you walking up to my face, I mean, what am I supposed to do? Just stand there, hands down, until you throw the first punch? I might have to hit you because you're getting too damn close.
If it's a deal where you're going to use what could potentially be deadly force, unfortunately, I think the answer to that is yes, considering the political climate in New York City.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, it's sad to say. I personally think that's stupid, but look at the poor guy is waiting on a criminally negligent homicide charge.
4 years. 4 years. Yeah, could get up to 4 years in prison.
Yeah, that's. Now, if the guy would have hit him first or punched him first, and then he did it, he'd have probably got off on that. You wouldn't even have got that.
Now, in the comments,
I mean, yeah. There's a lot to consider, bro.
Well, in the comments, because you're talking about liberal city, in the comments, Coffee Talk says a white man can do anything in New York City.
Tell that to Daniel Penny.
Yeah. Tell it to Donald Trump. Tell it to Donald Trump. But you mentioned Trump winning by a landslide. Will G says if you call this election a landslide, Biden sent Trump to Mars in 2020, but I can hear MAGA now. We're not talking about the past, we're talking about now. So he's saying if you view Trump winning by a landslide in this last past election, then the margin that Biden won by in 2020 would be equivalent to sending Trump to Mars. I think any election Trump wins, he's gonna say he won by a landslide. He just likes to say shit like that.
Well, let me put it this way. She didn't win one swing state. I'd call that a landslide.
It wasn't good. It wasn't a good.
I'd call that a landslide.
It wasn't a.
One swing state.
I'm trying to think which one of those swing. Now, what was a swing? Okay, but Trump won North Carolina back in 2020, but that really wasn't considered a swing state. But how many swing states did Trump win in? Because he lost Wisconsin, Michigan. He lost Arizona and Nevada. He lost them all in 2020, didn't he?
I think if he didn't, he lost close to all of them.
Yeah, I'm trying to think which it was 7 swing states: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona, and Nevada. That's 6. There's one I'm missing. Georgia. He lost all of them except for North Carolina, which wasn't considered a swing state. He lost them all.
Yep.
So he lost by a landslide.
That's all right, man. That's old news. This is 2020.
That's what he said you was gonna say. That's what Will said you was gonna say. It's old news. So let me go into one other thing I want to ask you about. Now, apparently, the state of Missouri. I played the clip earlier. There's a politician in the state of Missouri that wants to give out $1,000 to basically $1,000 bounty on the head of illegal immigrants. You turn one in, $1,000 for you. Would you favor that?
Man, dead or alive, I'll be bringing them in by the van load.
Dead? Really?
I'll go get me a U-Haul van, Tim,
I go get me a U-Haul van and a whole lot of duct tape, and I'll be bringing them in by the van load. I have me a Ferrari in 3 weeks. You realize how inhumane that sounds, right? Nah, man, what the hell's inhumane about driving around in a black Ferrari? Nothing. All right, Julio. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't even know where else to go with you. I think you covered every damn thing with that statement. I'll move it on because I don't have nothing else to ask you after that. Hey, Tim, I'm kind of out on vacation. I'm staying at one of the Hiltons here in Helena, Montana. I went and got me some cheese enchiladas. I'm gonna do a review tonight, man. Okay. I'm gonna do a review for my channel, so come by and check me out, my friend. I'll swing by and say hello as always. Appreciate you coming through. Enjoy those. Thank you. Brother, have a great Sunday, my man. Absolutely, you too. All right, moving on with the program, by the way. Thank you guys who are tapping the screen. Get the likes up to about 80,000, if you will. I was going to play the clip of that guy. I'll skip over that, though. That's your Trump supporters. Yeah, Timothy, yeah. There's people who agree with him that, get a Ferrari. Now, he said dead or alive. Now, they're not talking about taking immigrants in, this, killing them. That's way worse. Real quick, yeah, they're not talking about that, though.
Following up tonight on a St. Louis County lawmaker's call to pay people $1,000 bounties for turning in undocumented migrants in Missouri. Fox News' Andy Banker shows us the plan that is drawing major pushback tonight.
David Gregory is the Republican state senator-elect from West St. Louis County. He campaigned heavily on border issues, not Missouri-Illinois, Missouri-Arkansas, Missouri-Iowa borders, but the U.S. border with Mexico. His critics say this latest plan of his is way over the line.
I'm David Gregory. I went to the border.
Back in March, Gregory put out a campaign video of his visit to the U.S. border in Arizona.
Real quick, before anybody talk about he's just one guy, he is a state senator. He is a Missouri state senator, so he's the real deal. He's a state senator from Missouri. And I see in your comments, Mitch M in the comments says, Trump won. Can we move on already, though? Hashtag Trump 2024. If I had told you, if we had had this same conversation 4 years ago, your response would have been, hell no. Let's take what you just said. Biden won. Can we move on, though? Biden 2020. You'd have been like, hell no, right? So there you go. This is a state senator from Missouri, though.
He told me then about his proposal to create the criminal offense of what he called trespass by an illegal alien, punishable by life in prison.
Let's do this right to protect our people because immigration is good, illegal immigration is bad.
He has now pre-filed Senate Bill 72, which would certify citizen applicants to be bounty.
Real quick in the comments, Mountain Loving Mama says state senators don't make federal law. This isn't a federal law. This is a law in their state. This is a law that will take place in Missouri. So Missourians, if I'm saying the name right, the citizens of Missouri would be the ones that would be able to get their access to this, $1,000 bounty. This isn't a federal proposal. This is for the state of Missouri.
Immigration is bad.
He has now pre-filed Senate Bill 72, which would certify citizen applicants to be bounty hunters to find and detain what it calls illegal aliens with a state-paid reward of $1,000 each.
Missourians expect us to find solutions and not point.
I won't even play him, but there you go. That's in the state of Missouri. That's what we're talking about. That's crazy, says Solomon Crenshaw. Yeah, the state senator is talking about doing that. Wow. I would be curious to know how much support he has in that state making a promise like that. Subscriber Michael D. Good evening, Michael. Welcome to the program. $1,000 per migrant. Michael, would you cash in on that if you knew some illegals?
Man, in all seriousness, Tim, that's a bunch of bullshit, man. And listen, and I'm going to say it like this, and then we can move on to another topic. Anybody that seriously believes that that's the right thing to do, you are the piece of shit that I think you are.
Wow.
Because anybody that thinks, because we already know, again, it's a bounty program. Tim, name me a bounty program that has never gone left. Name me a bounty program. When you put bounty on it and you're talking about giving people the rights and certifying them, When has that ever worked out for listen, I've been talking about this shit for months, Tim. Everybody's dismissing it like it's not a big deal. And this senator is taking his cues from his leader.
And his leader is
Donald Trump and the Republican MAGA Party. Listen, you don't even put a bill forward that you don't think might get passed. You're looking for some. You would never even spend the time to write it up if you don't think you could possibly get some support behind it, right?
I'd agree with that.
So the thought process to think that there's some sort of moral and ethic, and I told you they set morals, ethics, integrity, and character aside months ago. I've been telling you this, Tim, because you don't put something forward like that but once you demonize some people, once they're poisoning the blood of the country, all of these things, all of these dog whistles and gaslighting that people buy into, Haitians in Springfield, once you do that, people get a license to think that this is okay. This shit isn't okay. Listen, whether it passes or not is irrelevant. The same thing I've been telling you about everything that Trump wants to do. It doesn't matter if it passes. It's the frame of mind, the thought process that's going into this shit is crazy, Tim. That's crazy. To create a bounty for anybody like that, because we know everything runs afoul. We know that.
I could definitely see this running afoul. I mean, if you're giving people money, the first thing I would see that's gonna run afoul is you're gonna have a bunch of people that are believed to be immigrants that are not. So if you are an American but you look brown, people getting $1,000 per person, they're gonna be checking IDs and grabbing people up that don't deserve to be grabbed.
Right. So somebody come to your door because they got a report that there was someone illegal at that house. They come to your house. How are you supposed to prove it, Tim? What are you supposed to do? Just the inconvenience. So if you tell them get the fuck off my property and close your door, then what?
They come to your house and get your ass.
Right. But again, based on what? And this is the problem that we're having with this. You're automatically talking about violating people's rights. And I know people are in the comments. Whether it's state. See, sometimes they put stuff out there to see what they can get from it. Just like in Oklahoma with the Board of Education and putting those Bibles into the school. See, that's at the state level too. But they want to see how far it goes, what kind of pushback, what kind of lawsuits, so they can ease that stuff in. When you crack the door open with stuff like this is where it gets kicked in when you're not paying attention.
Wow.
And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. That's exactly what that is. And I'm not surprised. And when Trump was on Meet the Press today, did you see that?
No, I got it queued up. I watch This Week with George Stephanopoulos every Sunday, and then I watch Meet the Press on Monday. But I'm gonna watch him tonight. I normally don't watch him till Monday morning when I'm at work, but because he's on there, I'm gonna watch it tonight. I have not seen that.
Well, when you watch it, and he talked about, we're gonna have to deport. Yeah, we're gonna have to deport them. Not just criminals, just all the illegals. Yep, we got to do it. We got to do it. When everybody's saying, even the last time I was on here, when Jeremy was saying it, and then I forgot the other guy was talking about, he's only talking about criminals. I'm like, and he's not.
No, he's definitely talking about deporting some legal people who are here legally, even citizens. If you are an anchor baby, for instance, you're a citizen of America. He's talking about getting rid of them too. So no, it's definitely more than just illegal immigrants.
Yep. And then he brought up DACA today. You got to watch the whole interview. It would be comical if it wasn't so sad. Honestly.
But I got to give Trump credit, though, Mike. I got to give Trump credit. It ain't like he's doing shit that he didn't announce ahead of time. He told people what he plans on doing, and we voted for Trump. So
I didn't vote for Trump.
I'm talking about America, the country.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, we voted for Trump.
I understand, and the reason I said that is because some of these things are going back to the demonic tendencies of white men in this country. And I said it. Yes, I said it. Because this is exactly what happened when they were bombing churches back in the 60s, when people were being unalived. This is the premise of that same kind of behavior. People don't want to admit it, but this is exactly how it starts. Because if you can get away with demonizing a small set, where does it stop? Once the door gets opened, where does it end? And it's sad because there are people that have been denying that this stuff is true because they want to win. They want to feel good about this stuff. But you know what? If this stuff starts moving, you'll get fewer and fewer guests on this show that voted for that. You'll get fewer of them admitting to that.
I don't, it's interesting you say that because what is his name? Adam Kinzinger, the guy who worked with Liz Cheney on the January 6th hearings committee. When they thought Trump was going to lose, he was adamantly saying 5 years from now you're gonna have a hard time finding anybody that'll admit they voted for Trump. He clearly was wrong, but you're saying that once Trump starts doing things that many folks believe appears to be inhumane, people are going to be hesitant to ever say they supported him.
Yeah, oh yeah. See, it's a different. See, this isn't the same. This isn't the 40s, 50s, and 60s when they would take pictures. When they would take pictures smiling and standing around someone that they unalive from a rope or burn in a pile of wood, and they're taking pictures with their kids, and their kids are on their shoulders, and they're walking. It's not the same. It's not the same era. Every protest we've seen in the go ahead.
I got a point because this is something in regards to what you talked about. You talked about whites are demonic, and in the comments, this is on my YouTube horizontal feed. Now the guy's name is Fuck You, but it's PHUCK in creative spelling. Fuck You says 13% of the population commit the vast majority of murders, yet whites are demonic. LOL.
Yeah, listen, it's funny that they always go there. Anytime you start talking facts, they always go, well, what about the black community? Because that's what he's saying, right? Yeah. That's what he's saying. And again, we don't have enough time to go into that history because, again, if we took a deeper dive into history, he wouldn't want to hear that because what he just said was a total lie. But they don't want to hear all the truth. That's why they're trying to take it out of the history books, Tim. Listen. They don't want to admit what the history is. That's why they're trying to erase it. And if we allow it, then they will listen. Just like right now, they don't want to talk about what Trump was doing in 2016 and 2008 and all the things that he had done before. They don't want to talk about it because it never happens. And anytime you bring up something, you're taking it out of context. Well, that's not what he really said. And you can play it for them like you did, and they go, well, what about Obama?
That's probably the most common pushback phrase I get on this program is that I was taking something out of context. That it is amazing how often that happens. Trump could say hello, and I'd be like, he was friendly. No, you took it out of context. Like, damn, everything he says, you taking it out of context. I get that a lot.
It's so crazy how they will go to one thing, like when Biden said about his supporters were garbage, and they go, you see how bad he talked about us, but they don't want to acknowledge anything that Trump says about people. They don't want to talk about how he belittled Nancy Pelosi's husband after he was assaulted, and he's making jokes about it, and his supporters are laughing about it, and everything is fun and games until it's not.
Yeah.
It's always fun and games until it's not, and then they wonder why we feel the way we feel. When we talk about history repeating itself, well, white folks aren't really worried about history repeating itself because the history that would be repeating wasn't oppressive to them.
Make America great
again, right? So
that's frightening.
At the end of, but you know what? And they call it fear mongering. But I'm gonna say this, and then I want you to start asking this question, Tim. And this is a really important question for all of those on the right that think us on the left. And I only say us on the left because listen. This election cycle, the past 8 to 12 years, really forced me personally to draw a line in the sand.
What do you mean?
Right? Because it's not really about, because it's gotten so extreme. It's gotten so extreme. I can't even measure the policy coming from the source. You understand what I'm telling you? I can't even measure the policy coming from the source. But ask this question: if everyone on the left is wrong about what we're saying, if we're wrong, then the country will be in a good place, right? If we're wrong about what we think is happening, what we think we're reading, although we know we're not. I'm talking about Project 2025, all those things. Okay. If we're wrong, then what's the result? But if the right is wrong, what's the result? If the right has been denying all these things that we've been talking about, Project 2025, Board of Education, stop and frisk, full immunity to police officer, all those things. When they go,
well, wait a minute. Some of them things. Now, Trump has said he doesn't have anything to do with Project 2025, so that can certainly be denied. But in terms of the Board of Education,
it can't. Tim, stop. It can't be denied.
Why can't
it? It can't be denied because, first of all, He said he didn't know anything about it, but we have enough evidence to say that he's known everything about it. We're not making this up.
How do you have evidence to suggest Trump knew all about Project 2025?
Because he implemented parts of Project 2025 back when he was in office the first time. I told you this
That
already.
can't be coincidence?
No. Can seven executive orders that he implemented in his first term that are directly out of Project 2025 be a coincidence?
The book is 900 pages long, Mike.
Page 49. I know what you're doing, Tim. I understand what you're doing. Just like Timmy. And so if you go to page 49 and you see 7 executive orders in Project 2025 that he implemented in his first term, that's a coincidence?
Is every single order in Project...
It's not misinformation, Tim. You don't know what you're talking about.
Is every single order in Project 2025, every recommendation it has, are they all bad?
From what I've seen, from what I've read, and I've read it, I haven't seen anything good. I've read some things that are debatable, but most of it is oppressive in nature.
Like I'll give you an example. While I am adamantly against putting Christianity in schools, a lot of Americans, even on the left, like that. A lot of people believe that Christianity in schools will make the kids be better. So that's what I'm saying. Is everything in Project 2025 bad? Because a lot of Americans, even some liberals, favor that stuff.
Has it ever?
What do you mean?
Well, first of all, let's talk about religion in school should be separate unless you're going to go to a Catholic school.
I agree.
Right?
You get no disagreement from me.
Right. But again, and this is a whole other topic because see, they don't want to talk about religion. You said it earlier, right? What are they putting religion in school to indoctrinate?
They're trying to indoctrinate the kids.
Right. For what reason? I told you this is a white Christian nationalist agenda. They're using Christianity as a guise for this, and I'll use the word again, for this demonic behavior. It's crazy as hell.
Why are you saying, you need to define, why are you saying demonic? What are they doing that's demonic?
Well, when you want to oppress and obliterate a race, just because, when you sell the fallacy that immigrants are poisoning the blood of this nation, and these other countries are opening their prisons and they're pouring out which is all nonsense, and we know it. You're trying to demonize an entire race of people, and you want to get rid of them. That's just the first step. This is all out of the Schmittler playbook, and we know that, and he learned it from Americans.
But some are going to suggest, and you're right, Hitler did learn it, but some are going to suggest that by calling this guy the mustache man, that's the reason the liberals lost, is they went too far with it.
Listen, I told you before, I thought the left did a terrible job of what you just said earlier. They did not stay on message and pushing back on this stuff enough at all. Because they were trying to play the game, quote unquote, the right way. You understand what I mean? It's like, as opposed to meeting force with force. And at the end of the day, and Julio, I didn't say all Christians were white. I said white Christian nationalists. This country, from the inception of this country, has been created by white men. I don't know why that's not a revelation. That's not me. Read the Constitution. Shit, they didn't write it for everyone. Julio, they didn't write it for a woman. Is not in the Constitution one time, Julio. The word woman is not in the Constitution one time. So we can't push back on what the founders created and then say, well,
it's interesting you would mention that women are not in the country, because I used to have callers call in. I think Tim Mateo, who's watching the program now, used to say this, that a woman, Kamala Harris, could never win because it says all men are, I think lumberjack is another, all men are created equal, but they never said women. So women.
It's just crazy to me, Tim. But again, I'll say this, because when we decide that we don't, and that's what we're doing, we're deciding that one side, and it goes both ways. One side is better or worse than the other, but it starts with leadership. And when leadership decides to continue to get on TV, Trump did it today. He used the same talking points today in that interview about immigration and about migrants.
Oh, shit. But Mike, it's working. Why would you? Well, the man is doing well. You're going to get tired of winning. The guy is winning. Why would he change?
I'm not telling him to change because I don't believe he's going to change. I believe everything he's doing, that's who he is. He is the person that he's shown us who he is.
And people voted for that person. He was, but think about it. People favor that. Okay, you're saying he's the person that he says. He's been transparent. He's told you what he's going to do. He gets elected. He tries his best to do it. Is that not what we want in a politician?
No, that's what they want.
We don't.
That's what. Listen, if you're talking about a normal political cycle, I would say yes, but that's not what we're living in, Tim. This isn't normal. This entire cycle that we've been in the last 8 years.
I hear your point. Normal or not, we want a politician that tells us what he plans to do ahead of time and then actually tries to do what he says. That's one of the number one compliments for Trump, is that he does what he says. A lot of people like that he says he don't play mind games. He tell you how he feel. Isn't that what we kind of want in a politician, though?
Well, I mean, it's not. Well, I would say yes, but it's not that simple in his case, because when he says things out loud, how many times on your show, when you get a guest, that you tell them exactly what Trump said, you play it, and they still say, "Well, that's not what he meant."
That happens a lot. That happens a lot.
So yeah. Because if they accepted what he said, they would say they wouldn't. Twister said it earlier. Twister said on your show just before a couple. If he actually does what he said he was going to do, he doesn't agree with the boundary.
Oh yeah, he did say that.
Right?
He did say that.
He didn't even think that the mass deportation. And how many guests have you heard say, he's not going to do that, Tim?
Yeah.
When you bring up the worst of what he said, they deny that he won't even do it.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that, and it's not the media. In the media, it's not where we're getting it from. You're right. You like him saying, giving police immunity from prosecution. Well, he ain't gonna do that. Well, he's saying it, and that's my pushback all the time. Well, if he ain't gonna do it, why is he saying it then? And they have a reason for why he's saying it.
So if he's saying it, and we're supposed to believe what he says, or are we not supposed to believe what he says? And if you voted for him and he said that, and then you say you never heard that, did you not hear it, or do you not want to admit that that's what he said? Because if it does happen, you agreed to that thing.
And that's a tongue twister.
but
I don't disagree with you, though.
But that's what it is. And that's why I say this, the Julios and all, keep that same energy when he starts doing these things, when you can't wiggle your way and twist yourself in a pretzel, and it is what it is, and they're deporting people and treating. Trump even said today on that interview, and you'll hear it, when he talked about Holman saying, well, you're talking about dividing families, that are deported. He agreed with him. Well, yeah, they're all going to have to go. Well, we don't want to break up the family, so they all have to go.
Yeah.
Even the ones that were born here illegally. He said that today. I've heard people on your show say that wasn't a real thing, Tim. You've heard people say that wasn't a real thing.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to play him something similar about the Haitian migrants, and Twisted didn't believe it. But yeah, I've heard him say it. Mike, I got to move on. You depressed the hell out of me with some of that, but I can't disagree with what you're saying, though. I wish I could.
Yes, he did say that, Salty Miner. He sure did say that. Stop the bullshit. That's exactly what he said.
I got to listen to it. I got to listen to the interview, but he has certainly indicated he will be open to putting out people that are here legally. He certainly has said that. So
he sure did, and he said it again today.
All right, I'll take it. I'll take a listen. Thank you for coming through. All right, moving on with the program, and thank you folks for the super chat. Will G says, if it were not for the constant bomb threats exclusively in blue counties and a suspicious Starlink satellite burning up days after the election, I'm sure there would be 100 million votes for Harris. But you got it, MAGA. You think that? So you're saying that you think that the right cheated? He said if it was not for constant bomb threats exclusively in blue counties and the suspicious Starlink satellite burning up days after the election, I'm sure there would be 100 million votes for Kamala Harris. But 100 million? You think? I don't know about that. You think Kamala Harris would have got 100 million votes? I see a lot of folks on my TikTok is agreeing with that. Wow. By way of yes or no, I need to know this. By way of yes or no, how many of you folks think that Trump cheated? Yes or no? How many of you folks think that maybe Trump cheated and won an election that he actually lost? I've not. Wow, really? Damn. There's a lot of people that believe he cheated. Oddly enough, you don't hear Biden or the liberals say. Very possible since wow. I think he cheated the court system. Now, I agree with that. I think he got a lot of privileges and benefits out of the court system that you or I or the average Joe would not get. When you got Elon Musk giving people $1 million, you don't call that cheating. City Boy, that's a good point. Him offering $1 million to sign a petition, a petition. He didn't buy the votes directly, but he incentivized folks to sign a petition raffle style. That dumb whore struggled to get. Wow, you really got to call Kamala Harris that dumb whore? Man, she struggled to get people to show up at her rallies. Had the mainstream news not kissed her ass the way they did, she wouldn't have broken 5 million. I don't agree with that. Now, I do agree that it appears that she was paying people to support her. Al Sharpton and Oprah Winfrey's company got money. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. But Kamala Harris is going to get more than 5 million votes. I think you could have ran Spuds McKenzie the dog against Trump and it would have got more. I mean, there's a lot of people that don't like Trump. There's a lot of people that don't like Trump. It ain't got nothing to do with her, even if she's very unpopular. There's a lot of people that don't like Trump. So I disagree with you there. If you're an anchor baby and your parents are undocumented and using your status to remain here in the United States, you're not a citizen. You are a squatter, says Maxwell Smart. If you are an anchor baby, I understand how you're wording it. You're saying if somebody comes to this country and gives birth to a baby while they're in this country, so that the baby is the only one between the two parents that's a citizen. And the citizens are trying to use the fact that they have, the immigrants are trying to use the fact that their child is a citizen of America as a reason to stay. You're saying that person that makes them squatters. I don't like the term, but the way you're using it, I can't totally disagree with it. You're saying if you're an anchor baby and your parents are undocumented and using your status to remain here in the United States, you're not a citizen, you're a squatter. Well, the baby is not a squatter. The baby is a citizen. But I guess you're saying the parents are. I don't totally disagree with it. But I mean, what are we going to say if a woman has a kid while she's in America and the kid is a citizen by our constitutional laws? You're going to kick the mom out and leave the baby here? Now I know the Trump administration is saying, well, they can all go back. Is the other country required to take the baby? It wasn't born in that country. They always go to the truth and facts, says Ed G. I don't understand what you mean by that. They always go to the 13%, 50% FBI narrative, but they go get what he says, but they forget to add 60% of all cases get exonerated. That's a great point. We often hear that, black people commit a disproportionate amount of crime for them only being 13% of the population. It is not uncommon when somebody said it on my YouTube horizontal today. Blacks are only 13% of the population. They're committing all the crimes. What doesn't come up, and that's what Will G is pointing to, which is a fact, they also greatly overrepresent the amount of exonerated. The amount of people that have been wrongfully incarcerated, serving. Anytime you see somebody on TV getting released out of prison, they don't serve 20, 30 years in prison for a crime they didn't commit. It's almost always a black person. Yeah, there's a few other races, but it's generally black people. So we talk about they overrepresent how many people in this country are committing crimes. They also overrepresent how many people are wrongfully charged with crimes too that get exonerated. Now, I see a dude named Dennis is saying that's not true. Yeah, I invite you to look it up. Present some statistics to show me otherwise. I used to follow the Innocence Project. Used to read their books, used to make small donations. The Innocence Project, that's their job, is to free the wrongfully exonerated. And they say overwhelmingly it's black people. That's what they do. They train law students and things like that with these type of cases, and they bad law. Because keep in mind, the poorest among us are going to be the ones that are easiest to pin charges on because they can't afford anything but a public defender. That's black people. So what do you mean it's not true? I'd like for you to show me otherwise. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, by far, black people represent the lion's share of people that are wrongfully charged with crimes. People that get exonerated. People are on death row. I mean, they get the brunt of it. They do get the brunt of it. Looking in the comments, Will G says Manifest Destiny 2025. You brought that up before. The campaign was center right. Harris said nothing about race or anything. Woke MAGA scapegoated Harris and wokeism making up bullshit. You're saying that Kamala Harris's campaign was center right and that MAGA made her sound like she was extremely woke and scapegoated her? I think there's some validity to that. Because Kamala Harris was not running on trans rights and all of that shit. They pinned that to her. Her campaigns were not about a lot of that woke stuff. That is true. Her campaign was not about defunding the police or any of that. The right were very successful at pinning all of these woke terms to her. She didn't run on any of that. That is true. Ed G says, if you believe what you said, why are you still here? Why would you wait for the second Adolf to get in office? You would be gone like Ellen, but you don't believe your bullshit. That's okay. That's a good point. He said if you really believe that Trump was mustache man, you wouldn't be waiting for him to get in office. You would flee the country like Ellen did. So he's saying based on that, that shows you don't believe your bullshit. I mean, I can throw that all over the place. And your statement is not totally invalid. I like the way you said it, but said the same thing. If you think Obama or you think Kamala Harris is going to do all of this or then why didn't you leave? You can say the same thing about because the right paints a awful picture for America under the left as well. Both sides do that. There is a healthy amount of fear mongering to that, Ed. I agree with you that both sides do it. MAGA will be on witness protection when Trump does his bullshit. MAGA will be on witness protection. I'm trying to figure out what do you mean by that. How so? I don't understand that one. MAGA will be on witness protection. Will says Harris got 75 million easy. Imagine if everything was smooth like 2020. So you guys believe that Trump cheated and that Kamala Harris would have got 100 million votes, huh? I don't know. Maybe I watch too much right-wing media because I don't buy that. I don't. Diddy getting a pardon by Sleepy Joe. P. Diddy's crimes are not pardonable by Trump. I mean, by Biden. P. Diddy didn't commit a. I don't. Well, maybe some of the over the state line stuff, but I believe there's enough state charges on P. Diddy that Biden can't do nothing for him. So that ain't gonna happen. And I don't think. I mean, it's a joke at best. Let me look in the comments real quick here before we move on with the program. I was waiting for MAGA Reacts. Good evening. Welcome to the program, MAGA Reacts. Good evening.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Hey, what do you think about this $1,000 bounty on illegal immigrants in Missouri? They're talking about paying citizens of Missouri $1,000 to turn in illegal immigrants. Would you favor that?
No, it could only end in disaster. Even if they had the best intention, it could only end in disaster.
What type of disasters are you suggesting might take place?
Like what you said, going after people who aren't, they might not be citizens, but they're legal. People always, when there's money involved, people always find a way to abuse the system.
Yep.
And that goes for everything, not just this bounty program. Yeah. But overall, this is like a state senator. That's what's like the second, like the only worst you could be is a state congressman.
Can you imagine though? Yeah, but can you imagine though if a liberal state senator was talking about gender surgery for kids or something? I mean, it would be news. You wouldn't have the right saying, well, it's only a state senator. Defund the police. You guys would blow that up, wouldn't you?
Well, look at California. We usually wait till they actually pass the law before we blow it up. Like, I think 10 years ago, they passed a law where if, like, you're going around infecting people with HIV, you're only a misdemeanor. If you're doing it on purpose, it's only a misdemeanor in California.
I've never heard of that.
You get away with a lot of stuff on the state level, and
I see Gen X in the comment. Gen X in the comment says $1,000 a head. I'm getting rich.
Exactly. See, he's proving my point.
Yeah, he said he wants.
Like, it's only going to get abused. I don't care if it's the left or the right. It's stuff when there's money involved, it's only going to get abused.
Yeah.
But as far as all the other stuff you were saying about Trump and if he's going to do this and that and how we always try to defend him, it's not that we're trying to defend him. We had 4 years of him. We know who he is and what he does and how he actually behaves. Like, you know, he's a little tough when it comes to saying stuff like, you know, I'm going to deport all immigrants and all that. But in the end, he's always been very reasonable and actual.
I don't know about it. Give me something that he promised in his 2006.
He promised deporting everyone last time, and in the end, he was very reasonable about it, especially since not a lot came in. Like, his 4 years were actually very quiet as far as people crossing the border. So he didn't have to deport anyone because not a lot of people came in. The only reason this is in the news right now is because a lot of people came in during Biden's watch. We have to balance it out, but once it's balanced out and people feel secure and crime is down, he's going to let off and concentrate on something else.
But you do understand that if you say radical shit, people are going to hold you accountable for what's coming out of your mouth, right?
Yeah, but with Trump, we know better by now. He says a lot of shit, but in the end, his actions, it's always what he says. It's very rarely, oh, he did this and that. It's very rarely his actual actions. I'm sure you could find me an example because you always say stuff like this and you find me an example to the contrary. But
well, he's also saying, the problem is he's saying new things. Like his first term, he wasn't talking about giving police immunity. So should we just overlook that and pretend like that's a lie?
Well, the police immunity thing is counter to defund the police. So the other side says, like, we're gonna defund the police. So he's taking the other side, and you knew they weren't gonna completely defund the police.
But what? Wait. What politician of any prominence was talking about defunding the police though? Biden never said that. That didn't come from Biden.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Harris said it. AOC said it. A bunch of federal politicians said it. And again, this is the other problem. Like, a lot of this stuff maybe not said by the actual politicians, but the voters, the Democratic voters are the ones saying it. And, you know, you keep saying that MAGA that put the T stuff on Harris. But no, it was her actual supporters and voters that put it on her.
So if you're going to go with what the radical Democratic voters are saying, is it safe to assume that the Republicans want to kill Mike Pence because Republican voters said it?
I mean, we have to defend it all the time for a reason, and guess what? It's used against Trump all the time. So in the same way, the opposite is used against Harris. Yeah, I have to defend that every other call with you guys.
Yeah, but it's a big MAGA reacts. It's a big difference though between a citizen or even a congressperson saying something and the actual president saying it. If Biden had got up there and said in front of but Trump himself said he wants to give police immunity. That's not coming from some Republican senator or somebody. That is him saying he wants to give police immunity.
All right. I mean, at one point, I think Harris said she was going to defund the police. So he's just balancing it out, and we don't.
I have never heard Kamala Harris as Kamala Harris on the presidential campaign. I've never heard her talk about defunding the police. Never heard her say that ever.
I mean, I don't know about 2020, but definitely in 2019, I'm sure she said it. But I don't have clips lined up. I could do that for next time if you want me to. And even if she didn't say it, that was the atmosphere. That's what the media was saying. That's what all the people were saying, and all the Democrats were saying.
But you know, the crazy thing is, you're talking about the atmosphere. The atmosphere of MAGA is not even giving police immunity. That's coming from Trump. Even MAGA thinks that's wrong.
Yeah, but in the end, all we care about is that he's on the side of the cops. Like, doesn't matter if he's going to give them immunity or just be on their side. It's the same to us.
What if they do wrong? You want them on their side then? What if they actually do something wrong?
No. You guys just we're not trying to defend this, but you guys are literally taking Trump way too literal.
What the hell is that? Wait. We're taking the president of the United States literally. How should we take him?
Just take it for what it is. He supports the cops. Leave it at that.
Why can't we?
As far as saying he's going to let him get away with murder is what you're saying.
I was under the impression that one of the good things about Trump is he speaks from the hip. He tells it directly like it is. Is that what he's doing?
Know his position.
Huh?
You know his position. He's pro cops. You know his position is pro cops.
Even when they're doing something wrong.
Cops when he wants to defund them.
Even when they're doing something wrong.
You're taking it a little bit too far. He wants to give them immunity to balance out all the hate and all the persecution they've gotten the last 4 years or 6 years or even 10 years. You know, he's just trying to balance things out. Where
are you getting the balance things out part from? He never said that.
It's common sense. I mean, if the other side is saying they're going to defund the police and they're demonizing the police, he's doing the opposite. He's supporting them and he's trying to protect them.
Okay. Well, like I said, I don't.
Sense. I'm not like really jumping a lot of hurdles here to get to that.
Well, the problem is you're saying that Trump is saying radical stuff to balance out what liberal voters with little to no power are saying. In terms of actual liberals that have the ability to defund the police, virtually nobody on the left is saying defund the police. They could actually do it. So Trump, who actually has the power to start putting in place what he's saying, he's trying to balance out what liberal citizens are saying.
Yeah, I don't think he necessarily has the power to give the police immunity either. It's a very complicated thing to do.
He could get a federal police immunity.
Yeah, but that's federal police.
That's a lot of cops.
It would have to be a state by state thing.
If he get a federal police immunity, that's border security. That could be the IRS police. That could be the postal police. I mean, that's millions of cops. That's a lot of people that could do a lot of damage.
Look, the ultimate check on Trump is MAGA. So we'll make sure he doesn't go too far, and we trust him to, even when he's like talking crazy like this, we trust him to be reasonable in the end. And a good example of this is when he was separating families the first time, not just MAGA, all of the world said, no, we don't want this. And within a week, he's like, all right, so I'm going to stop doing this.
Yeah, I don't think anybody, I don't think any liberal from the outside looking in believes that you guys are going to, as you say, trust us to stop them. I don't think nobody believes that. That's something you may believe in your own heart, but they don't believe that.
Listen, by us, I mean the people, and that includes those liberals. He listens. He's on, like I said, I always say this every time I talk to you. He pays attention to the people. He pays attention to his rallies. He pays attention to Twitter, his Truth Social. He pays attention to social media more than any other president in history.
I don't think that's true.
So if everybody's on there complaining, he'll actually bring it up, at least in the media, and actually.
I don't think he ever would have appointed Dr. Oz for Senate in the midterms in 2022 if he was listening, because MAGA did not want Dr. Oz. There was another female that was far more MAGA oriented in Pennsylvania, and he went with Dr. Oz. I don't think MAGA wanted him to appoint Herschel Walker. He don't listen to the internet all the time. Plenty of times he do whatever the hell he wants to do.
I don't know where you got that. I didn't notice that when these people were running.
Really? You think MAGA was okay? Hold on.
I don't think he noticed it.
You think MAGA was favorable to him appointing Dr. Oz to be Pennsylvania senator?
I don't think we cared.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. There was plenty of people complain. I did shows on people were calling in constantly. I think it was a black woman that was MAGA that, she was an election denier. They wanted him to appoint her. Plenty of folks thought Dr. Oz was a terrible pick for Senate.
Again, that's like a small case. That's not something that affects the whole country. And I didn't notice it. So if I didn't notice it, I doubt Trump noticed it.
I'm pretty sure he noticed it.
You might have noticed it here on TikTok. But when I'm on TikTok and I then jump on YouTube and jump on Twitter or whatever, or X, it's different. It's a different atmosphere. People talk about different things. For a while when I was on here, I thought we were going to lose based on everybody I was talking to. But then, once I stopped being on Twitter full time, on TikTok full time, and went back to YouTube and all the other medias, I was like, wait, that's just TikTok. They just have a different atmosphere, different people on there.
Well, I'm on 2 different platforms, and they didn't like it on YouTube either. They didn't like it on Facebook either. They didn't like Dr. Oz. Will G says MAGA says they didn't know that or they didn't hear that when Trump says something crazy. When Trump actually does something crazy, MAGA will act like they don't know him and go into hide. You favor when he says something good. When he says something crazy, you come up with all these excuses. I kind of agree with him on that.
It's not that we come up with, we just trust him to actually do the right thing in the end.
Yeah. And if he doesn't,
in the last 4 years from his first presidency, we were happy with him. We trusted him. I mean, he only lost because of COVID. And I believe in, that's the other thing. In 2020 and 2024, it was never him versus Biden or him versus Harris. It was always him versus the media, and the media propping up Harris and Biden. And it worked in 2020, but it definitely stopped working in 2024. They couldn't prop her up for too long. Yeah. They propped her up for like a month before like the real her came out, and we realized that, oh, we have nothing to worry about.
Well, the problem it wasn't that the real Kamala Harris came out. The problem is she had to do all that shit in 107 days up against somebody that's been running for 10 years. I mean, to make it so that everybody knows you, to learn how to read the room, and okay, because if you say something that's ridiculous, normally you got time to run it back and correct yourself. 107 days, you ain't got time to run nothing back. You have no time to correct anything. And that's the problem, is she just didn't. Biden not stepping down is the Democrats' problem. It ain't the Kamala Harris. It was Biden taking too long.
The more time she got, the more ridiculous things she did. So more time, I think, would have just kept hurting her and hurting her. She would have done more gaffes. She would have made more mistakes. She would have spent more time with Liz Cheney. So more time hurt her. When she came out hot.
I think you're judging her on a hypocritical skill, because when she said, like you said, she would have made more gaffes. Trump talking about Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs, that's a gaffe, but you don't count it that way. I mean, that's patently false. I mean, it made no sense for me to even say that, but it's not counted as a gaffe. But if Kamala Harris had said something wild like that, like Mustache Man comments and shit, it's you can see it. You suddenly give her negative credit for it. But Trump goes up there and says that about the Haitian migrants. Well, you're actually online trying to find Haitian migrants to make it make sense.
Well, no, Trump got away with it because Democrats were responsible for like 20% inflation. Who didn't call that a gaffe? No one, even Trump stops, like he said it once during the debate, and that was the end of it. He never brought it up again, So everybody knew that was a huge mistake.
You saying everybody knew it was a huge mistake. I got a guy named Nickname in the comments saying, you didn't see the video of them eating pets? He's in the comments defending that shit right now. I got to move it on, man.
Yeah, that video was the source of why that happened, but it's not proof that it had. Like, it doesn't support it. It's just why it started, why the rumor started.
Yeah, the rumor started out of hatred for those people. But I got to go. Appreciate it.
Take care, man.
You too. Always. Thank you. Real quick in the comments, Will G says, again, these are the same people that investigated the Obamas, scoffed at a tan suit and no flag lapel pin. Thinks everyone died, but JFK Jr. is alive, but wants to brush off Trump. Conspiracies aplenty. Yes, something like that. Conspiracies aplenty. Real quick, I want to look in the comments. Inflation was caused by Trump's tariffs. Well, let's see what's going to happen. Trump has been given a whole clean slate. Let's see what happens in 2024. If maybe no tariffs and maybe we get a really good economy out of Trump. It's possible. I do believe in giving a man a chance. You got to give a guy a chance to see, on the economy at least, he might turn out to do a really good job. If he doesn't do the tariffs, strike the tariffs, Trump's economy may be really good. Yeah, he said a lot of crazy shit, and I believe you should be able to hold him accountable for it. Unlike my last guest, I don't like the idea where you got to pick and choose what a president's saying. We didn't do that with Biden. You didn't hear Democrats saying, well, yeah, he stutters, but you got to pay attention. No, if you say something wild, you get held accountable for it. I don't know with Trump, why all of a sudden certain things you should overlook that or that meant that. If you can't speak clearly, then what are you? Whatever he says, I don't see any problem in taking somebody saying something literal. Certainly when you talk about things that are against the Constitution. I guess you could say, I woke up with a splitting headache. Now, you don't think the guy's head is really splitting in half. Then I could see a complaint about where you don't take that literal. But if he says I'm in favor of stop and frisk or bringing back, yeah, you take that literal. There's no other way to take that. And we know damn well that if a liberal said something like that, the right would take it literal as well. I don't know why. That's just making up protective provisions for Trump. But here we are. He is our 47th president. Got a little bit over a month. Be curious to see how you folks are feeling about it. Nevertheless, I do got to step away. What is that? Says Biden couldn't speak, yet you all made excuses for him, his entire administration. That is true. I was one of those. I thought he was in better shape than he was until I seen him on June 27th. So I can't deny that. But Trump does make gaffes, and the right don't treat him the same way. Trump got up there and talked about he talked about Civil War soldiers defending airports. Civil War was 100 years plus before the invention of the airplane. That's a straight up gaffe. The right did not hold him accountable for that. Like, you don't know when the airplane was invented? He said, well, shit, it's just that they hold Biden to a higher standard or a higher level. But Trump has made, talking about Hannibal Lecter and sharks and all this shit at rallies. I mean, that's crazy stuff. He just doesn't get held accountable for it. Same thing with the E. Jean Carroll case, where he mistook E. Jean Carroll for his ex-wife after saying E. Jean Carroll was unattractive and he would never do anything with her. But then they show him a picture of him and her together. Well, that's my ex-wife. I mean, he makes gaffes. It's just you don't hold him to the same account. Anyhow, I appreciate the 77,000. I didn't continue promoting you guys to tap the screen, but you guys know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor. I got a healthy dose of criticism today. A hell of a lot of you folks pushed back. Michael, yeah! Appreciate the hat and mustache. Appreciate you folks that certainly push back. I invite dissenting opinion. If you think somebody's full of shit, even yours truly, this is the program where you can say it. We are MAGA friendly, but liberals are welcome as well. Nevertheless, I do got to step away. Show us the clips of the accusations against Trump. What clips of accusations against Trump? They've been accusing Trump of every damn thing. What clips are you talking about? Trump is a con and Bernie Madoff that got away. Trump is a con. So you're saying that Trump is like Bernie Madoff? They got away with it. I don't know if Trump is really conning people out of money. I mean, if he sells people shoes and they buy the shoes, even if the shoes are over, I mean, he didn't tell you the shoes are going to turn into gold, like the NFT cards. I mean, a picture of him looking like a superhero with lasers coming out of his eyes. He didn't tell you the lasers was real. It ain't like he was Spike Lee during the Michael Jordan gym shoe era saying, it's the shoes make you play ball better. He didn't lie. He sold you a watch and told you it's a good watch. I mean, so I don't know if he's Bernie Madoff from that aspect. His products are advertised as is. It's a Bible with the Constitution in it. If you want to pay $60 to get 2 documents you can get for free, he's not conning you. He's making you buy it. So you can talk about the intelligence of the purchase person, but it's not a con. I don't know. I don't know about that. You didn't see the video. Real quick. Trump's a snake salesman. Well, the guy does have the ability to sell. When they say you can sell ice to igloos, you can sell ice to Eskimos. He's good. Trump University and Casino. Okay, yeah, but those are pretty old. I mean, he's made a ton of money since that. Trump University definitely appears to be a scam. I don't know enough about the failed business venture known as Trump University, or Trump Casino, rather. I mean, there's no telling. They haven't stated why the casino failed. So I don't know if he was a con man and scamming or just some people make a bad investment that they thought was going to be a good idea. So I don't know why his casino failed, but Trump University definitely seems to be a scam because they were promising students that they were going to work with them and things like that. And once the student paid the tuition, they never heard from people again. Trump University, if you look at the the testimony in court day, and that was a scam. That was a scam. Anyhow, I got to step away, folks. I appreciate the 79,000. I will see you folks tomorrow. Have a good night. Same as my YouTube audience as well. Thank you.